What is up, all 20 viewers? What is up? Did Notice go out for this stream? It sounds like cope, but no, literally sometimes, depending, I think it's like title based or something. Sometimes people just literally don't get notified. So I don't know what's up with that, but it's okay. 20 viewers is enough. Holy shit, 24 now? Okay, you guys are going a little bit crazy. I got out of the shower, so my hair's a little bit wet, but um anyways, what is up, people? What is up? We certainly have a stream tonight. Um, or this morning. It's gonna become. I just woke up a while ago, so uh, we have. My semester hasn't started, so I basically I live at night for the most part. Um, we have some things that need to be discussed, but most importantly, uh, apparently there was a big thing that happened yesterday that I missed because I was live, but it happened on Discord. Um, and I went back to, look into it, and it's pretty crazy. There is new London drama. There is new drama coming out of London on the second commentary meetup or the third commentary meetup in London this week. For those of you that don't know, upcoming streamer, guy that I'm accused of grooming, Nos Live, decided he wanted to go on a trip, and out of anywhere he could have picked, he decided, you know where I'm gonna go? You know what fucking city I'm gonna go to? I'm gonna go to London. So he goes to London. He links up with Hellbent. He links up with Queeman, and essentially Hellbent. Well, you're just gonna have to see for yourself, I guess. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Now, for starters, let me just tell you something. I have absolutely no idea if Queeman's fucking hellbent. I don't. I claim to have started that rumor. It was actually I spread the rumor. I wasn't necessarily the one that started it. That was said to me by somebody else, but I think they were just inferring it. But then after that, there was a second London trip where I wasn't there or whatever, where Soul Skibbity allegedly pushed Queeman. I went to try to ask Queeman about it. Queeman was, pretty cagey about the details. And then texts come out released by Soul Skibbity that seem to indicate, well, Hellbent essentially reveals that her and Soul had like kissed while she was drunk and she cried or something, and that was the same night that the fight with Queeman happened. So, I'm like, okay, but I didn't know why they really fought. Soul releases some texts, I guess, to food shops, that seemingly indicate that he believed that he was standing up for Hellbent. Now, why would he think that? Why exactly would he think that? What would? Well, I think last night sort of helped me understand why. Last night helped me understand why. So we're gonna go over this. Anyone who's not here is gonna miss out. Because it's a pretty big deal. It's a pretty big deal. But thank you so much for the 5 Starfish Duder, another London drama. Very true. Very true. This streaming shit is very volatile. You can go from yesterday having 150 viewers to 35 viewers in one day, which is organic, by the way. Anyways, as I was saying, so I went to go check my Discord when I was informed of this, and it turns out that Hellbent sent 4 pages worth of messages yesterday. So we're going to look at these. We're going to figure out what's happening here. It starts last night, okay? So let me set the scene for you. Queeman and Nos met up with one another, and Hellbent was there too. And Hellbent likes to be, she likes to feel like the sort of like organizer or whatever, these trips. But Queeman and Nos meet up yesterday, and Hellbent, they were all going to go to a bar. That's my understanding. They were all supposed to go to a bar. Hellbent apparently shows up an hour and a half late to the wrong address, is what I'm hearing. So she shows up an hour and a half late to the wrong address, and they had already left the bar by the time she even showed up to the wrong address, because she was an hour and a half late and it was like 12 a.m. or past 12 a.m. or some shit. So they ended up going and fucking off and doing their own thing. But now she is at the wrong place by herself and they've left. So supposedly she's blowing up their group chat. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. Supposedly she's blowing up the group chat and goes to my server. So Hellbent types last night at, well, it would have been, so in British, it's 9 hours ahead, right? So 9, 10, 11, 12, it would be like 12, it would be midnight. So she types at midnight in my server that she got, well, this, we'll take a look. All right. Let me just hold on. So we start with these messages. Well, I'm covering chat. Aiden, I'll keep it short and sweet. You're weak, you're out of control, and you've become an embarrassment to yourself and everyone else in Icy. Thanks, man. I hope that made you feel better. I hope whatever pain you're dealing with, I hope you feel better taking it out on me. Guys, I got stood up by the polycule. Queeman, Nose, and Soul Skibbity. My DMs are always open if you need a shoulder. Okay, this guy does funny, needs to chill. I showed up to the bar, granted fashionably late, and these bozos had fucked off to get something from Queeman's Airbnb. Yeah, okay. I have an alibi, and they ditched the orc to do it. I have an alibi, yes. So it you think, okay, it's just like a little bit facetious. It's nothing serious, right? Nothing serious. She is like seething during this, to be clear. She went to spicy chat. The big sweep is on as well, folks. The big sweep is on here. When she went to spicy chat to go tell them about this, she was timed out. Yes, they fucked off to get something from Queeman's Airbnb, so I'm just sitting around at the bar. Granted, I was super late, so I'm bitching them out on Discord until they get back. Then she types, sitting here thinking about how to bitch these two out. Queeman fucking lost his ID. There's only one bar we can go to where security doesn't care that he looks 13. And then she says, if neither of them responds in the next 5 minutes, I'm dropping a video of Queeman bouncing up and down at the club like a spastic. And she drops the video. So let's take a look at this video, folks. Let's take a look at the video. This is from the first London trip, okay? We have 3 London trips right now. This is from the first one. Supposedly, I heard a rumor that somebody asked Dickers if he was coming, and he said something akin to, good one, and he laughed. But, let's take a look. I want you to remember, everybody, why the first London drama started before the Lio shit. I was being mean to Hellbent, supposedly, because I felt like she was tripping like fuck. Queeman got mad at me or whatever, and this whole, like, thing happened. Everyone started snarking me or whatever. It's whatever, right? But last night, Nose came into my VC and sounded exactly like what I did to start the first drama, where I went up to my VC and I was like, dude, she's fucking out of her mind. She's crazy or some shit, right? Nose did that last night, and that's how I started looking into all of this, right? So apparently, it wasn't just me, I guess. Let's take a look. Thank you, Wicked. This is the leaked video. Fuck. That's Queeman right there. That's wait, I'm covering myself. I'm covering dude. Look at how I'm looking at Dickers. Look at how I'm looking at Dickers. I look like I want to actually kill him. It pays to enjoy life. It pays to enjoy. I was not having fun. I was fucking sick. I was like this. I like wasn't drinking a whole lot. Like, so I was drinking a fuck ton, but there was like a day where I wasn't because I got so sick the last night, and like for whatever reason I couldn't even like stomach alcohol or whatever. And I was just completely miserable that day. I was like, but this is like I was just doing my own. Listen, when I tell you, that's the one thing I've never conceded on. I've never gotten mad that somebody else is not dancing. I've literally never gotten mad about that. I've never gotten mad that somebody else wants to go fuck off and do their own thing. I've never gotten mad that somebody, it's not my business, you know, it's not my problem. But Hellbent leaks this video. Why? I guess to epically own Queeman or some shit. You just tried to make fun of I'm sorry, what statement did I just make that was like making fun of him for dancing? I said, I read her statement. Hellbent's statement was, here, I'm gonna leak a video of Queeman dancing like a spastic. I didn't say that, she did. What did I say? I literally said nothing. Fucking retard, can't tell the difference between me and Hellbent, I guess. Anyways, Hellbent then goes, wait, hold on, we went, okay. So you know some Queeman are taking a 13-year-old out to get drunk? She says, read my messages again. She says, made a desperate plea to Dickers to come save me. If neither of them respond in the next 5 minutes, I'm dropping the video. Queeman bouncing up and down at the club like a spastic. I am seething with rage. Fuck this. What? Of course. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna kill them. I took too long to get ready to go out after being a good pal and taking Nos to the beach earlier, so Nos and Queeman got too fucked up to communicate properly, and I've been trying to get an address out of them for the past hour while sitting at the bar alone like a tit. Like a tit? What does that even fucking mean? Like a tit? I don't think I've ever heard that. Is it like a British thing? Yeah, I'll show the screen. It's just fucking annoying. Listen, folks, I know, listen, the ladies aren't going to like that I say this. I know that when, like, if a woman tells you 9 o'clock, I know she means 10:30, okay? It's just how it is. I'm sure there are some women that manage to show up on time to things, for sure. Don't get me wrong. But like for example, if I need to like go somewhere with my mom's like, yeah, I'll be out there in like 5 minutes. 5 minutes becomes like an hour. No offense or anything, but it's kind of true. Oh, and this is the other thing. I'm sorry, I have to say it. If you ever, I like to travel alone, but if you ever go to the airport with like certain women or whatever, they'll pack the whole house. It's like crazy. I bring like maybe one piece of small check luggage, a backpack. If I go and travel with my mom, it's like 5 fucking suitcases or whatever. It's like, what do you need? It's a weekend. What the fuck do you need all this for? Anyways, listen, I'm not saying guys are punctual either. It's just many times for different reasons. Worse reasons, actually, because when women take a while, they're actually, taking care of themselves or something. Guys don't take care of themselves and they're still late. Um, okay. So she then goes and types. She then goes, and let me just be clear, folks. I got nothing against Hellbent anymore. I thought she was like being weird during the trip, and I was like sort of getting like a bit gaslit a little bit. I hate that word, but like that, like, oh, everything's just fine, everything's totally normal about, and I'm the fucking weird one here or whatever. I think that there was a little awkwardness on that side as well, and I think I was maybe not in the best position where I was equipped to deal with it at that time. But um, I can say I was the only one of these types that has not been to her apartment. Thankfully, I'm hearing troubling things occur in that place. I am in the Uber. My Uber driver told me to block them. So she's in the Uber, she's venting to her Uber driver. Because they are bad friends. I'm honestly gonna lose it. I called Nose and asked to speak to Queeman, and he refused. You know what I need? Who wants to be my fucking best friend right now? Who wants to be my best friend? Okay? I know there's not a lot of people watching. If any of you happens to have the leaked text messages that like soul leaked to food shops on hand, that would be cool. If I had those and you put them in inbox, because I don't have them on hand. Why are you doing this? Doing what? There's awkward trip drama. I'm just covering it. They literally did the same thing to me. I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry. Oh, hellbent. Sorry. It's weird that she's posting this. I'm telling, she has these, like, I like Hellbent. I think Hellbent can be very honest. Okay, that's the thing I think my biggest. Okay, I hate to say it, but I think Hellbent might be like autistic or something, and that's why people have less patience for like a woman with autism for whatever reason. People are less inclined to like attribute that to a woman, I guess. It's my personal theory that Hellbent might be, a little somewhere on that spectrum. So sometimes she's like very blunt with what she says. And I actually can appreciate that. It's annoying as fuck, but I can appreciate that like someone will just tell you what they're feeling. With that being said, every so often she has these like random crash outs, mostly about like what other people are thinking about her, getting ignored or ghosted. Like when I was getting annoyed by her IRL, so I decided to. When I went to London, I wanted to just be a me trip where I'd meet up with people, right? I didn't want to do a group trip. I hate doing shit like that because I like being on my own time. Sometimes I sleep during the day and wake up at night. Sometimes I don't like to have people relying on me for something. You know what I mean? So it was never really meant to be a group trip. It just sort of like became one. And then when shit started getting like annoying for me or whatever, I wanted to fuck off and do my own thing. And that became like a big deal. And apparently she was like freaking the fuck out over. She like wanted me to go get coffee with her to settle things. And I'm like, I have nothing that against you. You're just annoying the fuck out of me. That's literally it. I just found her annoying. I didn't hate her. I still don't hate her. I don't, actually, I like her, but she was just annoying and I didn't really want to deal with it at that time. So I wanted to go fuck off and do my own thing. But she just has these like crash out moments sometimes, I guess. Now, let's continue. My Uber driver told me to block them because they're bad friends. You hate me. We already read that. I called Nose and asked to speak to Queeman, and he refused. This is a big one. Okay, this one's a big one. This one, to me, this one I think actually tells us a little bit more about the fight with Saul, and I'm gonna get to that later. I called Nose and asked to speak to Quayman, and he refused. All right. And by the way, these are going to be in the order of bottom up, what I'm going to show you, right? So you're just going to, it's going to start at the bottom. So how fucked up are, let's just drag this shit off screen. How fucked up are these two? He's telling me I deserve better. He was correct. I am now on Aiden's side in the drama. So if I was to have shown up late to something or ditched somebody or everything was being hyper reported about me. You know what? You know, but I didn't give a fuck about like the little snark that like Quinn was doing. Whatever. The only fucking piece of snark I think prior to the live shit that pissed the fuck out of me was when Quinn was like, I didn't say please to the waiter or something. I fucking like when I was a kid, my dad instilled the fear of God into me to always be nice to the waiter. Always. So, like, if I forgot to say please when I was over, I'd immediately, like, be remarked. I'd get that look, right? I'd get that look. So I did actually forget to say please. It's true. But I did say thank you. And then later on, they go bring something to the table. And Queeman forgets to say Queeman, like, did, like, some snarkies, like, you forgot to say please. And then they go bring something to the table, and then Queeman forgets to say thank you, so I'm like a little petty bitch. I'm like, I say something like, you forgot to say thank you, Queeman. Or some shit. And then, like, he like, goes and tells his, like, audience of cat women that, like, that I was like the aunties that I was like rude to the waiter because I forgot to say please. He forgot to say thank you. This is a sweep job. You've service. No. I literally, when they're late, I don't even fucking complain. Like I was waiting once in a restaurant for an hour. They forgot about me and I didn't say anything. Are we in high school? What is this? I felt like I was in I literally, during this, I felt like it was fucking high school all over again, man. Thank you for the 2, Wicked. Here's a tip, I guess. Anyways, as I was saying. I was a little bit rude to Hellbound, I gotta be honest with you. I was kind of rude. I will own that completely. She was being annoying, but like during a time where I was just not really like able to tolerate like any annoyingness or whatever the fuck. So I like said I think I like told her to fuck off or something. Not deliberately, they're just useless. Nose gave me 2 postcodes that weren't right, and when I finally met up with them, he goes, yeah, I don't know how UK postcodes work. Then Queeman managed to walk in the wrong direction 3 times on a road with 2 possible directions. It was a poor showing from everyone involved. Parry wouldn't have ditched me, and Aiden would have gone home 4 hours ago. That this is true. That's what happened the night of this video. Do you know what happened right after this video was taken? Do you know what happened? I just disappeared. I forgot where I went. I just like didn't say goodbye to them. I just fucking left. I don't remember where I went. I think I went to like, where the fuck did I go? I don't know. There was a day where I was just like walking through like fucking London at night. I don't even remember what I was doing. Now let's continue. I mean, I was the big problem, folks. I was the big problem. Now that I'm out of the picture, they can have a nice, successful... oh, wait, the physical fight. Oh, wait, now we have that. Dude, it's literally... it was never me. I'm kidding. Listen, I obviously... I engaged in some behavior, I think that was, like, pretty rude. Like when I told her, like I told Hellman to like fuck off or some shit. I don't know. You're the only one who gets me, Puddle Sucker. Make sure to bitch both of them out when they show their faces here. By the way, my Uber driver on my way to meet them asked, are they gay? And I said, I don't know. I said, if they are, they would have had time to fuck by now and then respond to me. I threw him a £1.99. Oh yeah, apparently Jimmy got a new puppy as well. And he's very cute, this puppy. Dude, I need to get a puppy. I don't know, you have to ask Jimmy. See, puppies are so cute, but like they're so tiring sometimes. Like we like fostered a puppy once. My dog's older. My dog was like done with it by the end of the week. The puppy was like chewing on his ear and like wouldn't leave him alone. Hold on. Let's get back here. All right. Then Hellbent goes on to say, I think this is now at 1 in the morning. Imagine if I left every space I wasn't wanted. If people don't want you around, you stay out of spite. Assault them with your mere presence. I think that's more tongue-in-cheek. Wait, is that it? No, that's not it. User. Hold on one sec. Here we go. Okay, she then says they added the gay op option to Uber, which shows that the Uber is recording. I wish I'd recorded. That was a good snark from a bot telling me to block my gay friends. I got hit on by an Indian man and a Serbian woman. I was not a happy camper. I think that was the end of it. So more of what we learned came from Nose joining VC. And he was like, she's tripping the fuck out, man. She's tripping the fuck. There was this other snark that was so dumb, man. Actually so dumb. Basically, the night of New Year's, we all went to these It was so weird because this girl, she was like, her husband was an American serviceman that was like on leave somewhere or whatever. So she was literally trying to chat up every guy at the bar. I'm not kidding. And then we ended up going back to her apartment. And Hellbent was with us, and I gotta be honest with you, man. Like, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it, but like, it is kind, you know, if you're just like playing around, have an auntie with you while you're like, you know, have an auntie with you while you're, I don't know, man. Anyways, so that happens, and I have this cheap fucking ring. It's like $10. It's literally $10, right? Which is, you know, money is money, but it's not like the biggest deal on earth. And I lose it somewhere. I look for it, and I can't find it, and I don't care, because it was $10, right? But the problem was, I wanted to get the fuck out of there. I wanted to leave, because one of the girls, you could tell, like, one of the girls ended up falling asleep on the fucking toilet or something, and her roommate was trying to wake her up. I just wanted to leave. So I was like, can we go? Can we go? Can we go? Or whatever, which is annoying, I know. But like, they were getting ready to leave. And Hellbent's like, no, but your ring. But your ring. I'm like, Hellbent, it's a $10 fucking ring. I'd rather waste $10 to get the fuck out of here than go get that ring. And I shit you not, she goes back into their living room and starts like pulling up every couch cushion. I'm saying, Hellbent, stop, please. I don't want the ring. And then the snark became, Aiden made Hellbent go look for his ring. I wanted to leave. I was pleading with her, stop looking for the ring. I was pleading. What do you think about the rants Aiko made about Westside Tyler's wife? I have no fucking idea. You expect me to know anything about that? I don't watch Aiko and I don't watch Tyler. Well, I've watched individual streams of theirs occasionally, but like I don't really I don't watch commentary really in my free time. Anyways, so that was that. Trouble in Paradise. I must say, Trouble in Paradise. Now, I don't know if we have the text on hand. I don't know if did somebody put that in inbox? Let's check. Let's take a look. No. So a while ago, Soul Skibbity had leaked texts from Hellbent, where from the night of the fight, that seemed to indicate what we know is Soul started pushing Queeman or whatever outside, and this was we found out later that this was right after Soul kissed Hellbent. Now, the text that leaked between the two of these individuals on Soul's end, he says something to her akin to, I need these texts. If anyone has them, please send them. It was like, you know, I'm sorry, he did fuck, I wish I had these texts. Check DMs? You have the texts? You were gonna go pay for a prostitute? I've never paid for a prostitute. I scam them. When it's done, I don't pay. I leave. I'm kidding. That's a joke. But no, I've never, obviously, right? As I was saying before, the texts were akin to, like, Soul was indicating he stood up for Hellbent over something he said. Who is he? Well, there were three people there. Soul, Hellbent, Queeman. What do we know about Hellbent? When she thinks that Queeman is ignoring her, she runs to start complaining about it. So what do I think happened with what I know in aggregation with those texts? What do I now believe happened? I believe that Hellbent was crying to Soul about Queeman over something, and Soul, who wanted to get with Hellbent, thought that his ticket in was to stand up for her, and he went and did and tried to get in a fight with Queeman. What? I can really demonstrate to you if I had the fucking text, but unfortunately I have a useless, fucking worthless chat that can't do anything. So I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I need help. I need serious help. Somebody is watching this, has these texts, and is just kicking their feet. You sent it in inbox? Thank you, Wendy. Oh, wait, nothing's in inbox. So, thank you for nothing. Forget it. Fucking forget it. Scroll up a bit. A good one. It's a good one. No, really. You haven't tried that one before. Forget it. It's been months. Well, Aiden is the Michael Jordan of disaster streams. No, it's okay. We're just gonna spend 10 minutes in silence while I go look for this. No worries. So, how many food shop streams ago was this? And from the stream that it might have been on, at what hour was it leaked? We're gonna be here for a while. Wait a second. I fucking know. I know. I got it. It's gonna be on maybe on my old phone. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go get my old phone and go see if I fucking have it on there. It's one fucking screenshot. Literally one. Nope. It's not on my old phone. Nope. Nowhere to be fucking found. Forget it. 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 Thank you, Balls Mahone, for the 20. Aiden, when it's... I don't want an entire docket. I just want one screenshot. I just want one screenshot. Yeah, I don't have it, so I did just fucking waste time. Anyways, we'll move on to the next thing. Aiden ignored my super chat. What a dick. Alright, let me reread it. Thank you. Whose super chat did I miss? You didn't give me a super chat. What are you talking about? Oh, wait. Oh, no, you did. Never mind. Aiden, why are you streaming on Shabbat? I'm not religious. Check inbox. You're going to be my best friend if you have this. I want you to know that. I want you to know that if you have this, I'm going to smile, okay? You're going to make me smile. I love you. I love you. Oh my God, thank you so much. Thank you so fucking much. Holy shit.
And then helping.
Thank you so much. I owe you, I owe you my fucking life. I owe you my life. Okay. Anyways. We got this shit. So cool. Thank you so much. So let's take a look. Yes, you're the best chat now. I'm sorry. Thank you. But a special thank you to Cloud. So the texts say, where are you? I'm coming. I lost my coat ticket. They said it'd be the easiest if a friend had their ticket on them. Where are you? Meet me near the EBT cloakroom. Okay, I genuinely appreciate you standing up for me. No one's ever done that. I'm angry. I'm sorry. I'm angry he hurt you, I guess. Now, when I brought this up in private, someone was like, well, how do we know that this was on the same night? How do we know that she admits this is on the same night? She admits that this is on the exact same night that as the fight. This happened supposedly right after the fight between Soul and Queeman. So this is her, Hellbent's on the left, Soul is on the right, and I feel like everyone just like completely ignored. I don't know what's going on here, but what this indicates to me contextually, because when I asked her about it, she's like, I don't know what he was talking about. Well, you clearly do know what he was talking about, because you're saying you appreciate him standing up for you. How would he have been standing up for you by fighting Queeman? To me, what I believed happened is that she wanted to vent, because she does that if she's frustrated with somebody, and she vented it all to Soul, who is like a fucking like loser that wanted to get with her or some shit, apparently coping that he got rejected by me, and he fucking goes and tries to fight Queeman. That's what I believe happened wholeheartedly. It's not even snark. Read this comment if you love your chat. It's a listen, man. I get frustrated sometimes. We're in an abusive relationship. We have the honeymoon phase, and then we. What did Queen do? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But with my knowledge of her, and I leaked this publicly already. I shouldn't have even leaked this, but I already did, so I might as well say it. Like, when I was basically when I was like complaining about Hellbent and VC, Queeman got pissed at me, like unironically pissed. But the fucking what I was saying was like because I was being an asshole to her or something. But where was I going with this? Oh yeah, I was like a little weirded out by this. Like in hindsight, it makes me sympathetic. Apparently, because I was like mean to her or something, like she got them all and was like, this got leaked to me that she was like crying, literally crying. I was kind of rude, but like I feel like that's like a little bit, excessive maybe. Now the point being that I'm saying it is I don't think Hellbent necessarily had bad intentions per se, but she was frustrated with Queeman about something. We don't know what something is. She vents to Soul while she's drunk. Soul then kisses her or something and then goes and fights Queeman. I'm sorry, I don't really buy that it happened for no reason. When I asked Queeman what the reason was, he wouldn't tell me. Then people now pretend, oh, it was for no. He just thought his face looked smug. His face looked smug. He just thought that his. I legitimately. What these texts seem to indicate there was a reason. Why are you pretending to not know? I wasn't there. You have to remember the second London trip was in like the aftermath of my drama. I wasn't really talking about. I had no viewership or anything. Like I was out. I was literally out of the picture. And they all like went back to her apartment and shit. I'm thinking Auntie like runs a polycule or some shit here. It's bad, man. It's bad. And I'm thinking in hindsight, the reason I was like, they're out to get, I think I disturbed the natural order of the polycule when I didn't want to when I didn't want to hang out with her or whatever. That's my personal theory. Bro, you're a total social cripple when you go on. That's fine. I mean, I've met like so many people who've had no complaints. This was like the first time. And it's seeming to indicate that I might not have been the problem because every trip they've had since has just resulted in fucking disaster without my presence. I'm a very easy person to blame for it. But in hindsight, I'd go as far as to say, if out of anyone on that trip, I'd rather hang out with me more than anyone else. Ask Aiko the nature of the comments why are you I haven't seen what you're talking about. Why is this my job to fucking interrogate her and saying I've literally no idea what you're talking about? Did she call his wife a fat bitch or something? I mean, I've said worse about people's wives. I'm not really the guy to be like morally lecturing people on what they say about people's wives. Just not me. Oh, they're trolling? Anyways. So that's what I think is going on here. I think the big sweep is on. The London cabal essentially aired out my dirty laundry and was thrilled to do it. But when it comes to theirs, everything remains under lock and key. It is a world of hypocrites, okay? Hypocrites, parasites, losers, freaks, weirdos. And you know what? I think I'm staying in America. Anyways, now we're going to cover Aiko. So, for those of you that don't know, Aiko made a point yesterday, or was it yesterday or two? I don't even fucking remember. I think it was like, it might have been yesterday or 2 days ago at this point, on my stream, about sexual, I guess, like, certain behaviors in the community that seemingly, like, the seeming theme to what she was talking about to me was, like, things that bordered on sexual harassment, and how these behaviors need to be rooted out because they're weird, right? And you know what? I've agreed with this sentiment. I've agreed with this sentiment. I think my community can do some antisocial shit sometimes that I try to like police. But I think that the example that she used was the wrong one. I don't think that Gamma's problematic in that regard, or the regard that she was bringing up. I think she would have I think she had a correct argument, but like the completely wrong target. Because from everything I know, Gamma just like consensually like engages in these like little like I guess you call it negging, right? Where like both parties are comfortable with what's occurring, they know what's occurring. And I've gone out of my way, like if I think that someone's like, so I have IC chat. For those of you that don't know, IC chat is meant to be like the cesspit. IC chat is meant to be the place where people are edgy, fight, there's trolls, etc. People who look optically bad to the rest of the world because they're like complete like schizos or whatever. Now there's a line to that, obviously. I don't permit certain things. But the sort of understanding is it's kind of a bit of a free-for-all in there for the like a lot of times. And it's like kind of use it at your own risk. However, I don't allow sexual harassment. And where I really think it becomes more harassment, because people make sexual jokes to each other, is when you're like going into somebody's like DMs or whatever, right? The shit you say to them in text chat can also certainly be sexual harassment, but there are people, it's mutual in many instances. It goes both ways and everybody's okay with it and understands the other is respectively joking. I've made it clear that if somebody's uncomfortable by something, I'm happy to do something about that. You just have to vocalize it to me, right? I've gone out of my way if I believed that somebody was uncomfortable. Like I went, like, for example, Green has like a lot of like this sort of humor. And there was this girl, Samantha or whatever. I messaged her. I said like, are you like legit bothered? And she's like, no, I think he's funny or whatever. And I'm like, okay, then I didn't police it, you know? Cause if you don't take issue with it, you two are grown adults. Not my business. Now, so Aiko apparently elaborated further today on a stream. Let's take a look. People are saying he sent pics of his that never happened, Aiko. They're fucking with you. It's like the joke there's a joke in my community to fuck with Green, and Green sort of gesture maxes for my community. He's never done that. Here's the real take. The normies better stay in their cage on Insta and Facebook. And I said this to Morale the other day. Because Morale asked me if what he should do. Period, I guess, in life. And I sort of, when I took, I'm not trying to LARP here. When I took AP Psych back in high school, I've spoken about this before. You learn about, this wasn't Maslow, it was fuck, I forget. But you have essentially, the theory is in life you have your actual self and your ideal self, and aspects of your ideal self are more like subconscious, but sort of the self that you want to be and picture yourself as and who you actually are, right? And life is just a struggle to go towards achieve self-realization and sort of become the perceived or sort of the ideal self. Now, I was explaining this to him because you have to ask yourself, because a lot of the ideal self is subconscious, what is it? Where do you see yourself? What do you want to do if you achieved your dreams or whatever, right? And what are the steps to sort of get you there? And the truth is, when I do this for myself, if I continue doing this, I want a big audience. I want to make money. I want to actually do something of influence or note. I don't want to be 40 and like streaming to 100 commentary people. And you'll say, well, you are, whether you like it or not. If that was true, I would just step away if I didn't think I could get anywhere with this, right? The end goal here is to get somewhere eventually. I understand that there are things that I don't do that I should be that would, better achieve that, but that's just because I'm a lazy fuck. Now, unfortunately, if your ideal self envisions any form of monetary success while still doing this, you're gonna have to fucking appeal to normies. You cannot reject normies because the truth is the commentary pool or whatever is just not that big. It's just not. You're gonna want to appeal to outside communities. You're gonna want to bring people in. And to do that, you're gonna need to fucking get your optics like in check if you want to go anywhere. Rogers, yeah. Anyways, as I was saying, let's take a look at Aiko's stream. And listen, folks, I like Aiko, but I might just disagree with her completely here. I'll have to say. People sort of recounted this stream to me, and I'll just have to hear what she said. So we're all right. I think she's gonna start somewhere here, I'd imagine.
Distracted by the screen. I
heard Green did not send. No, there are types that I think have went too far. Like a good example of this would be, and I like him, Raven. Now, for those of you that don't know, Raven is gay. Very gay. Like, he's not attracted to women. But for whatever reason, he decided for a week that he was going to do this LARP that he was, and he sent someone, like, I forget who, he sent someone, like, a fucking crazy-ass DM. I'm like, dude, this looks like sexual harassment. So I timed him out for, like, a week, so he knew, like, you can't even make jokes. Like, the thing is, if you have to go into somebody's DMs and make that joke, like, I don't know. Yeah, you need to lock the fuck in, man. You need to understand that, like, yeah, certain forms of humor to the wrong person are gonna make people uncomfortable.
Did I say hi, Mob in Sidonia? I don't remember. But hello to anyone I what was I saying? So, yeah. But, what I should have done instead of, like, I should have disavowed anyone, including the chatter, from engaging with Lissy at all. I should have, you know, she wouldn't have listened to me. You know, the chatter would not have listened to me, but I should have disavowed any contact. Do not contact anyone that I cover, you know, leave it.
That, unironically, I've been saying this, people need to stop touching the fucking poo. Unironically, it's one thing to watch from a distance, it's another thing to fucking personally get involved.
Good faith in terms of, like, you know, being reasonable, typically reasonable. Although, you know, in hindsight, specifically, not a, you know, a really good mark for someone like Lissy. So, yeah, so they contacted me yesterday and told me that they are holding plutonium. And I'm in their way. And I was like, I don't.
Oh, wait, I don't know why. For a second, I thought they were being serious. I'm like, why are they holding plutonium? I haven't heard that expression before. Dude, I went to, another weird anecdote. I fucking went to the Utah State Geology department at their college or whatever. And I got to see all these, like, rocks in the back. And, like, I'm like, what's this one? She's like, oh, that's uranium. I'm like, is it radioactive? She's like, yeah. I'm like, am I gonna get sick? She's like, only if you work with it, like, regularly. I said, when do you work with it? She's like, every single day. I'm like, oh, okay.
I don't like how that sounds at all. I don't like this approach. And I thought that I could tell exactly where this was going. And I proceeded to read what I was sent, which was maybe the worst Google Doc that I've ever seen. Certainly way worse than the one that Westside Tyler made about me and President Sunday. At least that was funny. This was just, you know.
Oh, talking about dickers here? Okay, when does she stop talking about dickers?
You know, shit stirs and stuff, but who also don't like that there are freaks harassing women, you know? And since we have every single one of us, have talked about Destiny being a sex pest and having a sex pest community, remember, we all talked about how it's so funny that when Destiny had this canvassing event, that the handful of women that actually showed up,
Keep going. The war on Christmas is almost won.
Well, I think the biggest issue you have with Destiny as well is that, like, you have, first of all, a huge power. You have the power imbalance because it's actually the figurehead of the community that's seemingly like there's always going to be conflict of interest and sort of like power to be leveraged when you're dealing with things like that. And he seems to have used that to his advantage. It's also the power imbalance of many times. With Anna, I've explained it, right? The power imbalance there was the biggest one, I think. Because he was like he was sort of related to her like compulsion or whatever. And if you're somebody with OCD, if somebody else's action is going to alleviate your obsession, they have a decent amount of control over you, right? I gave the analogy of like the lawyer in the chair. But there's sort of more nuance there that I think makes that especially problematic. But like sexual harassment in general, obviously, like isn't cool.
Thank you, Dankroll, for the 666 super chat. The war on Christmas, true. What was this week?
Thanks a million.
Oh, exciting.
Ridge Resilient, I fucking get it. I get it. Send me the document or shut the fuck up. I don't know what you want me to do. I get it, bro. I get it.
Ooh, psych honors, that's the best. Thank you, Gabby.
Birthday cake emoji.
Thank you so much, Gabby, for the $10 super chat. Thank you for bringing this to light. Listen, we don't have to have anything in common. We don't have to, like, you know what I mean? Like, the far reaches of the edges of whatever areas of commentary that people hang out. When I say commentary, I mean, like, the entire space as a whole, whether you interact with...
I hate commentary. I hate that we have a community. I just want to there just be streamers that sort of associate sometimes. I want to fuck off, like have my own little thing going, you know. The commentary's dying and it needs to die.
Someone or not. This, and you'll see, like I told Rao, the way that this has to change... Oh, wait, no. As I was saying about the DGG event...
It's literally not even commentary anymore.
When Erudite went on Destiny stream after to try to, like, brainstorm, how do we stop people from harassing women? Obviously, Destiny didn't really care and nothing really happened at all. But if you actually think, yeah, this should be a space where, like, you can fuck around it, but women, it's not like an acceptable thing. It's not like oh, that's so funny, that's so cool, you're harassing a woman and helping to chase them out of the space just because they're a woman and you're a freak. In order to change that dynamic, we have to take it off it being the responsibility of the harassed to come forward and make a fit. Like, have a fit, make a stink.
I don't think you need to make a fit, but I think that we're edgy here. We make edgy jokes, and some of these jokes are going to be sexual in nature. Now, the thing is, if you're like somebody making sexual jokes to somebody else, but doesn't want it back onto you, that's like going to be a stipulation you should probably vocalize in private, because people are just going to treat you like how you're treating them. And like, you know, I think that like people can sort of I think that obviously there are certain like situations like with Raven where you need to fucking read the room, right? When you're going to somebody's DMs to do that. But if it's in a chat like I see it, where it's known to be like some fucking edgy free-for-all or whatever, right? The assumption is everybody's okay with like shitty humor or like, you know, etc. And if you have some additional like stipulation, I've said this before, you can literally just DM me privately and I'll handle it, right? If you feel like somebody is sexually harassing you, or you feel like or you feel, you know, that communication is going to be somewhat important there.
About it, okay? Because then they're like, oh, how harmed are you? No, freak behavior should be only on the freak, all right? I don't want it to be, like, forget about if the person feels harassed or whatever, or cares, or is angry, or doesn't give a fuck because this happens all the time, which is usually how it's been. We have to make it a standard. We have to set an
Well, I think you can be a freak. You just have to be a freak in spaces designated for freaks. If you're doing it outside of those spaces, then I think that you have, like, you know, as I said before, like place of quarantine chats, etc. In those respective chats, as a sort of, you're entering at your own risk. Things can be moderated, but like anywhere outside of that, I think there's like for example, my general chat has so many additional rules that IC doesn't, right? So if people don't like shit flinging in IC or whatever, they don't have to be in it. They could just go in general or whatever. But I understand that, like, obviously, there are certain things that are not going to be okay, regardless of the room that it's happening in. But yes, it is the job sort of the person in charge of the community to spot that if that's occurring. But if somebody has like a unique the thing is, the same sentence can in two different contexts can be sexual harassment in one instance and not in the other. So the question is going to be sometimes, is this unwanted, right? Is this demonstrably unwanted? Can you infer reasonably that this is not going to be wanted by the recipient? And if you can infer that, then don't send it, right?
Expectation, like just that this is an automatic thing, all right? Where it's not, I'm not saying we have to burn anyone at the stake. I'm not saying that anyone has to go away even. It just needs to not be on the person receiving the harassment or having the people weird. It should just be normal to, if someone's there.
Sure. But the other thing too is, like, I sort of established, like, there's a guy that I let in my chat that's called Aiden's Raper. Like, people make jokes about, like, raping me all the time. So, like, it would be sort of like, you know, I'm okay with people making jokes like that towards me, but unfortunately that is the byproduct of sort of setting a tone where they might feel comfortable doing that to somebody else.
Send you a weird DM, yeah, share it. That should be the policy. That's my policy. People just need to not expect it to go unnoticed, unremarked upon, you know? Morale's first message to me was asking if I'm single. Oh yes, Morale was very
Morale is, see, this is what I didn't understand. Like, I agreed with what she was saying. I just think she, like, picked, like, the fucking weirdest target to pick on. Like, Morale would have been just a much better example of what she's talking about, in my opinion. Like,
DM'd me after the call too, to ask if, and again, I'm not trying to cancel anyone. I don't give a fuck about Gamma. I don't know what Gamma's deal is. I don't know what anyone's deal is. But if everything is out in the open, then we can see patterns of behavior. You know? So then in the future, if someone's weird, we have things to, oh, well, do they have this pattern of behavior, this history of doing this to multiple people? Or do we have to go back and excavate and dig deep and try to find anyone that can maybe back anything up, or, you know? Just consider it a map. If you are a freak, you get added to the time, you get your own timeline on the map, okay? So Gamma, does Gamma have to go away? No. If you like Gamma, cool, whatever. But people should.
I think what Gamma's doing is only problematic if somebody demonstrates they're not comfortable with it and he persists, right? But Ellie plays into it actively, and has said, I even asked her today, she said she's completely fine with it. So I don't really, you know, in that instance, it wouldn't be harassment for me.
Not expect others to be responsible for the messes that they create. So if Gamma wants to humiliate himself, he can, I guess. That's fine. Mrao is way worse. Oh, no. You're sweeping by proxy? Well, I think, what it looks like to me is Gamma's trying to be Mrao. But I spoke to Mrao, and I will show you. This goes for anyone moving forward. So Mrao knows now.
I don't think she's doing it on purpose. Or like, I don't think she's intentionally sweeping. But I agree that Mrao just would have been the better example. Even though I like Gamma and Mrao, he just literally would have been the better example.
Okay? I'm not... And if someone wants to come forward with something about Mrao, this goes for everyone. Okay? Anything that you want on the record, don't come tell me, gossip, I don't care about that, all right? It's just, if something is being swept, if someone is being harassed, then, you know, we can talk about it. But right now, what my focus is, we are denormalizing harassing women in the space. If you want a space like that, go back to DGG. Understand? And so, but yes. You'll see what I have to say about Mrao. He was concerned about what I think of him after, so he DM'd me.
Let me speed this up. I'm too ADHD, man.
Yeah, so I was clear with him. I told him about this happening. Women, and that's fine. Let's see. I heard Gamma sent an unsolicited bulge photo to a streamer recently. Women and men are unsafe.
Okay, so do you see what's happening? A lot of these guys are my... Dude, you guys are some dicks. There are people that are just feeding her false info to fuck with her here. Like, it's also a joke in my community to make other people in my community look as bad as possible, including me. So they'll just fucking lie. Like, they'll, like, for me, like, they're, like, literally probably at this point, 10,000 inspect elements and screenshots.
That's also fine. Listen, you don't have to be a woman. That's also another thing. It's just there is a specific harassment of women that is just a cultural norm here that people will mention from time to time. But I'm implementing a hostile takeover of that. I'm doing a census of freaks. Okay, so we can keep an eye, know what's what. I think we know a lot about. We've seen stuff about Mrao. I don't know, but like I said, I'm not trying to.
But look, as I said before, I'm not a fan of like actual sexual harassment. I might not necessarily be able to spot it sometimes in instances where it might be occurring. So I ask, if you're uncomfortable with something, once again, is that you can just reach out to me. I won't go and fucking air it out, right? I'll handle it. And I have before. I made this offer and I've done this multiple times, right?
To pass judgment on anyone. This is just about getting in the open, and then it's up to the people in the person's vicinity. If they want to fuck with them, if they don't want to fuck with them, you know, I just don't want it to be, you know, like how there's just me. There's like me and then some like people in chat. They're not, you know, and that's because I don't give a fuck. But
I'm not booing. I'm not booing her. I think she has I don't disagree with her point, right? I don't disagree with her broader point. I just disagree with the example she is.
You know, I'm a little older and I also don't give a fuck. I went on the record, says Rao, that Green started off as a Rao orbiter and his actions towards Samantha prove this. I don't know anything about that.
That's also fine. A bit to make anything that is coming. This is just for anything from my chatters that is being said about myself, Green. It's going to be Junk Drawer Gaming soon because him and Samantha are now, you know. You just assume that it's not real.
That was Jimmy has a great segment on this, but he's 19 and was obviously uncomfortable. Okay. The only commentary creator I have with DMs with is Aiden and Kilo. I think really it's just changing the expectation. I don't want to know. Listen, I don't want to know about your interpersonal stuff. And if there are things that are already like exposed.
I've never had DMs with Black Cat. She's DM'd me. I've never DM'd her back.
That's fine. If you want me to know something that's on the rec, fine, whatever. But I'm not figuring out your Discord relationships.
Can I call in and once? Yeah, you can come on.
And so on. Green is lying. I was comfortable. All right, well, there you go. For the record, Jimmy received bulge from who? Jimmy received bulge and approved of it.
You guys are dicks, man. You guys are such dicks.
Yeah, okay. Good to know. Gamma sent Jimmy bulge and Jimmy approved. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, just ring me. Oh, you are. Never mind. Yo, what's good?
Hey.
Hi.
So I wanted to clarify that I'm not going after Gamma in particular. I was just sent, like I saw what was on your screen and some people sent me stuff. And so I said, I can't vouch for anything. But this is what's going to be on the record. And Gamma just started crashing out, I think disproportionately. And when we talk later, we talk later. Right?
Yeah.
Are you gonna watch that part?
I'll watch you two talk. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, he accuses me of accusing him of things that I'm not doing. So it was a very strange call, but yeah, I just wanted to say I don't know what the case with Gamma is. It's fine that people were memeing. That's on the record now too. Mm-hmm. That this is a thing that they consent to.
Sure.
But
yeah. Do you see why people might have felt like this was once again, I agree with your broader point, but do you see why like people might have felt like this was like a point about Gamma more so per se than like maybe you intended to make it?
I mean, I don't really care like what I didn't have any particular intention. It's like it is what it is. Like I don't know what the case is. But I mean, I know Missy was like talking in my chat before she left. Like I don't know. I didn't get to see what happened. I think things are deleted. But Missy like left because of,
I heard something about that, but nobody ever told me what happened between Missy and Gamma, but I did hear something about that.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that, she was in my chat in like the, more recent days before she left, talking about the community and like realizing that, okay, like I don't think that these guys are ever going to grow out of the misogyny and so on, and kind of feeling like maybe wasted time. But also mentioned Gamma like bothering her, but I don't think she got into it. I don't know in what way. So
got it.
Yeah, so I don't know what it is. All I know is that Missy was having harassment. She left. I didn't talk to her. I haven't talked to her privately, I don't think. But yeah, Gamma was involved. So I don't know how much or little, and I don't care. All I know is that there's like something that should be looked at. And if, whatever the case is, fine. I don't care. I have other things to do, you know?
Got it. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I'll be looking at, but like it, you know, you can take this if you want to, but I'd say in the future, the person, like if you're gonna use someone as an example or whatever, they are gonna probably assume that it is about. I can't blame Gamma necessarily for getting offended here, even if I
mean,
agree.
it is. I'm totally fine with that because I don't care. It's not personal. You know what I'm saying? Like my entire thing with this is that this is how it's going to be. I'm setting an expectation so that there doesn't have to be this back and forth. Like I'm doing this to everyone. I was very harsh on Dickers, but ultimately, in my opinion, he's exonerated of like the the claims overall. I mean, the claims were kind of
I don't even know what the fuck. I don't even know what the fuck the claim was.
Yeah. But like, as far as like, I have nuked Lissy from the possibility of ever being able to come forward with allegations. She's a liar, and she made it sound like Dickers was threatening her and was saying that he was like scary. And when I saw the DM scroll, it's like she's just saying these things that she can cut, and he's like helplessly being like, "What? Wait, why are you saying that?" You know, to doctor the DMs, which is crazy. So seeing that, you know, but that was all exposed under pressure with her. Otherwise, it could have gone on forever. Like exactly as torture. I mean, I don't know if she's going to stop, but I just think that it's good to get these things on the table. And I'm not the judge. I'm just, you know, if someone wants to say something on the record, if you're someone who was harassed, or if you are a person that has a receipt that you want to put on the record, here it is. I can't vouch for any of it. I'm not interested in interpersonal Discord friendship drama, you know?
Mm-hmm. But people might use that offer to get you to like litigate like their like litigious beef that they might not be in the right on and omitting context from. So
yeah, that's fine. I don't like. I'm not going to entertain just anyone that's like if a specific person, woman, I'm not going to exclude a man that's being harassed, but you know, it's about the whole thing. You'll see later where Gamma says that he was sending DMs as a bit to harass this woman that doesn't like him because it's funny, because you know, it's a part of the harassing women is funny culture. I'm just trying to change the tone on that, change the expectation.
Can you so this guy shuts the fuck up. Can you briefly tell me about
the Tylers?
Yeah.
Okay. So a long time ago, when I was having active fun beef with Tyler, between me and Tyler, and Sunday as well, there became a meme about Tyler's wife, about how, you know, just there, wasn't serious. It wasn't serious claims, but a meme was invented about Tyler's wife just being a head in the freezer. And so there was an anonymous donor that would send in donations under Tyler's wife and just have like this fan fiction about Tyler's wife lamenting in the freezer. But I don't know who they were. So, and then Tyler wrote a Google doc that I can send you if you want, where it's like, says that something about Aiko and Predicent Sunday's necrophilia, something, I don't know, but it's pretty funny. But Tyler did gay ops in my Discord. He sent this guy Kill Mickey Mouse in to try to bait people into looking for Tyler's wife's docs, but no one took the bait, and this was a thing that Tyler admitted. So you know, but the Tyler's wife thing had nothing to do with his actual wife. It was purely like a fictional concept of a head in a freezer. So that's what that is. Yeah.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Take care. Yeah, I'd have to look. I don't know anything about that. It sounds like snark. Like, oh, he's crazy. His wife's probably a head in a freezer or some fucking. I don't know. I have to look into that.
Okay, I don't know who Green is. I also don't care. This is exactly what I don't care about. Cool? Yep.
Also, somebody asked who Peter Pizza Pie was. I don't know if Jimmy's still here, but the rundown is, and this is like honestly like the biggest like black pill for me. I'll quickly give it to you. Back in 2020, I was in. It was the pandemic had started. I was hanging out with a bunch of like the reaction commentary guys. We got in with like some music guys because I was friends with this person called Cyrus slash Star67 slash Wi-Fi Skeleton. And we met some of like the glitch core people and we'd hang around in their servers. But it was at this time that I met this kid who clearly there was something wrong with him. But he was a little bit slow, I guess I'd say. But he was very nice, very, very nice. And I was always, hyping him up. I was always chill with him. But you could tell he really just wanted to, be included and make everybody like him. His name was Peter. Well, I don't see it ends. Peter ends up crashing out or something. And he posts his credit card to a bunch of people and his like name and all of his docs details and everything. And that's that, right? I don't hear from him for a few years. Now, I've started my 2-year streaming arc, and a while after that, I'm informed that Peter has actually become a live streamer, an IRL streamer, where essentially Peter is now trying to win the approval of his chat. And his chat is a bunch of teenagers and like World of T-Shirts fans or whatever that are encouraging him to do crazy shit. And of course, he wants them to like him, so he does. On stream, and this includes harassing members of the public. The police have come to his house. He's huffed Duster. He's done Duster on fucking stream. He it's crazy. But I wanted nothing to do with that because it's essentially chat is making him ruin his life. And it is ended now with he's done the same thing multiple times where he sent out his credit card. But now he was also sending out his social security number. And the thing about your credit card is, you can always get that changed. You could also theoretically get your social security changed, but I've never heard of someone that's done it that wasn't in witness protection. It's apparently the biggest, most nightmarish, bureaucratic pain in the ass ever to get resolved. And I was like, dude, this guy needs to be in a home or something. It's crazy.
Gamma didn't ask when he sent Bulge, which is problematic in my opinion. Yeah, I would say probably don't send Bulge. The purpose of this is not to have pass judgment or hold court or something fucking weird. Why do we care about Gamma then? Because he is... oh, I'm sorry. I got off the rails. I got off the rails with chat. So I'll play, my call with Morale. And we talk about the Gamma situation a bit and just overall how things are going to be different now. And then Puddle Sucker, who I also don't know and can't vouch for anything. I vouch for literally nothing that I present from any people that I don't know.
Listen, I love Puddle, but Puddle's a bit of an alcoholic. Okay, a bit is sort of sweeping a little bit. And he said it was a long time ago. He said something in VC that I had to step in on. But he seemed to get it pretty quickly and didn't repeat that. So,
but after the conversation with Morale. Huddle sent me this. I believe this is a screenshot Gamma took because it's to Samantha. I also don't know who Samantha is.
Aiden, I don't think you're lying. What I'm trying to say is you tell them I know. So sometimes I just feel like it's not even real. Sometimes I feel like I'm delusional and I've just completely deluded myself into thinking these things happen, but no, they've happened.
May 11th, 2026. Gamma says, Samantha, never mind, just testing to see if I was blocked. But I think it's weird if you have to test if you're blocked. I don't know, that's weird to me, but okay.
It's very interesting, though. I think actually Samantha is the biggest perpetrator, okay? Samantha is somebody Samantha is female morale, where essentially for her, she's probably too anxious. This is my inference. She's too anxious to actually hook up with guys in real life. So for her, the satisfaction comes from the attention online. So Morale's whole thing is he DMs them and then gets them to DM back, and his dopamine hit and gratification is coming from getting that response. It works in place of having actual sex with people, which I think is, that you should work on that maybe. But I think it's the same thing with her, where her supplement for it is essentially getting, keeping these guys on the rope, you know what I mean? And leading them on and having little playthings. So across the last year, there have been troubling things that have happened with a few members of my server and Samantha.
In July 2nd, there's nothing, no messages in between. I don't know, maybe there could have been something that was deleted, but that's for them to say. Then July 2nd, hey, cutie, and then just a picture of this cat. I got it, thank you, Dav. Hey, Will. So, I think Puddle said something about how it seems like...
You know what? I'd like to make a complaint to Aiko, actually. If sexual harassment victims get to tell their story, I'm going to report everybody that has sent me, somebody sent me like a fucking pussy in DMs the other day. I got sent like gay black porn. I think it's time I tell my story, okay? If we're really platforming victims here, I think it's time that my story is heard.
Let's see.
I'm kidding. I don't feel... I'm not kidding that happened. That really did happen. I have a tolerance.
Sent it to me because it seems like this was sent by Gamma to someone else, who I don't know who it is, who Puddle is not disclosed, but that's fine. Like Gamma took this screenshot and sent it to someone to like be cool. When I talked to Rao, on stream before I was sent this, he was saying that he felt like Gamma is trying to like mimic him a bit.
I'm not chatting up with anyone. At least not anymore. Dude, I'm telling you, London changed me. You won't catch me. You literally never catch me with somebody in the space like that. Because they will always leak it. They will always leak it to humiliate and embarrass you. It's just not worth it. It's really just not worth it.
Be cool, which is very strange. Hey, Wordsmith Andy. So this is just saying Gamma's on notice. And overall, things are changing. The default setting is not going to be, why are you talking about this? Just, you know, if you're like, this feels weird, I don't like it. You know, if you were sent something and you're like, the attitude is changing. We have to change our attitude towards this. And if you have a problem with changing the culture of harassing women is funny and normal in these spaces, then I have questions for you. Green was the one who exposed Gamma. Most women trust him. I would give him a chance. Again, I think that you're forgetting what I just said, which was, and I'll say it one more time and then we'll get into this. I only want people to talk to me who are, you know, women who have been harassed by Gamma. And,
okay, this is obviously about Gamma. I agree with her broader point, but it is very clear this is like kind of sort of about Gamma, right?
If you're a second party, if you are hearing the second hand, then I need like a receipt, like Puddle. Hey, Lily. Anyone else? I don't give a fuck about. I have other things to do, you know? J-Stock is also on notice. That is way more of a thing than anything you can tell me about Gamma.
True. We actually initiate. This is why I'm a anti-commentary community or whatever. I can't vouch for what other people are doing or whatever. We have like a total blockade on the J-Stock server and refugees. I'm kidding. You can of course join my server if you're in the fucking J-Stock server, obviously. But I don't know what the fuck's going on in there, man.
Unless Gamma's out there raping, you know, the whole point of this is just to like, bring the pus up to the surface so it can be excised, you know?
We're building a great big, beautiful wall, and J-Stock's gonna pay for it.
Okay. We ready? I'll leave the chat up. Why not?
I think it's this.
Oh.
Hold on.
Oh, initially I joined... I didn't even join to talk about this. I joined to snark what's-her-face.
There's one more guy that should definitely be on this list. Speak your truth. Speak your truth. We're putting people on notice. Name names.
A lot of his Sun-Piker fans have been making fun of my appearance, which is always unkind and wrong through any lens.
I'm putting myself on notice, as a matter of fact. I actually told Green today that I wanted to bathe in his, like, gushy green goo. So I think that, honestly, I need to take accountability, too, for sexual harassment of Green. If we're gonna, you know.
Misogyny, queerphobia, or ableism.
Actually, I realized Rao gave me a wrench in there so I can see all the deleted chat messages.
Ableism today. I have a genetic chronic illness called cystic fibrosis. When Hassan Piker fans make fun of me because I look skinny and young with a big head and eyes, that's inside.
Ugh.
And I couldn't really make videos or stream last week because with the wildfire smoke and the heat wave, it was giving me near constant asthma attacks. It felt like I was being strangled. And you say that I look
What were you saying in your last chat message, Dankroll?
pale and too skinny and too underdeveloped? That's because of the malnutrition component.
This person is a Destiny orbiter, modern day, to be clear. Because, you know, in the olden days, before everyone knew he is exactly how he is, he used to be able to trick some interesting people, at least.
Let me call in. What do you want to talk about, Aiko? What's up? What's up? Dude. Hey.
Can we just put everyone on notice? I think so. I think so. Well, listen, folks. We're gonna do. Back in my day, we used to have this thing. Back in my day, when I got shipped off, okay, we used to have this thing. We had call outs. Okay, everyone would get together in a big group, and everybody would put people on notice in front of the group or whatever. We need to do that here. I think we need to do that here. I think that we need to put people. We need to do accountability call outs.
Yeah.
I just want to say that the audacity this bitch has to complain about Hassan viewers making fun of her appearance when she has someone who has been alleged to have done. Also, side note, I know that I'm always stoned. I was extremely stoned here, and while I'm talking, I'm like, I probably shouldn't be on any stream.
I was not abused,
but it was fine. It was fine. The edible started kicking in real hard. Hey Glenn, didn't Alice used to go by Pixie, or am I
physically
remembering the RDR lore? I don't know. I didn't know about Alice. Potential sex crimes as the sign of her orbit. You know, like I feel like
one day when I get Giga Docs, you'll know the whole story, and you're not gonna fucking believe it. You just won't believe it. It's so crazy.
Probably shouldn't have called in. I'm gonna say things that are too mean.
You can be mean. Listen, nobody has to know what you say here. I'll even mute you. Nobody can hear you now.
No, listen, no, I'm not saying to mute me. I'm just listen.
What you're saying right now.
I just want to be clear. I do understand how stoned I sound and am here. Yes.
Now can only be heard by me, not the stream.
I am extremely, aside from generally neurodivergent, I am extremely neurodivergently literal when I'm very stoned. I will just believe things that people tell me if there's not like a consequence to, you know what I mean? If someone tells
I don't get high when I'm on stream. You're gonna say that's cap. I've smoked weed on stream like once. It was actually once or twice, I think, and I did it very visibly on camera. But I don't, because the truth of the matter is weed makes you a fucking moron when you're smoking it, and maybe even a little bit sometimes after. But I've been known to be an enjoyer of cannabis, right? But I can't smoke that shit on stream. I'd have nothing to say.
tells me something and it's of no consequence, and I just like, okay.
Nobody else can hear this. It's just me and you.
I want you to play. I am on Adderall. Ha.
You've been
Thank you so
slow
much for
lately. I think that's more from the fact that I sleep 3 nights a week or 4 nights a week. That it could be linked to that as well.
30 Jules Dandelion. I don't want to talk privately.
Yeah, whatever, dude. All right. Well, the bit was gonna be that I didn't mute you at all. That was gonna be the bit, but.
Oh, okay. You know, Sunday once did that to me. Didn't tell me I was live.
Dude, I remember when Sunday was quite rude to you during the Turkey Tom drama. Do you remember that?
No. Gullible, yes.
Why? I have the circadian rhythmic disorder. I essentially, as my doctor explained it to me, I lack a biological clock. So I don't really like get tired when I'm supposed to or wake up when I'm supposed to. It's my nights and days normally flip when I have nothing to do.
But I would rather be gullible about things that don't impact me. You know what I mean? Like with this, like I would never say anything anyway that is different than something I would say public. You know what I mean? So it's like if you, like just a brief example. One time, many years ago, I was like 25, I think. I met boyfriend at the time's roommates. I was getting stoned in their house, and I noticed that there was no stove where there would normally be a stove, and just like an empty space. I'm like, what happened to your stove? And this guy tells me, oh, we just, wanted to challenge ourselves to find new creative ways to cook without using a stove. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, why did you have to get rid of it? He's like, well, it's like quitting smoking.
I'm not always depressed. I fucking, you should have seen me the other day, man. There was just a day, it was like 2 days ago. I woke up at 8 a.m. and I was like, I just felt so fucking great. It was crazy. I got so much done. I was at my peak. I was literally at my peak.
Can't just, if you gotta go cold turkey. And I was like, okay, sure. And then 10 minutes later, I was like, wait a second. I don't know. People are weird. I didn't think about it. Yeah, maybe he needed to sell the stove for more weed. Did they have a microwave? Sounds like cheating. That would be a good point. I don't recall because it's been 16 years, but yes. Nah.
Wait, was it not the Turkey Tom drama? What drama was it where you were trying to watch a video about it and then Sunday was being quite rude? And you rage quit stream. You like threw your mic down.
Oh, I think that was the Brit stuff.
Yeah, the Brit stuff.
To be fair, me and Sunday, sometimes we talk past each other. So we were into those. That wasn't my boyfriend. That was his roommate.
I bet you're a serial killer. You wouldn't be the first. People tend to assume that.
Past each other, and I got angry and I left because I took offense. What does this have to do with anything? Gullibility. Something he said that wasn't well stoned. Since gaslighting. It doesn't seem like there's any truth to be uncovering. You're just calling people freaks hysterically. I mean, if this is what you take as being hysterical, then I think you might have issues with tone. But the point of this is it doesn't matter if someone's harmed or not. If you act like a freak to women, it should be, you should not expect it to not be shown to everyone that you can't act like a regular person. If you don't like this,
oh no, who sent her green tea? She's gonna, dude, no way she's gonna pull up green messages. There's no way she's gonna pull up green shots, man. Dude, green shots are so fucking wait, I have some favorites. I think I have a folder now that I have my old phone with me. We're fucked if she's pulling up green images. We're actually so cooked. Dude. Hold on, I have some honorable mentions. I have a few honorable mentions. Dude, who is the one? Is Jimmy watching? Can I have the one where he's like replying to Samantha with the South Park image? I think that one is like the worst one. Can we get the South Park one?
Change in culture where we are, women, just treat women in the space like you would anyone else, and don't drive them away by being sex pest, harassing weirdos. Like, if you don't know how to conduct yourself like an adult interpersonally, then you are probably too immature to be here, and should have, go somewhere else. There's no ice at Amazon notice. Check DMs. Oh, interesting. So remember how I just said I don't know who this green guy is?
No.
And he sent me this. I don't know what this is about. I don't know what
Sweet mother of God.
I don't know what this is, but the green guy.
Oh no! No! Dude, we're cooked. We're cooked. The group chat's leaked. Pack it up, folks. Pack it up. We're so cooked.
I was in chat before, to the same Samantha, I presume, who Gamma sent this cringe message to. Green responds to Samantha saying, best he can come up with on his own. Green says, this user has discharge all over her panties, by the way.
Wait, wrong
with an arrow
screenshot.
Pointing up. That went to himself, actually, because it didn't, it's pointing to himself, but okay.
How bisexual are you? It's like 80% women.
They're gang pesting her. Exactly. And so
90% maybe.
this is, and that's not all. Sorry.
Nowadays, maybe even 99%.
Sorry. Not all. Here. Responding to Samantha saying, soon we will be talking about leaking the green video. Green responds, DMs. Also, is this the same Samantha in different Discords? Because this one is capitalized, the man, and the URR tag. I don't know who's URR.
I'm the one that capitalized this.
Whose Discord tag is URR?
I think isn't that like Dioria's?
This is similar to how garter snakes breed in the wild. Hundreds of males try to separate and mate with females. Yes, this is literally the Discord version of the DGD event, but probably worse. I don't know who's talking about discharge. Let's see. Here, Green said, I didn't DM Samantha anything crazy. Samantha says,
this is a joke. She's joking. Green never sent her. Samantha is in on the joke. Samantha knows Green's joking. I actually messaged her once and asked, are you uncomfortable or whatever? She explicitly said no.
Send me your penis, dude. So Green, where's Green? Green, did you send your penis? Can Green call in? No. Why? Is this fake? If it's fake, then why? Oh, it's Nick the Oreo server? Okay. Was this like did you know he said a woman has a pink sponge? What's that mean? I don't even know what that means.
Jimmy, fuck off, bro.
Trying to smear this person out.
You have the problem that we can't actually seriously talk about any of this because half the people that are in on the joke are just gonna pretend it's serious.
Is it sex test? Oh yeah. These are out of context? Uh-huh. Okay. Well, if Samantha wants to say anything, that's totally fine. No pressure. This is it on the record. I am these strings. This is just for the record. You can think whatever you want about it. So Hermes, if you think that what I've shown, this isn't Gamma. If you think that what I showed of Gamma is too far, maybe just consider there are different expectations, right? Like if you're in the workplace, you behave differently than if you're out with your friends at a bar, right? Here, this space is like a fucking.
Can we get some honorable green shots and inbox, please? I agree with Aiko. It's time we put people on blast. It's time we call people out. And I think it is time for Green to take some accountability. So can we get some notable green shots? Did Green send you a surprise as well?
Like people treat Discord like it's fucking glory. Just try to shove their dicks into holes or something and try to get attention. I don't know what the fuck people are doing. I don't know why they're doing this. They just are, and it's for a reason. So if you want to deal with it, you can. I don't want to know any more than anything that'll be on the record. Have you tried asking Ellie about this? I don't know who Ellie is. Oh, you mean the Gammer? I don't care. Thank you, Lily, for the 1,000 jewels. So gay, so hawk. Thank you, thank you. Hermes is a sex pest, most likely. Yes, if Gamma's DMs being shown makes you nervous, then maybe just change yourself. Yeah, time to grow up, pussies.
People are being put
treated
on
like the
blast,
sewer,
okay?
okay?
What is...
And
Hold on. We're putting people on blast. Look at this, man. This is disgusting. We're putting people like this on blast.
I'm not doing it anymore. Okay, for 6 years, I gave people room to show how they are, to show who they are, demonstrate what they do in comparison to what they say. And it's only just now that I'm coming to my absolute conclusion, which is, yeah, they all know what they're doing, and you are an adult and you can police yourself. No more, okay? Don't come in and shit all over the fucking business. Don't go into a business and shit on their floor, okay?
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, shock doctor until you know they're down.
Speak
Yeah, no more.
for yourself,
Okay?
man.
Let me see. Check DMs. All right. Ali Khan says. Oh wait, before that.
Oh yeah, this was a gamma analysis. This was a gamma analysis to sort of document the problem. And it would seem like I might be the biggest victim.
Green sent me this Excel sheet. What do you call this? Of everyone that Gamma mentions added in Icy. Okay. Yeah. Weird. Okay. Ali said, "Hi Aiko, I have some messages here that may paint why Green is so eager to go on at Gamma."
Last week. Thanks a million.
Oh, I'm so excited. Ooh. Psych honors. That's the best. Gamma. Green, have you perhaps ever? Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. I don't know. So, Green, have you sent any penises unsolicited?
Yeah. Nope. To me, actually. To me.
Hey, Callie. Green has? Okay. And is he an icy? It's irony, it's banter. Green used to have multi-hour
And the whole chat is icy, so they're all just gonna be fucking with her now.
With Samantha and Aiden server over some short he forced himself to watch. Whatever. I don't care about that. Wait, so you did send a picture of your actual penis.
You guys today, did people actually gaslight Aiko into thinking that Green sent his penis to Samantha?
To Samantha? And to other people? Green sexually harassed a 17-year-old in DMs. Hey, early down. He sent bulge. Samantha? Okay. So what do you have to say about this? Green is a therapist. Oh, I heard there was some. I don't know. Listen, I stay away from all this shit. And I don't want to know any more than is necessary to get this.
Yeah, you know they're all. You know they were all in VC. They were all in VC, giggling, kicking their feet as they typed.
Okay, I don't. Green to this day keeps deleting his DMs with Samantha and refuses to delete them. What does Samantha want? Where's Samantha at? What is she? What's her deal? And I only want people to come to me if they have like.
Had a thought I was uncertain, but if you're uncomfortable, I just wanted to ask a quick question. Feel free to respond. Just wanted to double check and gauge your comfortability with some of the jokes being made. And I see that's all right. I'm crying, haha.
Plans to go. They want to say something on the record. I don't want to just hear gossip. All right. I want people to know that it is a very strong chance that the person that you were weird to could tell me, or someone that will tell me, and I will tell everyone. All right. We're cutting the behavior at the source. Know that you cannot expect people, the person who is the recipient of your bullshit, okay, who has to then waste time and energy thinking, is this worth it? Dealing with the hassle of people being like, why are you telling anyone that? No, we're changing that expectation. Someone doesn't have to feel harassed or feel traumatized in order to be like, hey, this was fucking weird. That's my policy.
Generally, if you have, like, if the room you're entering, like, if I go into, I don't know, like, there are certain environments where certain behavior is tolerated that wouldn't be tolerated, like, in other environments, and if you enter that environment and, like, have a sort of personal preference that goes, and it could even be a reasonable personal preference, but it might be, you know, sort of, more strange in that space, because that space could be, like, a fucking crazy place or whatever. It is like you should be communicating that to like the appropriate person so that, you know, they would know. and can do something about that, right?
What's your do you have my Discord? What's this from? Oh, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Oh no. Where's this from? And is this real?
You guys, see, the thing is, this is funny, guys, but like when you're doing the fucking whole out of context screenshot bit, or like you're inspect elementing shit or whatever, you are gonna actually trick people into believing shit that is just not true.
Who's this? Listen, I don't know what this is at all. Someone else is gonna have to confirm if this is a thing. Good, you're doing this, they will disperse like cockroaches and will want you to endlessly litigate each instance of bad behavior. Don't bother and let the public know these kissless freaks are out there. Yeah, yeah. I was mocking Rao. Okay, well, Puddle sent that to me. It was a...
Auntie was let in on private inside jokes to look absolutely horrendous to outside viewers for the amusement of 12 people. Yeah, this is... this keeps happening. I don't know why. Like, we have, like, obviously, like, very, like, in-group bits or whatever that for whatever reason just always need to become, like, a, you know, an everyone thing. And obviously, if you're not in the in-group and don't understand, like, the vibe, it's gonna fucking always look, like, terrible. You know what I mean? So I don't know why people keep doing this.
A joke? Is this a joke? Okay. All right, Puddle Sucker. You're on notice for sending useless things. That's fine. All right. Puddle Sucker, you're on notice. You have burnt goodwill with me. You have tanked your credibility. It makes it look, if Hater's not in there, you didn't send your dick.
Like, we have a good fucking thing going sometimes, and people need to ruin it sometimes by just being like, oh, this needs to be everybody's thing, or whatever. It's like, no, this is an edgier space where you're allowed to be edgy or whatever, under the presumption that everybody knows you're being edgy, under the presumption that everybody there understands the nature and context of the chat, right? So they would understand sort of what's occurring, right? If you're like, I said this when my shit was happening, whenever you're taking in-group humor and showing it to the out-group, it is always going to be misinterpreted.
No? I don't think the men are taking this seriously. Yeah, that's fine. Uh-huh. Yeah, everything is a joke until it's not. He didn't send bulge. Okay, there you go. That's enough. Oh,
$5 from Balls Mahone. Thank you so much. I could see this muddying up the waters for legitimate harassment. Yeah, I know. Yes. Yes, I know. I guess it's muddying up the waters for legitimate harassment being exposed in this area. You can't tell when people are being serious or not, right? You just, like, literally can't tell. Because the bit is to pretend like they're serious half the time.
Got my calling to Aiden, too. Cool. On my homeboy soul, he sent bulge. Okay. Well,
this is hilarious. It's something being funny or not is not what contributes to my endorsement. There are tons of like funny, like I thought Raven's DM was funny, but I still know that optically that looks fucking terrible, and you shouldn't be taking like your in-group fucking schizo antisocial humor into random people's fucking DMs, right? So I had to do something about that. Right? I could find it funny and still not want to tolerate it.
If Ring's still in Aiden's Discord, then these are things to, Samantha gets multiple dick pics every other day.
Okay, she's just being trolled now. This is literally Icy trolling Gran by setting... Alright, let's see when Gamma calls in. See, like, Kevin is in, he understands the group, but the bit for Kevin is to pretend like the bit is serious, right? That's like, and I get that that's funny, but believe it or not, when we're trying to argue that it's a bit, and the bit is to then go continue to pretend it's, everybody is going to think it is serious.
A cutie was done for a fucking bit on a stream.
Okay.
All right, when does Gamma call in?
Yeah, a philosophy thing with where everyone is just talking about philosophy and not being freaks. That's the difference. Yes.
Okay, so you're willing. Wait. So what do you think about? Okay, so
I'm just fucking kidding. Obviously, we fucking. You say what the situation is. That's your problem, and anyone who gives a fuck about you. Right? Like if he is so, like you would think, like no one should be so attached and accepted. That's over, right? You agree with me?
I do agree there, right?
Okay,
but that's not the only thing. But that's
right?
Tolerated, right? And that it looks.
I don't think so. Why is it that the one time I closed tabs? Hello,
Aiko.
Hello, Gamma. How are you doing?
So you're claiming, or you're heavily, yeah, you know you're claiming. You're heavily claiming that I am a serial harasser.
I am showing a couple instances of what looks like you harassing. If
What looks like me harassing,
Yes,
right? But
I'm putting it there.
you didn't specify that it looks like. You made it very clear that I was a prime example of people that need to be iced out for being harassers.
I'm sorry, who said iced out?
You didn't say iced out. That was me paraphrasing. But that's
So,
essentially what
okay.
you were conveying with your entire show.
I know that this is funny as all, but no, I'm putting my community on notice. Not about like even this or whatever. Just fucking lock in, people. Let's just lock in, okay? Understand, please understand. It's okay. It's okay to joke. But if the joke is going to be perceived by the outgroup as a serious statement of intent or like something serious going on, you have to clarify that you're joking at some point, right? Because like the truth is, you know, it's literally just.
Right.
So what you're saying, the way that I describe things, so you think that like if what I was presenting is accurate, then you think that people would want to ice you out.
Hold on. You said that people around me, or people that are around other people that exhibit similar behaviors, should be put on notice, and that this type of behavior should not be tolerated, right? And you
Yes.
could argue, right? You could argue that this type of behavior is gross, and it should
You could argue.
not be tolerated and not be left out. Now, obviously,
You could argue, or is that true? I'm sorry. Before we continue,
That's not the only
yeah,
isolated
no,
thing
I
you
wanted to
can
confirm that though. We're on the same page though, right? That,
I agree.
like,
Yeah, I
right.
agree.
So
I
women,
agree.
the culture of women being harassed, being funny, and accepted, that's over, right? You agree with me?
I do agree there, right? But
Okay,
that's not the
then
only,
we're-
like, but that's
then
not the
we're good,
isolated point being communicated. That's not the only isolated point being communicated. You're essentially like, you're dressing me specifically.
I don't know about any of those. I'm taking responsibility for my people, and it does seem like a lot of these are my people. But you know, I think that it is. I said this about Missy. I said even though it's soy and cringe and everyone's gonna think I'm like everyone I see is like Aiden's so gay or whatever the fuck. You do need like somebody to sort of rein it in sometimes. You do, because like if it doesn't and it's just totally unchecked, you're just gonna like misunderstandings occur. You know, things can happen that are obviously very unideal. It's good to have a voice of reason, even if it's like the fun police sometimes.
And by also like relating me or putting me in close proximity to all these other examples, making it seem as if I'm somebody that has serially harassed women or pested on them.
It's not up to me to
Right?
characterize your actions.
The framing here.
That's up for you and
I mean, it did sound though like there was like a implied characterization.
whoever else is involved to explain what's going on. I'm just
Yeah,
bringing this
I guess
to
this is my
light.
explanation, right?
I've said I cannot vouch for anything that anyone shows me. I'm just bringing it to the sunlight because you know the entire.
Yeah, but I don't think she should like. I think that even for her end, it would be better like she should only platform it when she's like clear of the context. Because people will just use this to fuck with her as they like demonstrably have. You like I think like to just air it out like to just make an offer like that. It's just like a bad idea because people are literally just gonna use that to fuck with you.
The culture has to change. The way we handle things have to change. The expectation from now on is if you can't stop, there's no more women harassing. We've seen like Missy has been driven from the space. I guess like
Who?
Missy is no longer around.
Yeah.
Like she's given up on that.
Who?
I don't know, like the space in general. I don't know
I'm
specifically.
asking you to assign blame because earlier you assigned
Why would
blame.
I assign blame for
Because earlier
Missy?
you assigned blame. You said
You're one of the people
attributed
she had
that
a
to my
problem.
responsibility. I'm one of the people.
You are one of the people. Yes.
Did she explicitly say that?
Yeah, she did in my chat.
In your chat, she explicitly said that. Can I see it? Can I see that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I heard her say something about that. I did. I heard something about Gamma, but nobody ever like. I think Missy was right on certain things, sort of, but there's other things she was just like tripping the fuck out about. Like I think it was like weird, like, and I like Missy, right? And I think that a lot of times she does have like I can appreciate some of her concerns, but the when she was like. Streamers are like making chatters do like the labor for it by like making them clip and not adequately educating them about the risks. I thought that was like a really dumb point. I think that like you know at this point what DGG does if you watch any of us, so you understand that when you get involved in active hostilities against them, like I don't know, clipping points from a streamer that are anti-DGG, you run the risk of being on their radar and then potentially trying to do shit, right? We get this. We get this. You know, I like it. I don't think that always like. I feel like it was explicitly clarified. I didn't even think that it needed to be, but it has been multiple times. So I don't even know what that complaint was.
Oh, it was a while ago. She said that
It was
you
a while
were
ago.
bothering her. I haven't spoken to her in a while. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, but look, when you don't clarify the context or you don't clarify what thing she's like specifying when she says that,
Why?
it's the same as if I'm somebody who was hitting on her and sexually harassing her out of the
I
community.
didn't say that
right?
you were
But
sexually harassing her.
Okay,
Were
but
you?
that's what you have
Were
to
you?
No, I wasn't.
Okay,
No, I wasn't, right?
cool.
But look, when you're saying something like that, and Missy's last complaint was, oh, people were hitting on me and dogpiling on me.
I don't know. I didn't see anything she said. I asked
So
if
you
there's any
don't know. So
reason.
you don't know exactly. You don't know what's going on. Yet you attributed like the blame onto me as a part of that. Without pointing out
I know that.
other obvious
I heard that
factors over there.
Queeman. I heard that Queeman mentioned that Missy wasn't around
But
anymore.
only
But I didn't
now.
see. Emma, calm
Only
down.
now you're
Calm
making
down.
it
It's okay.
ridiculous.
Take a deep breath. It's okay. No one's gonna do anything to you. Okay. I know that Missy had been displeased with the behavior, the misogynistic behavior around. She talked to me about it, like in my chat. And you're one of the things that she mentioned. This is relevant. I'm not saying you know what you did. I have no idea what went on. You can explain yourself, and then people that know you, that give a shit, they can decide what they think of what you say. That's it.
Okay, well, first and foremost, I don't think
The
that
only,
attributing
the
me
only problem, the biggest issue with this is people will be led to the wrong conclusion when it's occurring amongst people who know each other and know the context that isn't being included in the screenshot. So it actually is like problematic if we're gonna like just start presenting it and leaving up to people's interpretation, because like that's where we can like make things look like things that they are not, which has demonstrably happened, right? It's like the context is very important.
It's fair at all. Because
Why, who
the
cares?
entire,
Why do I care?
who cares?
Why do I care?
Because you're the one asserting it. You're making the claim.
I'm
You
literally just
can't
showing. I'm not
prove
making any claims. I'm
You
showing.
did make a claim. What's the claim?
Making a claim of what? Tell me what my claim is.
You are assigning blame to me. You are claiming
what's
that
my
I
claim?
was a reason as to why she was like pushed out of the community.
A reason.
It's not a claim.
You contributed to the culture of what
Okay,
happened.
I
Yes,
contribute to the culture, right? But you're like,
I don't know to what extent. I don't know
example.
anything about what
When you
happened
put
with
me there
Missy.
as the sole example, it leads people to
Why
believe
do
the way
I-
you're framing it that I pested her out of the community when there are more obvious vectors there that you
Did
failed
you?
to mention.
Why are you bringing?
I did.
No one ever
I did.
said that you did.
No, I
Why are you assuming that?
I'm not assuming it.
So you're saying that your behavior implies, like your demonstration of behavior implies that?
When I say something like what I'm doing right now, when I'm saying something right now, right, I'm trying to get to a larger point, you're immediately jumping to a conclusion because sometimes when you're unable to provide the full details of something, insinuations can be drawn, assumptions can be drawn. Is that not right? That's how you frame something, right? And when you're framing
And I'm supposed to frame something that where I'm cushioning it for you.
accurately. You should frame something accurately.
Okay, you tell me exactly how it is then.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to, right? I'm trying to.
Cool.
I can agree with Gamma. I agree with Gamma. I think that if you just show bits of something, what you leave out leaves people to fill in blanks, and I think that trusting the public to accurately fill in those blanks is just not something. I hate to say it, but like, yeah, the public is really fucking stupid. Unfortunately. So you and also there's like context omit, etc.
Cool. I will say though, I do find it concerning that you think that I would go somewhere so extreme when I'm showing I'm showing as much as I'm showing. I'm saying as much as I'm saying. Like I'm not trying to say what the situation is. That's your problem, and anyone who gives a fuck about you.
During the Aiden call-in, when you like were complaining about me, you specifically aligned me to being like a Destiny level fucking pest.
I didn't say you were Destiny level. I said that the space we talk about the stuff the stuff that goes on in DGG. Everyone, you've talked about the misogyny in DGG. I'm sure you've covered
for the last 5 months.
No, before that. I haven't covered Destiny.
The most I talked about the Destiny stuff was a situation with I forgot her name. Fucking Jake Stock's old co-host. What was her name? I forgot her name. That's the most I've talked about the Destiny situation.
Okay, so you're saying that you just haven't you've never said that DGG harasses women?
I'm not a DGG like what's it called fanatic. I
know.
care about that side of things.
Okay, but that's a known thing, right?
And not to me.
You don't know that DGG is.
No, I don't come from that community. That's not like something that
you
I
don't need to. That's part of the system.
I think the like DGG has a problem with women, but I think it's a very different kind of problem than the one we're discussing here, right?
The infinite rape machine. Right?
Yeah, the infinite rape machine. Right? The infinite. Also, by the way, that's a conversation we had. That's a conversation we had in that infinite rape machine. The way we had it. The conversation we had. Kelly Jean was her name, right? Was specifically attributed to Destiny, making a what's it called system where he can continuously pick out women in his community
it's a
and
part
then
of the
malign them
machine.
by painting them as
It's not just one thing.
The way that we had that conversation back then was specifically towards. We're getting fucking like lost in the
yeah, we are. What I'm saying is, you think I'm comparing you to Destiny? I'm not. I'm saying that the way that people talk about Destiny and his community being disgusting sex pests, right? That
it seems like she is saying there's a parallel between the problems in that community. Not necessarily like saying they're exactly the same, but there's a parallel to be drawn. I don't think necessarily. I think that like if there is an issue here, which there very well could be, right? And I think that in certain instances in this community there is a real issue. I think it's very different than like the type of issue we're talking about as it pertains to DGG.
There's elements of that here. It's not all about you, Gamma. It's not about you. I'm not saying you're clearly not Destiny because they'd respond if it were equivalent. No one's responding to you. That's what the exposes is. Unless there's other stuff that that you want to show. I don't know.
What other stuff is there to show? You're the one who made that you're the one who made that implied comparison, right? I feel like when you make them implied
I think that you heard Destiny. I think you heard the word Destiny and panicked. Because I'm just talking about the culture. I'm saying that collectively, commentary, everyone. I just assumed that you were I assumed that you knew that DGG was
just upset. To be fair to Gamma here, I think he sort of was right to like. I don't think his interpretation is insane, right, from his perspective here. And if I were him, I'd probably be like a little ticked off too, right? Although I agree with the broader issue, it does seem like he obviously could view this as like this is specifically against him.
Sex pest. I thought you knew because everyone knows, but if you didn't know, that's fine. What I'm saying, my point of DGG, stop, Gamma. Exactly. So many communities, all of it's stopping, right? The culture's changing. So if you act like a freak, the default setting is
where's the evidence where I did that?
Where you did what?
Where I acted like a freak.
You are behaving. This is not normal behavior to do, and so people are laughing at you.
This is not. What is the behavior exactly?
The thing that Aiden pulled. Are you okay?
No, because like
just calm down. No, I'm trying to respond to your questions, but you keep moving to something else. So I was just about to pull something up to answer your question. Do you not think? Okay, is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, so what happened is Aiden pulled up the screenshot from whoever Ellie is, where you're messaging her and not getting responses.
Toki, how many fucking years? How long ago is this? What is it? Okay, this is Snark. This is probably Inspect Element. Dude, this guy, I think this guy was around 2 years ago. How fucking old is this? This is out of context. we're not understand. We're not. It's out of context.
That was sent to Aiden for a reason. He pulled it up. People were laughing at you, right? People were laughing at
That
you.
was sent to Aiden for a reason. That was actually not sent to Aiden for a reason. That was sent to a streamer known as Jimmy primarily for a reason, right? And the reason was, yes, to be humiliating. But at the same time, that is the natural dynamic that we have within our friends group, that we have within our social circle, right? Ellie.
Yes, and we need to know and understand outside of our social circle, people are going to interpret things the wrong way. So fucking keep it in the circle. And that's not to say, oh, hide it, right? But if you're showing it, like, make sure everybody knows that you were joking here, that both parties understand this is a joke.
Is not somebody who would ever accuse me of being like a harasser or a fucking creep or a
Who
pest.
cares?
Right? We are mutual.
Why do I care? No, it doesn't. Your behavior. I don't care who you are in your soul. I don't care who you are as a person. I don't care if you want to sex fest in your heart. I'm telling you that the behavior is what is going to change.
Drastically change. Wait, does your connection with somebody and the quirks that you have with somebody, like, within somebody's relationship, not like change based on the person that you're talking to?
Uh-huh.
Are you not going to like have different behaviors or personality quirks towards somebody that you have like a different connection to, that you have
Why does Gamma, like, need to explain everything in the most, like, complex way possible? Just ask. Do you not code switch? Do you not just, like, talk to different people that you have different relationships with in different ways?
called a friendly, connection to?
Sorry, I've never had any human relationships before, so you'll have to explain it to me.
Okay, so
I'm just fucking kidding. Obviously, we fucking know.
I'm obviously gonna fucking steamroll you over it. I'm going to like.
I don't know what you're trying to do.
You want to like fucking pretend like there aren't obvious fucking dynamics.
If there isn't anything weird with this stuff, why are you freaking out? Why are you
because you're
freaking out?
fucking lying me. You are.
Because, okay, he has a right to freak out, even if he didn't do it, because it looks weird. It looks weird when you're excluding the context that this is occurring between people who make similar jokes to each other all the time in a context where everybody knows it's a joke and nobody legitimately feels uncomfortable, right? So the DMs, so I think he can be, bothered without that meaning that he's, like, guilty, right?
Why? You're implying that I'm doing these horrible things.
You sent this to someone, right? You sent this to someone. Why did you send this to the screenshot? Why do you take the screenshot and send it to someone?
Okay, because first and foremost, I want to say that I'm friends with a streamer known as Jimmy. I want to say that I'm close, that I'm like somewhat connected to an individual known as Samantha, right? We fucking do this bullshit shit talk back and forth. We fucking go up each other's asses all the fucking time. We fucking insult each other all the time. This is just how we fucking deal with each other. This is just like a group of people that fucking screw with each other all the time because it's funny, right? This isn't something that we would do.
I don't know how Aiko doesn't see this. Just makes people hate. Okay, well, anyone who looks at this and hates women more is like a dumbass, because like if you take like individual behavior that you take issue with or whatever, and then use that to make like sweeping judgments about a group student and immutable characteristic, you have a fatal flaw in your logic.
Or a random member of a community, right? These are very, very specific micro examples that are only going to be exhibited between people that share same mutual dynamics. It's not going to be something that I'm going to do.
Yeah, I mean, like if you use this to justify hating women more, like you probably just hated women to begin with. It's the same shit with like when people are like, it's stuff like this that makes people racist or whatever the fuck. It's like, no, not if you're just assessing it as the actions of an individual and not attributing it to an entire group to an immutable characteristic. It shouldn't, right? And if it does, that probably means you have the logic of a bigot.
Some fucking random woman.
Okay. Do you think that you can't harass people that you have some kind of relationship with?
I mean, do I think that I can harass people? Yes, obviously you can harass people you have relationships with. But I mean, I don't think that you can classify this as harassment.
Well, that's for other people to think. I mean, I think it's weird.
That's up to the victim to think. That's not for
No, I'm sorry. No, that's the fundamental difference.
This is the problem I have. We should not be leaving this up. Like, without the context, we should not be leaving this to for the public to decide, because they will just if they don't know the context, they'll just fucking get it wrong.
What's changing here, right?
Platform it when you know the context and understand that what's occurring is fundamentally problematic, right?
You can't even make the argument. During the Soul Skivity shit, you wouldn't classify what he did harassment. And you agree that it would be up for the victim to determine who classifies
because he wasn't doing it to me. He wasn't coming to me.
It was towards you. That was a core part of the argument.
No. I'm sorry. He didn't message me and make it my problem. He didn't repeatedly message me.
Wait. You're telling me that
wasn't he going into her chat on like alts and shit? This was an argument I made to him at the time when I was like wasn't he? Correct me if I'm wrong. Was he not like continuing to try to initiate contact?
Didn't continuously donate to Dickers to get you shut out of his fucking community, to get your fucking perms removed.
Oh, I don't care about donations.
Games, and then fucking DM'd you afterwards.
I'm always happy for
didn't
people
he
to get...
Did he calling you and then you ignored it because that was creepy?
Yes, I think Soul is creepy. I think that
I mean, yeah, he was. It was obvious. It was obvious harassment. I guess maybe she doesn't feel that way. I guess, which is fine. But like, if somebody obviously doesn't like what's occurring and you make repeated attempts in different contexts to keep initiating contact or interact, even if it's like at some point that just becomes harassment.
I'm not gonna fight with a 20-year-old child.
I didn't consider that harassment.
Well, it is, but I didn't care about it.
But back then when you wanted to apply,
behavior is harassment. Yes.
Okay,
But that was at a time. Well, not harassment that anyone would care about. Obviously, no one cares.
But
The
you never
difference is,
clarified that. You
I'm
never
sorry that you can't make these very extremely
Gamma
obvious
cared. Gamma cared. To be fair, Gamma cared.
connections without me handling you. But things are different now. Okay, it was very insulated. There were only certain kind of engagement that was had. It's different now. There are new people. There are regular people, and that's fucking awesome. So whatever happened before, just be aware that it's not about the victim or the recipient of something to say if they feel bad enough about it to bring it up. It's if you behave like a fucking weirdo, you're gonna be made fun of. You should be shamed for that. And it seems like that's what's happening. So
wait. So if you're willing to classify that as harassment now, right? And that's your.
Oh no, I'm saying that it looks weird. It's weird behavior. So I don't know what it is. I have no context.
Is it okay to retroactively apply different meanings to things, even though in the past you've already explained that wasn't your point?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
You think that when you qualify?
Okay, Gamma. Yes, that it's okay to reinterpret things and retroactively apply. Like if I've said this before, because someone's like, Aiden, you changed what you called your drama or whatever. I've said this in the context of even like people that have been sexually assaulted or whatever, right? What you call it can change due to hindsight interpretation. What doesn't change is the facts. Okay, so as long as you're consistent on this thing happened, and this thing happened, the label can reasonably change, right? You can reinterpret things all the time. That's like a change that's actually you expect to see sometimes.
You think when you describe something that you like, that's just permanently what it is? That's all that it is ever?
Inconsistency arises when the actual facts are what's changing.
By the standards of commentary at the time, I didn't give a fuck.
Like morally grandstanding about misogyny, but you're also like,
I'm sorry.
that specifically make arguments like these impossible.
Why are you so attached to needing to be misogynistic and harass women?
I'm not attached to it.
No, okay, then you won't need to anymore.
In fact, we have agreed on a lot of things about misogyny in the past.
Which is crazy that like you say the same things that you do.
I just think it's fucking insane that you're walking back an opinion that you had months forward when you were on the record saying these things.
I'm not walking back.
And it sounds extremely similar to when people lie about things.
I think it's very interesting that you can't. I think it's interesting you are employing these tactics instead of actually just
employing these tactics. You did it first.
No, you're trying to say something about what I did. Talk about what you did. You're bringing up some other thing that has nothing to do.
I am talking about what I did.
Okay,
I'm saying
so you're
that
saying
you're
that
hypocrisy by not being consistent with what you
I
did
don't care.
and what you're not willing to
hypocrisy. People who start grasping at hypocrisy are people who can't defend themselves, like plainly.
Okay, that's only a thing. You can make that argument if hypocrisy was something that I consistently use as a deflection.
You are using this right now. Right now, it's not hypocrisy. If it were a valid point, that'd be one thing. But when I was describing, I say, hold on, Gamma, would you like me to explain to you exactly why? What the difference is here between me and Soul and what's happening right now? I will explain it to you. Okay, I will explain it to you. Since you have made this point, I will explain it to you. Okay, Soul, like many other people, was harassing me. Yes, it was harassment. Do I care by the standards of what's acceptable? No. So I wasn't gonna go and be like, oh, it's harassment, and have people think that I give a fuck, because I don't. If you don't come to me, I don't care about it. If you are doing it on your stream, I don't care about it. Huh?
What was the point of the stream putting me on notice then?
Of this stream?
It just seems wildly inconsistent. Yeah. What was the point?
Well, how is it inconsistent?
It just seems like a gripe you have personally. Then, if that's really like your standard.
No, I don't have I literally never think about you, and I don't care. I just was shown this. I didn't do this. This happened. This
I mean, to be fair to her, that doesn't necessarily have to be inconsistent. It could be a preference thing, right? She could be getting personally harassed and not feel like there's any utility in airing it out, but think that like somebody else that's being bothered, if it's truly bothering them, to that extent, deserves to have it resolved. But like, I think for her, you shouldn't the whole logic she's doing here where it's like, I'll just platform and let them decide. I think that can go wrong, right? As it has. And it should be like if they're telling you that they were harassed, then you should, you could platform it and cover or whatever, right? I think that a big part about harassment is going to be, is it unwanted by the other person? And it is people's job to read the room, right? It's not entirely on the person themselves. But, if we're going to start talking about harassment, we should like use it in instances where the person in question feels that they were harassed, right?
Oh, you dude. I'm just putting it out here, and now we're all able to see your reaction.
How is this harassment?
It is weird behavior. It's weird behavior.
If it's entirely just.
What about the other one? About the other one?
Ellie was not mine. They are mutual. Wait. Would you shift? Wait.
I don't care, Gamma. I don't know. I don't care. It looks weird. That's all.
Okay. So
weird. And also, you are a part of why Missy is no longer around. To what degree? No idea. Don't care. Other people.
How am I part of it?
Because you're one of the reasons. She literally said that you're a part of it.
Okay, if I'm one of the reasons, I'm like very, very, very low on that list.
Low on the list. If you're on the list,
about reasons. Yeah, you really care about reasons.
Do you think you're on?
Are you willing to tie yourself to that? Like, do you really care that Missy was outed?
Huh?
Do you really care that Missy was outed?
What do you mean?
Outed what? She was outed or not?
Outed about what?
Like outed as just
driven off with misogyny.
Yeah. Do you really care about that?
I think that shouldn't happen.
Okay, you really do care about that, right? Then let's say I still really low on that list.
Then save all the women. Why are you coming after me? Why me? Why am I not further down the list of harassers?
No.
Can you understand how fucking retarded you are? That is insane. I don't care about your bullets. I don't care about your blah blah blah. It is what it is. It is what it is.
About the argument, and I apologize to her for annoying her because I actually did care about that.
Who cares?
Wait, is it part of the complaint about misogyny, not respecting women? If I didn't respect the situation,
I'm sorry. I don't care what you feel. I don't care about your respect. I'm saying you're inflicting. If you are inflicting yourself upon other people, that's the point. Are you? I don't know.
No.
Okay, there you go. What are you worried about?
If I'm a reason, why, then explain my role in that.
I have no idea. I just know that you're one of the reasons.
You don't have a clue, right?
No, I am not, Missy.
Blindly believe that I'm a reason for that.
She said, we know that you're a reason. We know. Based on Missy saying so.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Based on her claim. But conveniently,
What
all the people you're friends with,
did
you not do anything?
So this is the thing, okay? this is the thing, right? There is sexual harassment that is harassment that doesn't need to be specifically articulated that it's unwanted. There are instances where you can reasonably, using a reasonable heuristic, assume that the behavior is unwanted, and if you proceed anyway without explicit consent, it's still harassment, right? Or assault or whatever, right? Like if you go and slap a random woman on the ass, you would infer that most women would not be okay with that. So you would reasonably infer that what you're about to do is entirely unwanted. Right? If it's an instance of it's a chat where everybody like makes edgy jokes that they're gonna like fuck each other or whatever, right? You might not be making that inference, and that might need to be something that's additionally articulated. It's going to be very context specific, and the question is, in the environment you're in most instances would this behavior be unwanted, right? And if that's the case, then you should probably, or you should never do it, right?
Part of that.
Okay, what did you do that would make you really low on the list, though? What did you contribute?
Really low? Okay,
Yeah,
so
you contributed.
Missy directly complained about people dogpiling her and people hitting on her during the interaction that led to her mental breakdown, which is why she left the community, right? Those were her direct reasons.
Was it? I don't know if it was a mental breakdown or it was just wanting to touch grass. I have no idea.
I mean, begging a woman, you don't know. I'm talking about, okay, with morale, he obviously knows that that's unwanted. That would obviously be, yeah, no shit. Yeah, obviously, right? You shouldn't have to tell them to stop. You shouldn't, right? What you should do is block them. Not that that doesn't make them at fault. Morale's completely would be at fault for that. That's not saying it's your fault for not blocking him. I'm just saying that that could be like something you like. The unfortunately, there are people online that just will do things regardless if you want it or not, and I think that that's wrong. And they're just as regardless if you whatever you do, it's just equally as bad. But there are decisions you can take as an individual to like reduce that discomfort as well, which I think people should do, like blocking people or whatever, calling it out, etc.
That's what she said. That's literally her reasons. That's what she said publicly. Those are her reasons. You don't even know her reasons.
I know that she has literally said that you are a reason, and I wonder why.
Okay, but the primary factor that she mentioned publicly, as a notice, right, for everybody who was curious, was that she was being hit on and that people were dogpiling her. What I didn't do,
like I've never had this issue, and I'm not a woman, right? So it's very different. I understand. But I get unwanted messages. I get messages I don't want from schizos or whatever. But if they do it, I just block them. I just block them, and it's literally never a problem for me.
Because I didn't dogpile her. And what I didn't do is I didn't hit on her.
Okay.
Right? And there is evidence of that.
That doesn't mean that they're now cool. That doesn't mean if I didn't block them, they're now somehow more or less justified. Obviously not. I'm just saying if we're talking about pragmatism here and what we could do to maybe reduce some of this, the block button is like your friend.
You want to know who was a part of that conversation that dogpiled her?
Okay.
And the conversation she was referring to, where she was being hit on, the people who were part of that conversation were J-Stock, Kilo, and Rao.
Oh, J-Stock. I'm coming for J-Stock. Don't you worry.
I was only briefly a part of the conversation towards the end where I told her that I don't think Kilo was doing rape apologia. I don't consider that dogpiling. I guess you could, but that's entirely for you to read and do the research on yourself.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. That's fine. I wasn't there.
But you're willing to make the claim that I'm like a serial harasser. And that
I am showing multiple examples. You can try to reduce what I'm saying all you want, but that doesn't make it encompass exactly what's going on. I'm showing what I've been sent.
This is a fucking insane hypocrisy right there too. If it doesn't encompass what's going on, shouldn't you make the effort to like gather the details to encompass what's going on instead of just making a blind
I'm saying your reduction, you dumb fuck. Your reduction. You're trying to summarize. Oh, you're calling me a serial harasser? Oh, so you're saying that I'm this specific thing that I can try to debunk? No. It is what it is, dude. You can't just like.
What is that it is?
You should. First of all,
you can't say about the now. What is it that it is?
I'm not. I think I can say a sentence that doesn't have every single detail.
I think the only difference is as a woman online, you always second guess if people like you because you're interesting or they like you because you're. I'm gonna. This is really gonna pay me to say this, ladies. Unfortunately, 70% of the time, it is probably because you're a woman, right? Like maybe even more than that. Like, you know, I get that it feels good to think that this guy keeps trying to talk to you because he's just so interested in, you know, what you have to say and you as a person or whatever. The truth is, online, you have guys that have not gotten pussy in generations, okay, or ever. And I know there's like a bit of a mirror post there. And they drool at the first sight of female attention, or interaction. So, you know, I would understand that as you sort of move forward.
Detail of this entire conversation within that single sentence, right?
Okay, but then when you make claims and it doesn't have anything to back it, then why make a claim at all?
I'm not making any claims without backing. I backed every single thing that I using that logic. Okay, Destiny, whatever, dude.
Yeah, that 17-year-old and Sunday fucking server that you didn't care about. I can call you a fucking serial child because you're fucking nothing about.
Oh yeah, this is what you're doing. Okay, cool.
Didn't care about that, did you?
I think that this is very.
You're not willing to talk about it.
This is no. I talked about this before.
Okay, well,
we can talk about this a different. I'll talk to someone else about this if you want.
I want to know about it now.
This is not about that. You're trying to. You are trying to. What I want to know. I want to know why you don't want to say what you did so badly that you're
I-
bringing up
I-
a
I
chatter
said
in
when I-
President
when I told
Sunday's
all this.
philosophy Discord.
Was that not a 17-year-old ERP minor that you should have said about
ERP?
the server? Yeah.
What
Was
are
that
you
what
talking
that was?
about? I have no idea what you're. There's no ERP. What the fuck are you talking about?
I never said there was ERP in the server. I said it was an ERP minor. As far as I'm
What
aware,
does ERP
he
mean as a
was
minor? You
somebody-
mean someone who was exposed? Is that what that means?
No, it's that the person carried the label around. They were somebody who would ERP.
Huh?
Yeah, and they were in
That
somebody's
was
server.
River. No, that
You
was
didn't
River.
Yeah, let's get along, people. Let's get along, all right? Everybody, listen, it's a free world. It's going to be a beautiful day, all right? It's going to be a day that would be even better without hatred in your heart. So try to love one another, people. Let's get rid of the hate. Let's get rid of too much hate in the world. Too much hate in the world. Understand that, but I'm old and not single and have children and don't post pics, so that is very annoying if you try to just... Yeah, I know that's annoying. I'm not saying it's okay. If I tell you, like, that this thing is happening, that's not me giving a moral, like, judgment to it. I'm not saying it's good, right? Or it just is. I can't really affect that. It just is. I can affect aspects of it, right? But it is that way, even if it shouldn't be. It just is, and because it is, there are things that can be done to reasonably exercise caution that wouldn't make it your fault if you didn't. Just to be clear, it would not be your fault if you didn't. I'm saying in terms of pragmatism, it would be smart.
River. First of all, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Excuse me. This is you. Okay. You gotta roll this back. Okay. You're hysterical. You gotta calm down. One thing at a time. Yes, you are hysterical. You've been crashing out for days about this. You're talking about River. River was a chatter that went around. I think they joined. Can someone remind me? They joined. They were like, it was like a month until they turned 18. They wanted to be in Sunday's like philosophy. Yeah, a philosophy thing with where everyone is just talking about philosophy and not being freaks. That's the difference. Yes.
Okay, so wait. So what do you think about adult-oriented spaces and minors being in adult-oriented spaces?
I'm against minors being in adult-oriented spaces. Yes. So we can put a pin in that. Yeah. Why are you running so hard from this? Like, what are you running from? No, you tried to. I engaged with your question. I engaged with your question. I engaged with your question in good faith. But you are really, this is so fucking sad, dude. You're making it worse by deflecting. You're making it seem like you did something really bad.
I feel like you're Destiny hour me right now.
Huh?
Yeah, I feel like you're trying to like gaslight me and thinking that I'm being like an insane
Why
psychopath. I bring up stuff that nobody should care about. I feel like you're Destiny hour me. I find it incredibly ironic.
So I show this on stream and you feel like I'm...
Yeah, I think you malign me. I think you definitely malign me. And I'm defending myself from being maligned because you heavily misrepresented me.
Uh-huh.
What did I do specifically to deserve this malign?
What did you do that put you on the list with Missy?
Aren't you friends with Mao?
I'm not friends with
I'm
anyone.
trying to use normal judgment. Yes, that's what I've been saying. Listen, mods, we need to lock the fuck in. Okay, people, we need to lock the fuck in.
I have like a series and history of like,
I talked to Mrao about it and I put out an open call. Anyone that wants to contact me about something on the record with Mrao, let me know. Hit me up. I only want to talk. Hold on. I only want to talk to women that have been harassed by Mrao or people that have receipts. Everything that's already been addressed. How is that convenient?
Is there a spot for men who have been harassed by morale?
Only looking for. That's what I said about you. Do you want me to not say that about you? I said that about you. I only wanted people with receipts or a woman that was specifically involved with getting harassed by you. That's it.
Where's that? Because Mao has examples of that. I don't.
What? I know. Mrao is harassing me. Yes, I know.
Okay,
We all know.
Okay, now you're making a claim. Now you're complaining.
Now you're making. I'm not complaining.
This entire time you were complaining about me. You got like random fucking glove shit.
Can you only handle 2 sentences at a time? Because you're trying to separate a single thing I say with all the rest of the things that I said before. Okay? This is the standards. I'm sorry?
Ironic?
Ironic how?
Because you've been doing the exact same thing to me before I ever got a point out.
No? You
Yes.
hadn't. How could I do that if you never even made a fucking point? Explain the mechanics of this.
Points.
You said before you even said anything, I was doing this to you. This is not. Let me give this as an example of how this is nonsense. This is nonsense because
Morale's not reformed. I like morale, but everything that's told me is not reformed in that regard. And I think that there is a lot of psychological stuff going on there. I think there's like a inability to think you have a chance with an actual woman, so that you're just going to forever be comfortable with supplementing it by getting attention from women online, by pestering them or whatever, right? And I think that his mindset needs to change drastically.
the comparable thing, you literally just said, Gamma, shut the fuck up. You literally just said that I did the same thing to you. When I just said that what you did to me was ignore all of the things that I said leading up to this very moment.
I'm sorry, why should I care? Why should I care if you're doing
anything wrong? Are you fucking related to Owlish? What is wrong with you?
If you didn't do anything wrong, why should I care? Sorry, why should I care about your reasons if you didn't do anything wrong?
I'm explaining to you what just happened.
Oh,
I'm not talking about any reasons. I was explaining what just happened to you.
Yeah, why should I care? Huh?
Oh my god. You're literally Owlish, dude. You're literally make a fucking owl avatar, dude. You can't even fucking you can't keep a thread. You can't understand. You don't even know. You thought I was making excuses? Am I speaking too fast? Like, am I using words that you don't recognize?
Dude, this Green guy was telling, because I said to Green, I'm not going with women in this space, right? I'm not going with women in this space. This Green guy was saying to me that I'm lying because I've been around, this has been my life. This has been like half my life or whatever, and this is the only place I can socialize.
Incredibly fucking ironic.
No, you're laughing. You're laughing as if
because it's
you're laughing
incredibly
as if something's happening, but no. Alish laughs too.
You should watch this back and then explain to me how you didn't do that.
I don't need to do anything. I will explain it to you one more time. I will do this one more time, okay? I'll explain the dynamic. I'm not. There wasn't even a thing. I was explaining my claim. You're so fucking retarded, dude.
Who's the green guy? Ladies in chat who don't want to be uncomfortably messaged. So basically go onto Discord, look up the name Green Presents, and I want you to click the block button. Okay, just preemptively.
Okay, so what did you do to Missy to get on the list?
I just explained that to you.
No, you didn't. Oh, so why are you on the list?
I feel like Missy just fucking dislikes me because I argue. I'm an argumentative person.
Okay.
Argumentative, but you're in a fucking space where people argue their points all the time. I've had arguments about her and her favorite creators multiple times. I poked fun at like one fucking tweet of hers one time. That's one argument.
Okay, cool. So that's on the record now.
Would you constitute that as harassment?
That depends.
I don't know. You're in a political community.
If your characterization, okay, how about this? If your characterization of her not liking you just because you argue with her, like you do with anyone else. Hold on. This has nothing to do. No, she's not making any claims. I haven't spoken to her. I didn't even know she was gone. Okay, I didn't even know she was gone. This has nothing to do. This is on you. You and what you are doing. Okay, it's not about her. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So arguing is bad now?
No, I'm saying if that's what you were doing, then that's not bad. If you were just arguing the way that anyone else in a non-harassing way argues, then yes, then you didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, but I think Aiko should be platformed when she knows that like something wrong has happened. That's my point here. Like I think that like although I can maybe understand, let the public decide or whatever. I think that in a niche community or whatever is like the only thing that's gonna do is lead to people misinterpreting shit. I think you should platform it when one of the parties involved is actually alleging. I mean, Missy was, to be fair, but when one of the parties involved is actually alleging some form of wrongdoing, then you could platform it. But if neither parties are actually overtly saying they were uncomfortable with an exchange, I wouldn't just leave that up to public interpretation.
How do I exhibit creep behavior?
I'm saying I don't believe your characterization necessarily. I'm just saying that is the case.
So now you're saying you don't believe the characterization.
I said I don't believe any characterizations that anyone presents because I don't have enough context. I'm just putting it out there. I'm just bringing sunlight on it.
But you're making certain claims.
I'm showing what I show, and I'm saying that I can't vouch for any of it, and I don't know what the situation is. But the peers of the people involved can decide what they think of it.
Did you not have a falling out with Perry because he was trying to malign Firebat for things that, not Firebat, Trow?
No, that is not what happened. No, Perry lied about me. Perry said a bunch of shit.
Okay, Aiko's gone too far. All right, I'm okay with calling Gamma a pedophile, but she's calling Perry a liar? What the fuck? I think she's gone crazy. I think Aiko's lost it, quite frankly, on that one.
Okay, that has nothing to do with anything. No, that's why it doesn't have anything. Firebat is a fucking rapist, dude.
We love Perry here. Perry sells unite.
It was Perry. You had an argument with Perry one time. Okay, I guess Firebat isn't the person I was thinking about. But you had a argument with Perry one time over Trow because Perry was running to conclusions.
Yeah, he lied about Trow. No, he lied about me regarding the Trow stuff. So.
Okay, so do you not think that it's entirely fair to hold somebody accountable for presenting information that might be taken negatively or incorrectly?
I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I don't understand the comparison.
It just sounds like a rules for me, like rules for me, but not for me type situation.
I don't understand the comparison.
You were very upset at Perry for running information about Trow that was drastically incorrect. Right?
That's not what happened. No, you're misremembering.
That is incorrect.
I think you're just.
I don't remember that being exactly what happened, to be fair. I feel like it went a little differently than that.
Your chat's saying stuff and you don't know what they're talking about, so you're just kind of.
I just fucking retarded. Didn't know what the fuck you're talking about either.
Okay, well, if this is what you're doing on your own, that's pretty sad. So, okay. So anyway, Rao, fuck, wait, hold on. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay. So if you don't think you belong on the list, right? Then you can say, I don't think I belong on the list. That's fine. I wasn't there. It's on the record. If Missy ever comes back and wants to say something and compare, we know what you said here, right?
Wait, so are you willing to walk back the claim that I'm a fucking creep? Are you willing to walk back the claim that I'm a harasser, that I harass women?
I think that I just showed what this is.
Okay, and you've led countless people to believe that I harass women and I'm a creep towards women.
Are you? Do you think it makes you look like a creep? Do you think that the way that these things
making somebody look like something is not indicative of any truth?
I'm not making you look like anything.
I call you a pedophile and like fabricate a bunch of screenshots.
You kind of tried to. Yeah.
I didn't though.
Yeah, you did. You tried to bring in a Sunday river thing.
Okay, I didn't attribute that to pedophilia. I just attribute that to like negligence.
Okay, whatever. I don't talk to minors. I don't,
Nobody said anything about you talking to anybody.
No, I know. I'm saying that. I don't think about what. First of all, there's no blind eyes involved. There's no blind eyes. You're just coming in, throwing things that are already handled. If anyone actually wants to know about it, I can explain later, for the record. But that's not what this is about.
Okay, so do you think that I should just like never be able to defend myself against like unfounded accusations?
No, go ahead. Absolutely. Say whatever you want.
Yeah, so I'm explaining to you the dynamics behind these messages, right? That drastically changes them to like normal social interactions, right? Because your main point of contention is that people should not be occupying space.
Why didn't she respond?
But she did respond. She has responded to me on multiple occasions.
This here between May 11th and July 2nd.
Yes, she responded to me on multiple occasions.
In these DMs? Yeah.
Okay, I think Samantha generally just dislikes me.
Then why did you?
I think Samantha generally does just dislike me because I told her to fuck off one time. I didn't want to fucking be around her or a bunch of other people.
It's okay. We hate Samantha here. Aiden, I'm gonna send you bulge. What the fuck?
The point.
Okay, so then why did you check to see if you were blocked on May 11th?
Oh, that was in a VC with other people where I was like, okay.
If anything, Aiko should be calling me out because I'm the one that made Ellie uncomfortable, actually. I'm the person that made Ellie uncomfortable.
make sure that you didn't block me because she was making a joke about how, oh, this guy, I can't fucking hear this. Whatever. Point is,
Okay.
it wasn't done in the fucking context of me trying to, like, what's it called, perv or be a creep towards these women. It was done in the context of a normal fucking friends group.
Okay, so then why did you send this? Like, what did you say to the person you sent this to?
What do you mean?
Like, you took the screenshot yourself, right? And you sent it to someone.
Oh yeah, I took that screenshot myself, right? And I sent it in a private, well, not even a private, right? I sent it in an IC chat, which is like fucking public as hell nowadays. Everything fucking gets out of there to showcase how I'm willing to just fucking leak conversations that I've had with this person to show that I haven't been fucking trying to flirt with them or fucking harass them. The latter half, where I sent a picture of my cat in the hey cutie, was done for a fucking bit on a stream.
Okay.
Yeah, it was done for a bit on a stream.
Alright, cool.
That all of these people have a community in. That all of these people frequent. Because
Alright.
that's what they do. These types of fucking dynamics are extremely common within this fucking live stream community.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Can you explain the bit?
Can I explain the bit? Yes, I was asked to send that to piss her off, right?
To piss her
Get
off?
a reaction. Yeah,
Oh.
because that's kind of like the fucking content model, you know?
The
I mean,
content
look, to
model.
be fair-
Yes,
to be fair-
yes,
to
isn't
be
it?
fair- to be
Harassing
fair-
women for content. Exactly.
To be fair,
Yeah,
wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. To
Yep.
be fair, I do think, right, that on this point, I will say that obviously it's inappropriate. It is inappropriate. It is what's it called, unwarranted, right? But it's not something that was done exclusively to pester a woman. We fuck with each other like that all the
Who
time. It's
cares?
exclusive to a woman.
Oh, so this was a joke between you and another guy is the harassing woman thing.
All these
for
people
content?
participants of the fucking
For
same fucking
content?
humor.
The women are involved with it here in this context.
Not like something that is done exclusively to a woman because they are a woman, which is a fucking like differentiating factor here, right? I can agree
You
that
treat
in a normal
women-
fucking context, this could be fucking horrible.
So
But
you
it's
would
not-
say,
it's
hey,
normal
cutie,
context.
you would send this exact thing to a guy and it would
I'm
read the same?
Yes, I said
You
very
know, we're putting people on blast. Ellie and Parapon make me very uncomfortable every time they talk about the Soul Skibbity situation. As a vulnerable little streamer, I actually feel very uncomfortable. So I think it's time we're putting people on blast. I think it's time.
similar things to people.
So the bit,
Yes, because we all fuck with each other like
right,
that.
but like this was to fuck with Samantha and you're not on good terms. Like you
Yeah,
don't
and
like each
Samantha
other.
also said insane things towards people to fuck with them who are men. What about that?
Okay. Yeah.
Because
but
that, wow, believe it or not, that is the
yes,
dynamic
yes,
there.
yeah, but there's a different dynamic. There's an extra thing when it comes to women. There's like a default women getting harassed is hilarious.
I don't think it's a default women getting
Yes,
harassed.
it is.
hilarious.
That's what you said. You did it for content.
But I never said it was a default women getting harassed. The prime people getting
No,
fun of
I mean it is. No, it is. I'm saying that all women get harassed. Some of them get so much harassment that they leave. That's just
okay. Wait.
right.
Now you're correlating things that aren't fucking
No,
connected
that's
at all.
true. You're a part of the system. This is a part of the system.
You're trying to make it seem. Okay, then why haven't I fucking treated Missy like this?
I don't know. Have you?
If you're making this equivalency, no, I haven't.
Okay.
I'm saying, why haven't I? If you're making that assertion,
I
why
don't
aren't there
know.
examples of that
Maybe you
toward
could. Maybe there will be. Maybe there won't. Maybe you do. Like who knows?
Okay,
Do you have to harass every woman? You have to harass every woman.
In order for it to be like systemic misogyny, you would
I'm
have
not
to
saying
harass
that
every
you
woman.
are
That's
the
what
systemic
it would be.
misogyny, you
Yes,
narcissistic freak.
That's what
It's not all about you. You aren't that important,
No,
Gamma. You are a good
I-
example because you're not.
Okay, Aiko. Like, the Gamma has every right to think this is all about him. Okay, obviously. That might have been what Aiko was intending, but obviously has every right to think this is all about him. He's literally in the title and shit.
Not that important.
It was about me. It was about a community, right? You would kind of have to.
You
prove that
are
happened.
an
Holistically.
example. You are the example
Okay,
now.
but you're using an
I'm
example
sorry.
that does not fucking apply because it is not.
You literally just said that this was for
content.
content and the bit was to harass her because she doesn't like it.
In an isolated situation that does not apply to a fucking open environment like a community. I'm not doing
And
that.
this
Just
is
like a
why.
random woman in the community.
Okay, well then good. Then I'm sure that it won't be.
It's almost like I reserve these types of behaviors for people that I am comfortable with, people that I have.
You're
close
comfortable
connections
with.
Yes,
You're comfortable with.
where we
You
share
don't like each
similar
other.
fucking humor.
You don't like each other. You did this to bother her. That was the bit.
They all do that. That is like.
Oh, cool. Then it sounds like a systemic fucking issue. It sounds like it's not just you. Sounds like how many women are. Of course, you roll with what you gotta roll with. But things are changing. Whatever it was like before, it's different now. Yes, I am. Oh, I'm the arbiter. I'm sorry. I'm the arbiter of. I'm forming a coalition of the harassed. Okay. Why the fuck should anyone give a fuck about how you feel about your behavior that looks freakish? That is freakish.
I don't even think there's anything wrong with what you're saying right there. If you want to like house an environment like that, that's perfectly fine. I agree with that.
Yeah, for me
That's what we're
personally.
talking about.
No, this is. I'm bringing it as an overall. It's not just me. Lots of people don't like the.
You're forming your own community. Why are you trying to put other people for? Why are you trying to say the same phrase?
I'm giving comparisons. I don't mean literally. I'm an independent person. I don't fuck with anyone in particular. Okay.
Okay, then cut ties
Wait,
with
what did you say? Cut ties with who?
Cut ties with dickers from out in. They all participate in these little jokes. Sometimes even fucking worse.
Okay,
I'm not cutting.
Not
Not true.
I'm not doing. I'm not.
Not all of I don't do stuff like this with women.
Saying that.
You're
I'm not saying that anyone has to cut.
You should cut ties.
No, that's not what I am.
No, hold these people
doing.
accountable.
That's
Hold these people accountable. They
For what?
facilitate these things. Hold
For
them
what?
accountable.
Okay, I mean, I will. I did. Do you not see what I did to Dickers? Do you not see what I did to Dickers?
No, I think you should go harder. I think you should go harder.
Well, if my DMs with Lizzie come out, if she doesn't leave him alone, then you'll see exactly how hard I was on Dickers. Not because I believed her, but because I'm fair. No, I did this a billion times more to Dickers. I brought all of this because she approached me.
You're more arbiter. No, you're more arbiter. You should do it publicly. I want you to condemn Rao, Dickers, and all these other people publicly.
Were did you not see? I don't think you saw. Did you not see my everyone is eating Dickers is for the dinner and everyone is eating? Like I don't know what to.
Exclusively on Dickers. There's other people on this.
No, I'm saying literally everyone. This goes for everyone, not just you. Not just you, just in general. The expectation is no longer on the person receiving harassment to decide if it's worth bringing forward. Assume that it's worth it. If someone's being a freak,
I think it is, to be honest. Partially, yeah. I think you have a right. I think you have a right to speak up for yourself and choose which grievances of yours you want to have litigated, right? If like not everybody, like even if you actually do feel like you're harassed, not everybody wants it to be blown up and become a big thing. I mean, she literally said she didn't want to do that with the soul stuff because it wouldn't be taken seriously, which is fair. But I think that other women sort of have a right to decide that too. If they want their like shit litigated as well, if they think it's gonna go down well.
tell people the standard is held at the behavior, the harasser.
I find this incredibly ironic.
Why?
I remember this from the Freeman stream. So something that DGGers do, right? When forced to face the fact that Destiny is a fucking serial, womanizer, right? Who sex pests women.
Wait, what about Queen Stream? Who's saying this?
No. Queen, this is an argument that Queen has made. Something that I learned from Queen stream about DGG is that DGG, right? When forced to face the fact that Destiny is a serial womanizer who has sex pested women, they would typically deflect and go like, oh, well, what about Hassan? Hasn't he done worse things? Or they'll do anything but be forced to contend with the fact that Destiny has been, horrible towards women, right? Okay. So you're using me as an example here when there are rational explanations to these things, yet somehow you are deflecting from, holding Mao or other people to account.
Oh no, I already said it. And I told Mao, and I already said on the stream multiple times that yes, people, if they want to put something on the record about Mao, I'm here to hear them out as long as they are the one that was harassed or they have a receipt.
Wait. But I'm forefront of the title, even though there's stuff
you are the first one. You're the first one, dude.
I'm fine with that qualifier, but that doesn't seem to the qualifier with morale. Like, she should have applied this if Ellie or Samantha said they felt harassed, right? So what she's just applied morale, I think is fair. But like, I think the fundamental part there would be the participant is telling you they feel harassed.
Context for any of my claims.
This is the time. What are you talking about? What do I need?
You have firsthand
this is just to get this.
Wait, and you're using me as a scapegoat.
A scapegoat for what?
Your
own actions? You just told me that the thing on the screen is literally you doing content harassment for the bit. You're harassing this woman for content for the bit. That's the bit. That's what you just said.
What if she said I wasn't harassing her? What if she said that this is like a mutual participation?
Wait, did you literally not understand that I said that the harassment is not up to the... I said the harassment is not up to whether the victim.
No, you said that. No. And then you said you do consider it harassment now.
It is. It is up to the victim, yeah. If it's harassment or not. So people say shit to me, and I don't think it's harassment, but if you said what you said to me to somebody else, it could very well be harassment. It could very well be harassment. Like, it is going to be up to the recipient. Absolutely. It's up to the person sending it to infer that it's going to be unwanted, and if they can reasonably infer that, to not do it, right?
And then you said,
you said that this is harassment, you dumb bitch. What are you talking about? You said that this was for content.
But in our hindsight interpretation, yes, ultimately, in an instance of harassment, somebody's gonna have to feel harassed.
Like each other. You and Samantha doesn't like you, so you did this to bother her for content, right? That's what you said the bit was. I asked you to explain, and you did.
Okay. What if she doesn't consider harassment?
I literally said that it doesn't matter, that the behavior is harassing, and we're going to not take...
That doesn't seem like something that you're consistent on. That doesn't even seem like something you fully believe in.
Okay, defend it. The flip-flop. I love how you're making this all about me in other situations.
No, Gamma's right. I have a real problem flirting with the ladies. It's just happening all the time.
I'll make it easy for you.
You made it so hard until now.
No, I want to make it easy for you in this particular instance. The prime argument that I used back then towards Soulskivity is that harassment doesn't have to be determined by the
victim. I don't care. Who cares about Soulskivity?
No, I'm just saying we technically agree on that, right? We technically agree on that by your fucking principles that you're somehow conveniently just fucking setting aside. You wouldn't consider harassment. Only when it's convenient.
I already explained this, but I'll explain this again for you, okay? When I said I didn't consider, I'm literally in the process of answering. Another thing Destiny does is just say things and hope people think that he's engaging with what is actually being said, but he is not, and you are not, okay? This, wait, hold up. Frankie, get off of there. Get up. Frankie, you can't. Get down. Oh, fuck. Sorry, Sam.
Is Frankie a cat?
She wants to clog up the computer fan. I'm sorry. Soulskivity, yes. So, the reason why I said...
I've never heard a cat person that's not, constantly interrupted by their cat. It's just like, oh, man, I got a cat problem. It's just like... Dude, it's just like, look at they send you all these pictures, like, look at my little fur baby or whatever. He's like, and he hates them, he's scratching at them, interrupting them, spitting up fur balls. Fuck it, it's like, yeah, yeah, your fur baby seems really, ideal, yeah.
I didn't consider it harassment was in the context of, I don't think that it's harassment people should care about as for a standard. At the time, that was the standard. I also talk about people on my streams. I don't care what people say about me on their streams. I consider harassment, going to the person and doing things. So yes, Soul, things that he was doing was under the umbrella of harassment, but not any that I thought anyone should do anything about or care about. I didn't care that he was sending.
And that's her right. That is her right. But it's also the right of the other people if they want the actual harassment to be litigated. If they feel harassed, it's up to them to decide if they think that's something worth litigating, and it's up to them to decide if sometimes people might feel uncomfortable taking that initiative, but you can sort of spot that and sort of DM them privately if that's I've done that, right? I've DM'd somebody, is this making you uncomfortable? Do you not want to say anything? Shit like that, right? But ultimately, there is
no stickers. I like when people that I get donos, if they want to talk shit in a dono, that's totally fine.
I just think it seems incredibly convenient how you're isolating these two things when they actually correlate very, very closely.
Explain.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if these people are unwilling to consider harassment, and at the time, because of that argument, you were unwilling to make that claim yourself, and that you think other people shouldn't care, right? Then why the fuck should people care about what you're saying here?
Okay, do you think that
especially when these are isolated events,
are they?
And not me. Yeah, they are isolated events. It's not me doing this multiple times to a series of women publicly for the express purpose of praying after them in a fucking community.
Another thing that I talk about is when someone has to add specific qualifiers to be suspicious, you saying multiple is a very Destiny thing too. No, but I'm saying, can you say that same thing without multiple?
when you emphasize community, right, you are making the point that I am potentially doing this to multiple individuals in the community, right? However,
I mean, you've done something to multiple people.
Yeah,
There's more than one.
Yeah, but these are isolated from the community. I'm not fucking out here like harassing them within the community. I'm not here.
You're doing it outside of the community. What?
If these were isolated incidents, they would be entirely disconnected from the particular community that you're talking about. It would just be a fucking problem between both people.
Are you not in the general community?
Not really.
So are you making the argument that there's not an issue in commentary because you're not a part of commentary?
I'm making the argument that there's an issue. I'm saying that I'm not a part of that issue.
So you don't think that the singular instance of you messaging Samantha, who doesn't like you, to bother her because it's a joke, that's the bit, and it's for content, you don't think that's contributing to it?
I think it's inappropriate. I would do.
You don't think it's under the umbrella of?
I would consider it. Well, sorry, go ahead.
What I'm saying is, you don't see this behavior as under the umbrella of the general commentary sees harassment of women as a joke and it's accepted.
I mean, in the particular community where this took place, that's actually extremely frowned upon. Jimmy himself thinks that it's not funny if it's just specifically like, make fun of women for being a fucking woman in a community. He doesn't do that type of humor.
Okay, yeah, individual people who do that, yeah.
The humor that we do within our group in that area, right, is entirely for ourselves. It's not like,
And Samantha.
I'm okay with making fun of women. It's, it's okay. You're allowed to make fun of women. Just don't sexually harass them, right?
Samantha just what?
Samantha just happens to have a dynamic where she is a participant of what's it called, Jimmy Stream. She's a participant of the fucking friend group that they have, and they also fucking like.
I'm very guilty of making fun of part.
So right, so then like because she's in the space, she has to take it.
No, I'm not saying because she's in the space she has to take it. I'm saying the dynamics are different because that's how these people.
So if she doesn't like it, then there's nothing she can do, right? Like she just has to accept it.
Okay,
that this is what it is.
No, you don't. You never have to accept this. But if it's like if you're in a space where there's a common like joke, I think reaching out in DMs is very different than if you're saying it in a chat. Just so we're clear, if it's occurring like in chat, like this, I think you could reasonably infer it's going to be, viewed as weird, right? But like if it's occurring within the chat, public chat itself, which is most instances with Gamma or whatever, right? I think that you can you vocalize to the administrator or whatever that you take issue with it, or block the person so you don't see their messages.
You're making
I'm saying, are you denying that? Do you think it should be that way?
That wasn't part of the fucking. Like you're just inserting that.
No, I'm genuinely asking. Like, what do you think about?
Wait, Samantha's out here fucking talking about John George's big fucking dick, and now she wants him to
I have no idea. I don't know.
Is that not harassment? Is that not harassment?
Does he feel harassed? Do they think it's harassment to each other?
Wait. So she's correct here, but that applies across the board. With Junk, it's like, does he feel harassed? It's true, right? That's a relevant part. Does the person themselves actually feel harassed? That is relevant, and it applies with women as well, right?
Like, what's she doing?
Wait. So now we're doing the victim harassment again.
No, but I honestly, I don't know the context. If he wants.
Exactly. She's right. She doesn't know the context. True. But the same is applied here. You know what I mean? The exact same can be applied here.
Does Junk think that he's harassed? Does Samantha think that she's harassed?
You can take that and make it into a thing if you want to. But what I'm asking, can we go back, please? Please, I'll let you dance with it. I misspoke. You're correct. Can we go back to this, please? The point. I'll give you that. I misspoke. You're right. But in this, don't you think that it shouldn't be the case where just because she's a woman, she has to deal with it regardless? Like, don't you think, even if it's been this fun thing in the past, can't we move forward?
Actually, it would be a vacuum. Generally speaking, I agree with you, yes. Generally speaking, holistically, when it comes to human interaction, right, the way that people socialize with each other, I do 1000% agree with you. I have never not disagreed with you. Correct, right? But that's not what's happening here. What's happening here is a group of people, a series of people, where they just do this to each other, not because they have this deep-rooted misogyny where they're going to harass each other simply for fucking being a woman or simply being a man. They do this because they're fucked up friends. That is what they do.
So it's never simply
social dynamics.
It's never simply anything. Like, it's never simply misogyny. No, it's never simply misogyny. No one ever is doing things with, like, one... I mean, sometimes, but, like, typically, it's a part of it. Like, you're doing... Misogyny isn't like, oh, you hate women and that's why you're doing it. You don't respect them. You don't see them as equally people, and you can do... I don't have to prove anything. I'm just telling you that this is how it is.
You want to make, you have to... Well, okay, generally speaking, I do agree, actually, yeah. Generally speaking, I do agree.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not going to try to prove anything about you. I'm just putting this out there. Other people, you can figure it out.
If these are, like, mutual examples, one-to-one dynamic examples, how do they contribute to a community being like that? That's like saying because one black person commits a crime, it's indicative of every black person committing a crime throughout society.
So you're saying that you are the black person doing a crime? Is that...
No, I'm saying your argument sounds very, very close to that.
Okay.
No, I'm saying that there is a systemic issue. If you replace it with racism, then yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, if you want to make the systemic argument, my examples would be fucking out of the water. My examples will not be present here because these are, again, mutual examples that aren't indicative of something being exclusive to a general issue. It would be exclusive between a particular group of people and the fucking dynamic that they share between their niche.
So you don't think that there's any misogyny, like there's no element of misogyny whatsoever?
Well, I'm between myself and the people around me, no. Between the general community, yes, I am willing to agree with that.
Okay, so you don't think that you're ever misogynistic?
I think that I can be misogynistic, and I try not to be, but I feel like that's just like, well, it's not excusable. I feel like that's just going to be something that a lot of people are gonna have a hard time, including women.
Every guy is guilty of misogyny to like some extent, right? But there's a difference between like passive and active misogyny. Just like there's a difference between passive and active racism, right? A lot of people have subconscious racist attitudes they're not aware of that they apply sometimes, not meaning to or whatever. And it's good to sometimes question yourself regularly. Am I applying some sort of subconscious bias?
Dealing with, right? That's gonna be hard. Like I think that everybody is just gonna have like, since fucking birth, gonna have like a
Thank you for the 2. Mustard and fries. Goy bucks for late night stream. Much appreciated. Putting us almost halfway to Streamly goal. If you guys want to support the channel, great way to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs and Super Chats. Another great way to help us out, which is easy and free, is to hit the like button. Half of people have not liked. If you hit that like button, we can be best friends.
Like a behavioral pattern of having some misogynistic traits.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a witch hunt. It's not to be like, oh, you're bad for having. It's just things are changing. That's it. We're just gonna it's too easy.
You're using again.
I think he's making a point about how her logic, I guess, can lead to bigotry, which I guess the reason he's picking black people is because black people are a big target of sort of bigoted attitudes. So that's probably why that was the most easily accessible example. When I hear the word racism, my mind first there's racism against all sorts of people, but the most easy to think of example is racism against black people, because I'm an American and that's the most prevalent form of racism historically in this country.
Mutual vacuum examples to make it seem as if I am a contributor of this issue within the community.
If you send messages,
examples, they're isolated.
If you do this isn't an example. This isn't rape.
You attribute me as being a part of the problem.
I think you are. Missy mentioned you for a reason. I don't know why, but it's
Missy mentioned me for a reason, and that reason could be anywhere between, oh, he was just fucking annoying.
No, it's about misogyny. It's about misogyny.
Is being simply annoying as a reason for leaving misogynistic on its own?
No, but she thinks that you're misogynistic. She thinks you're misogynistic. She was talking about that back when she mentioned you. Yes, it was about misogyny and generally misogyny in the space, but also in relation to you.
Okay, I actually can't blame her for that. I think again to a degree a lot of us are pretty misogynistic. I try to work. I can't say that I'm fucking perfect, right? But I do think a lot of us are misogynistic.
Yeah, there you go. And that's it's just whatever. I don't know what happened before
that's
right now.
That's not the same as being a pest. That's not the same as being blind, fucking being perverse or fucking
It's not about finding a person.
Thank you for the 5, Will. To be clear, is it cool for me to send pics similar to Gamma Cat pics to all women? No, Will. You should. There's a different message when you decide to privately DM somebody versus saying something in a public chat. And I think that when you take the time to privately message a woman something like this, it's gonna be implied that you're sort of flirting, right? Or you are, right? It's not more than a joke.
Being like, you are specifically bad. It's about these are behaviors that are not going to be accepted. And see, you can't stop.
I'm doing a census on freaks, and Gamma is on notice.
Oh yeah, true.
You are lying.
I'm not. Wait, how am I lying? I think this is freak behavior.
You're trying to make it seem.
I think that this is a freak thing to do. I think that
you're trying to make it seem as if this wasn't fucking trying to malign me on the face of the fucking community and then tying me to a bunch of fucking freaks and weirdos.
I mean, I think you're all freaks for doing having these Discord things.
It's not just racism, it's every example. I mean, maybe. I don't really see it, but to be fair, I'm not black, so it's not something that I would be hyper perceptive of or whatever. I don't know. Maybe black people are just popular, you know? If it's an actual cat, I wouldn't say no. You should, especially if it's a cat.
I think there's something drastically different between gathering particular members of a fucking community that you know are vulnerable to having sexual conversations with them than being fucking friends with a group of people or fucking mutual with a group of people.
Are you sure? To my knowledge, I'm not black. I'm 2% North African. 2%. But I think that's Berber stuff.
Right now?
Well, it would be more than Dickers.
Well, yeah. Oh yeah, no, you're right. You're right. No, and that's a great point. That's a great point and needs to be highlighted. It's really just so that we have the opportunity to see patterns of behavior and so that people don't have to. I want to change the mindset.
But these DMs, right, that were specifically used for me as the butt of the joke, right? For me as the butt of the joke, to be clear, because the purpose of the Ellie DMs were to humiliate me and make fun of me for Jimmy's stream, and the purpose of the Samantha DMs were for me to again be humiliated for the purpose of this guy fucking bothered Samantha, right? That was
how is that? Wait, I don't understand that. Wait, how is that?
Using these, now that I can finally explain.
No.
Using these very isolated one-off examples.
The more you say about the Samantha one, the kind of actually makes it worse.
Not at all comparable to these people.
Okay. Well, what I am. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Samantha's not a joke, dude. You guys do not want to know about Samantha pedophile DMs. You guys do not want to know about Samantha's story, grooming a fucking minor joke. Oh, wow.
That sounds terrible. I don't want to know.
Yeah, but if something happens, what do we say about that? What do we say about that?
Are you okay? Can you handle yourself? Are you?
No, I'm mocking it, right? It's obviously fucking in jokes. It's obviously in jokes. Samantha the fucking liar. It's not something that actually happened. It's in joke. All of these things.
I have no idea. That's fine. I'm just trying to change the expectation, is what I'm saying. So since you're not a freak, okay? Since you're not a freak, then you will have no problem, adjusting, right, and being more conscientious of, if someone were to see this. Can I stand
production could be white chocolate and they use a black person in the commercial. Well, I think with that specifically, my understanding as it goes is that that's sort of a response to historical underrepresentation in media. Because for a while, you would only see white people in commercials before my time, obviously, very long time ago. So there's a lot of these sort of representation in commercials and in media is an effort to sort of try to correct what is viewed as historical underrepresentation. I think that sometimes they get very lazy with it though. Sometimes they'll be, some movies will just be late. This is my biggest problem with the whole race swapping thing or whatever. It's just the way they do it is lazy as fuck sometimes. They're good original like black characters. They're good original, you know, Asian characters. They're good like they deserve to have their own representation on screen. You don't need to just like, oh, we'll just give them one of the pre-existing characters. Why not, like, you know, Miles Morales is a good example. Like that's way cooler, writing a cool original black character as opposed to just like making Peter Parker black or something, right? That would feel like a little lazy.
Can I stand by it? Like, I don't want to figure out who's doing what in your friend groups or whatever you guys do. I don't want.
Again, the title of the stream is "I'm doing a census on freaks." You're saying I don't want to know what's going on between your friend group.
No, I don't want your I don't want your interpersonal shit.
You don't, but you're putting me on notice. You're putting me on notice for it in the community. You're essentially going like,
are you saying that it should be separate because it's not in like someone's stream?
I'm saying that you're fucking maligning me. Yeah, I'm saying that you're maligning me.
Why do I need to do all of this? So why can't you just? Why can't you just? No. How about this? No. Why did you? It's just you didn't have to do all of it. Like it made it look really crazy. Like you could have just been like, you could have just come and explained and been like, oh, this is just that.
I tried.
No.
I tried, and you came off.
You were crashing out.
No, I came in here very calm, and you were like, oh, why should I care?
Oh no, before that. I mean, you were crashing out ever since it came up in Aiden's chat. You've been crashing out. You were in.
He didn't fucking point that out to like fucking criticize me of being a fucking creep. He pointed out because he's also a part of the same fucking in jokes. He knows I don't fucking harass Ellie. He knows that me and Ellie are mutuals.
Okay, well,
I'll see what. You didn't even care to see what Aiden had to say.
Oh no. He was down with everything that I was saying.
Wait,
when I called in, remember?
Wait, if you watch that stream
I was down with what she was saying. I was not down with who she was saying it about. Right? I just think he was a bad target of this.
That stream will say, oh, this is actually nothing. You didn't do anything. This is just like, you know, two friends.
He never says that. What are you saying?
Yeah, he did.
When?
Yeah, he did.
To me?
He was saying it during, and he said a little bit before afterwards. Yeah.
What did I say?
Wait,
when I called in, remember?
Wait, if you watch that stream back, at no point during that stream will say, oh, this is actually nothing. You didn't do anything. This is just like, you know, two friends.
He never says that. What are you saying?
Yeah, he did.
When?
Yeah, he did.
To me?
I basically said a version of that, I think. I might have said that verbatim, but I said a version of that. I'm like, I think I made it clear that it was just like a bad example. Morale would have been...
Yeah, he was saying it during, and he said a little bit before afterwards, yeah.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember.
He pulls up a second string of DMs that showcase that we actually, like, Ellie is my mod, we are mutuals, and this is indicative.
Okay, that's fine. Ellie, Godspeed. The Samantha DM, right? Like, I think that you could stop doing stuff like that. Like, you'd be fine with that, right? Just like adjusting. I'm not saying you have to flog yourself for your past cringe DMs. I'm saying that like you are.
I'm willing. I've been apologizing towards Missy for fucking annoying her, right? I'm willing to be apologetic to anybody, right? Who feels like they've been wronged for something that I did that I wasn't aware of. I feel like there are behaviors a lot of people can give off that are incredibly fucking caustic to somebody, and I feel like sometimes it's only appropriate to be apologetic for it. I don't think that it's just okay to like fucking bother everybody just because they have a shared environment where it's okay to fucking like shit on other people, right? The way that you're claiming that there's.
Thank you so much, Ivana, for the fucking 20. Much appreciated. Putting us well over halfway to Streamly goal. Much appreciated. Thank you, Ivana.
Problem in the community. I think there's just a general fucking problem of causticity, and I don't like being a caustic individual. So yeah, I do think that moving forward, I can be, a drastically kinder individual. Yes.
I'm not asking you to be kinder at all. No. I'm very mean. I'm not saying that you need to be kinder. I'm saying just consider.
You could also be kinder too. I think some people here are. You know what? I think it's fine to say some people are a bit too mean. Okay, and I'm one of them. Okay, I'm one of them. I think I need to be a kinder person. Personally, I think it's good to be kind. You know, you might think it's gay, right? But we're not in high school and we're going to look cool. It's okay to be kind.
That's fucking backwards as hell then, right? Then what's the fucking point? If you're giving yourself a pass to be fucking mean and again caustic, then why should anybody care that they're being rude or ruthless or inconsiderate of somebody's fucking gender or any sort of identity or any sort of position socially, right? You can't have it both ways.
No, I'm sorry. Do you not understand that when you do things to harass people, they have to deal with it? Like the recipient has to be deal with it. However, that's
I'm abusive. I am abusive to my chat. It's really bad, man. It's bad. I have. It's cathartic, but it's bad.
And brain space that could have gone to something else.
Okay, sure, right.
Just be normal.
You're saying that under the same breath of okay, fair enough. But you're saying that under the same breath of, and this isn't to say this is gonna sound. Actually, I'll explain as I'm saying it. You're saying that you should be allowed to be, and you should be allowed to be those things, right? When you have a bar like that, it is going to create, not because people are deserving of it, an environment where people are going to be caustic sometimes because of somebody's fucking identity, sometimes because of somebody's fucking alignment, right? And that doesn't mean that they deserve it or that it's okay or that it's justified. It's a byproduct, and you can't really police it.
That is how it is.
You can't really police it if you want to have that fucking standard, right? So again,
right, that's the world we live in.
You can't just say, oh, I mean, you should be allowed to be, and then have the standard of, you should try to be normal people. That's just never gonna fucking happen. Is that horrible? Yes.
Do you not understand the difference between being mean and being harassing? Like I go on stream and I say very mean things. I argue
that a large portion of the fucking commentary scene is just fucking harassing each other.
Okay, but you understand that there's a different extra layer, like the harassment that everyone gets, and then there's an extra layer of, you don't think, you agree that there's a misogynistic layer of harassment that is pervasive, as well as whatever other fucking with each other.
Yeah, well, it's sexually motivated in a lot of instances, right? And most people are heterosexual, so women are a target of that, and of course that plays into misogyny. I see more clear instances of misogyny in terms of, I think people are a lot less likely to find your joke funny if you're a woman, based on what I've noticed, right? The other thing I've noticed is, and I'm guilty of this myself, a lot of behaviors that a guy would exhibit that I'd just be like, oh, that's autism or whatever. It's harder to, I guess, sort of make that, I think it's autistic women don't get really noticed, I guess, or what would be the word I'm looking for?
People do. Like, it's an extra woman thing, right?
Yeah,
I want everyone to be mean to each other on the same playing field. I've just seen, time after time, women gets driven out. It just, no, it doesn't have to be that way. Before it was just like, yes, this is the disgusting place that it is, and yes, you leave if you don't like it. But now there's a more of a spectrum.
That's not exclusive to women, though. In this community in particular, it's not
then we'll deal with whatever.
I know more men that have been driven out than women in this community.
Okay, then deal with those problems however you see fit. What I'm focused on is the general.
There's a difference as well between being driven out and deciding this just isn't for you, and that's okay. That's okay. There are spaces I don't go into because I don't like what's happening in them. And there's a difference. There's some things that you don't have to put up with and still be in the space, right? And I think not getting sexually harassed is like a reasonable expectation to have in any space for that matter. But in like other instances of like meanness or etc., that would be a case where I feel like you can just voluntarily recuse yourself from the community. Yo, thank you for the 10 puddle. Aiden, why do you keep making a slurping noise? Are you salivating at the thought of women being hurt? Also, your whistle lisp is really bad tonight. Please fix your mic settings. I can't help it, man. I can't help it.
Extra specific special harassment that women get for being around in this specific space that I occupy. I'm saying that there are people who know how to behave like non-freaks, okay, that can exist. Huh? What'd you say?
Shout out Sleepy.
Yeah, Sleepy's cool. I talked to Sleepy. We talked about the Ms. Kiff Emeru essay. But yeah, so I just think that I'm not trying to save everyone and solve everything. I'm just trying to highlight
of harassing women. Yes, please. God, let me verbally abuse women in my chat.
Of the kind of behavior that is a systemic issue, and one of those issues is harassing women for being, because that's just being funny and normal.
I think if you're gonna have that standard, your best option is to simply just not participate in the community. Because like no matter what you do,
Why?
right? Because no matter what you do, that doesn't just pertain to like a community anymore. That just pertains to like fucking people in their nature, right?
Yes.
I feel I have this ironically enough over this is I think while it would be nice and while it would be amazing for like men to like naturally over time lose these like men like oriented personality traits that also lead on to women that cause like patterns of misogyny. I think that it would be extremely difficult to do that unless you create your own environment. It would be extremely difficult to do that because it would take too fucking long to wash out every single instance of people being like that.
That sounds like something that someone who wants to stay a freak would say.
No, I'm not saying that.
This can go both ways. Okay, this can go both ways. There are reasonable expectations to impose on a community. At the same time, you can also infinitely like sort of say, well, the community just is this way to like justify legitimately shitty behavior. I think that there's a line. I think there's some behavior that we can tolerate in given spaces, so long as you understand the risk when entering that space. And then there's some behavior where someone should be able to enjoy the space without having to put up with it.
No, I didn't say that as a point to like excuse or justify. I'm saying that if you really want that, right, it would be better to do it on a smaller level.
Why? I mean, I have been. I have been. That's what I've been doing this entire time. And now I'm ready. And there are normal people here. I don't care.
Taya is here. I know Taya is here. Taya's like one of my biggest viewers.
The freaks can hang out amongst themselves. It's just about.
That's not even an insane thing to say, Aiko. There's a political fucking theory. I forget what it's called. Why do we police fascism? No, why do we police fascism? We police fascism. We typically avoid people from having. Okay, we typically avoid people from having extreme thoughts, or we try to like culture ourselves to not have fascist views or extremist views or Nazi views, right? Because
suppressing doesn't work. Like true challenge is what there needs. I think control of information is bad. Okay, shutting down conversation.
Policing was the wrong word to use. But I guess the reason why we I want to say make it more socially acceptable or less acceptable and try to counter those ideas with better ideas rather than let them evolve, right? Is because once it is given an opportunity to evolve, it could snowball and become a bigger issue, right? I think that socially, people.
Dude, I was mispronouncing Taya's name for like 5 months and I didn't know. I didn't know. And then one day she called in the stream, like because I called her Tay. She's like, actually, it's Taya. So I was just like completely. I was getting her name wrong like 5 months.
Are you saying that I need to do it? Wait, are you saying that you need to attempt it on a smaller size in case it doesn't work out?
I'm saying that the beginning should be a smaller size because if you're trying to fucking
roll it out.
If you're trying to pull a fucking pool, it would be too fucking difficult. I'm not saying that it would never happen. I'm saying that you.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what's happening right now. I'm sorry.
Yes,
that you didn't understand. No, I'm sorry. It's not just my. No, I'm sorry. It's not. I'm just having conversations with people. I talked to Aiden. He's down. I talked to Rao. He knows that he's got to stop harassing women. And we'll just see moving forward. I went after Dickers, and now I was able to exonerate him. And anytime Lissy comes to harass him, like if I can have give him receipts to help, then I will. That's just what it. That's how it is now.
You're one of the most physically. Anybody with cancer watching? Does anybody with cancer watching right now? We got anybody with HIV? HIV in the house? AIDS potentially? Got any AIDS? Prion diseases? Anybody?
I don't know why you think that. Like I have been. And it's awesome. And everyone else who is tired of sex pests, freaks, and just this antisocial.
Anybody got West Nile virus? Any Zika? Anybody with Zika in the house? Ebola? SARS even?
Weird behavior. There are a lot of people with me that aren't all like me.
Yeah, I'm saying you could say that and you could start small and you could try creating a pool, right? But what ends up happening 90% of the time is that people
this has never happened before.
Their own space.
This has never happened before. Right, they did. And I did. And now I'm here and now I'm ready because everyone's down. Because people Because I am correct. Harassment is bad. I am on the side of less harassment. And, you know, people agree. And it's just, hey, notice things can be different. Things are going to be different. There are different standards now. And I think it's going to be pretty fucking fun.
You've
Like,
blacked out.
like you're doing that in a pool, right? All I'm saying is you're doing all of these things in a fucking giant pool, right?
Yeah, Ripple. Have you ever seen a rock
Anybody afflicted by consumption in chat? Cholera even?
thrown into a pond? Gamma.
You know how many rocks it would take to displace that pond?
I'm not trying to displace anything. What are you talking about?
You are literally, okay.
Why
so
do you think that I'm trying to like rocket you out of this earth?
This is kind of a fucking point of the argument. I don't even fucking believe what I'm saying right now.
Then why are you saying it?
I'm just saying, like, I'm saying is like if you
You're just
genuinely don't
panicking.
like it, no, it's no, I'm sorry, I don't want to stop. On that particular point, I don't think you're wrong. I think that if you're trying to create your own fucking small circle, then yeah, that's perfectly fine, right? And that should be like
Why?
your goal. Right? You're correct. I don't
Right,
even
but why though? Why?
I'm argumentative. I'm like telling you, like, I can see
Yeah,
that.
I don't disagree with her message. I disagree with the way she's gone about it.
Perfectly valid point.
Okay, so do you take back the doing it on a smaller scale thing?
Well, yeah, because like, I mean,
Okay.
that's not incorrect. I mean, what you're doing is not incorrect.
Okay.
I just didn't know how to like fucking stop myself from making the argument.
Okay, that's fair. No, if we're on the same page, listen, I'm not saying you rape. I'm just saying that this is, you know, the you know,
She's not saying it, I am. Okay, I think Gamma's a rapist.
bothering, like harassing women for content is out of fashion now. You know.
I mean,
I'm not saying that anyone has to leave. I'm not saying that anyone has to disavow anyone else. It's just put it on the table and point it out. And
Listen, I love Chud, or I did, but I think that this community is going to get less bigoted from him moving over to Kick. I gotta be honest with you. I think that we're gonna make strides, progressive strides. I think that a lot of the I think I hate to put it all on him, but I think a lot of it comes from his community as well.
you know, instead of when someone like, you know, because clearly Lizzie coming forward about diggers, completely unreasonable, unwarranted. She's out of her fucking mind, right? But you know, we were able to suss that out pretty quick, and now like can move her on. No one has to take her seriously or listen to her shit because she's very manipulative. But I'm not new to manipulative people. So, you know, just, I'm not trying to get rid of anyone. You decide who you like or don't like. It's just, you know, I don't think that, or not I don't think that. It's just, I don't believe that I have to tolerate it anymore, and I'm not going to. And a lot of other people don't want to either. So if anyone wants to not tolerate it, you know, just let me know. And only if you want to go on the record. I don't want to hear about gossip.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I don't even disagree with that. There's nothing to disagree with.
See, that what you just said would be fine. But that's the issue that happened here, right? The people in question didn't feel uncomfortable. So if her standard is she'll platform it if the people want to go on the record, I think that's fine.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
I guess what I was doing there is more so like a fucking instinctive. Oh, that's just how the community is, right? But I don't fucking believe that. Because typically, an argument when people typically like disconnect themselves from their community, back then, like how Black societies leave or like how Pitch societies leave, I mean, they were problems of their own, right? It would be like, oh, they just don't like participate in the community. It's such a problem, right? Oh,
Yeah.
that's just how it is, right? I don't believe in those arguments.
We have a quota, Puddle. We have a quota.
Instinctively coming out.
I got
do
you.
apologize for that.
We just have enough room for you.
I
No,
accept it.
you're correct on that one.
Okay, cool. Then there shouldn't be any problems, right? I understand
guess
you
I'm getting
panicked
too
a bit.
tired for this.
I don't want anybody gone, all right? I love my chat, even though I verbally abuse them, but it's a sign of love, okay? It's a sign of love. I don't want anybody gone.
Conversation.
You panicked, but it's okay. I don't think you're evil. I don't think that you are doing anything particularly extra. I haven't seen, you know, this is just a common behavior that we're phasing out,
All right.
right? That's it.
So I,
Not trying to kill you.
so I can expect you to go after multiple other prime examples that do have their hands tied within the general community, not just mutual examples, right? A lot harder since those were your standards.
Wait, like what? Give me, what do you mean?
Well, I expect you to fully blow around diggers out of the water. And
I already.
facilitating an
Oh no,
environment
no.
where this occurs.
I don't think that I could have done more to Dickers. I gave her everything.
But you said it was a mutual private conversation that you don't think should be aired out.
What, with her?
Yeah.
Oh no. I said.
I will handle the icy chatters, okay? I will handle the icy chatters.
When she
That's fine.
came into my chat saying that, asking if she could DM me, I announced to chat, okay, I'm gonna keep it what she tells me private, and then, you know, with the goal of making it public, getting something on the record, figuring out something, but it's not. Wait, hold on a second. I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Okay, well, I will be watching with eager eyes.
Oh, that's what I was saying. I'm sorry. I apologize. I went as I don't think I could have gone any harder on Dickers, and if anyone wants to, like I said, something with morale, that's fine. I'm not I'm just making open call that things are changing. It's an announcement. Everyone be on notice. You don't have to go. You don't have to leave. You don't have to pack your bags and leave. But just, you know, we're changing. I'm letting people know the expectation is changing in advance so that later on, it's not like, oh, we have to wait for them to do one more thing in order to start talking about it. We're talking about it now. Got it? It's just your turn today, you know?
Okay. All right, dude.
Yeah.
All right, dude.
It's like,
all right.
I don't think there's going to be any more progress to this, so I guess that's it, really.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again. I just got a dono.
I don't think there's much more progress to this. I think that's it, really.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is an ongoing lifestyle change. You can always add something. You want to clarify, correct
Listen,
the record.
folks, my thoughts are clear on this. I agree that we should always be striving to be better. Obviously, I agree with many aspects of this message, but I disagree with the target and understand why Gamma is angry, right? I think that there's room for this conversation. I think we've had it, and we can continue to have it. And I think that, listen, fellas, quite frankly, it's just, why are you cruising on here? Like, I don't know. I mean, it's just that there's many fish in the sea. Many fish in the sea. really quickly, don't go anywhere, okay? We have great stuff coming. I just gotta pee. So give me just a moment here. This is me covering the fucking whoa, why is System of Down playing? This is me covering the J-Stalk shit. I'll be right back, guys. Whoa, fuck. This was the Alish Morale debate, I think. Her stream, and she's not gonna give him a. She did this to me. She's gonna tell him that it's actually his job to watch the stream. The stream is 11 hours long. I would never expect anybody on this planet to sit through an 11-hour Reservoir fucking live stream. Even my worst enemy.
Clip or a screenshot.
Discord server. If you go over to Reservoir's server, he has. He's the one that farmed all that content.
I call Destiny Steven because I like calling him Destiny after a while. Like if I know somebody, if somebody's first name is out, I'll always recall them by their first name. If we're having like I'm not gonna talk to like a guy called Destiny about like his like fucking crimes against women or whatever. We'll talk to Steven about that.
16-year-old content of me. He was using like data scrapers in order to like get this content.
Can you give me a screenshot or like a clip?
Do I? Okay, yeah, I can give you a screenshot and or a clip. But
why are you saying sorry? Do I look like I'm mad? Do I look like that made me mad?
Do you want to pause until that, or do you want to keep talking while you're looking?
I mean, do you not believe me? Do you not think that he's a prolific doxer?
Obviously not. If he's asking you for evidence,
I haven't seen evidence of that.
Okay, you don't think that he is ever? You're completely ignorant to this, right? Is that your claim right now?
Yeah. She does this thing where she'll make an accusation, and then it's like somehow known that you don't inherently know the evidence behind the thing she just made up.
I haven't seen any evidence of Benji doxing or even like getting close to that. If there is evidence of it, I could take action.
Yeah, I definitely don't believe that you're going to take any action because you just like lie about everything. Just like all you and every single other person just like fucking lie about everything. Because like clearly you have some sort of trust in Benji, right? Because he's
Benji's annoying as fuck. Benji.
We actually so most of the population has not doxed anybody. Most people online have never doxed anybody. So if you're dealing with somebody that has if there's no allegation they've ever doxed anybody, the default assumption can be they're not a doxer until I see proof that they are, right? So yeah, that's the kind of trust I think you would afford to literally everyone. Like we know murderers are out there, right? But most people don't murder. So statistically, right, it's probably safe to assume that the stranger you know is not a murderer.
Benji's like a total fucking retard. I don't trust Benji with anything.
He's your mod on YouTube, is he not?
Yeah, I don't put much value in mods. Because YouTube I don't know, have you ever streamed on YouTube?
No.
So on YouTube,
my mods are like siblings to me. Okay, they're like my siblings. All right, we're like this. Me and my mods. Yo, I'm back. Hold on, my coffee is being made in the background here, so I'll just get up to grab that in a sec. What is up, people? Aiden totally murders, I bet. I do not murder. I would never do something like that. Do I look like the kind of guy that would murder somebody? I mean, come on, folks. Come on. Let's be reasonable here. So we have a new video from Stale. Let's take a look. And then we have a response to Beckett.
Stale 2000, the viral Reddit mod. And I'm here to report on a truly unfair tragedy. And that is that Reddit banned my Reddit accounts for attending a mod event. It's a bit of a funny story. What happened is that yesterday there was a community mod meetup at the Reddit HQ. I've been to a few of these events in the past. They're super fun. I've talked to Reddit employees and have even met the Reddit CEO a few times. So heard about this one and I was like, hey, maybe I'll
You can't hate this guy. I said this before. He's just so. What do you call this? It's Japanese, right? I don't know what you call this thing. I wanted to get one of these because they look cool. I've totally. What are these called? What are these, like the foldable walls or whatever that they have in Japan?
maybe we'll try to stop by, have some fun. Now,
My Own Private Ida. That's a good movie.
I know I'm a bit of a controversial character, to say the least, these days.
I'm not beating the gay allegations.
But hey, it's a mod event. I'm a moderator of other subreddits. Why not just like shoot my shot, see if I can stop by? So I was on the wait list for the event, and the event even allowed +1s. So, I got on the event waitlist, and I found somebody else who's going to the event over the internet, and then just showed up as myself with a hat, mostly so like a bunch of other mobs don't like swarm me or bother.
I mean, he literally he bragged that he like was trespassing without the permission of the. He's like, I broke it. I'm using my manipulation abilities to socially engineer my way into a Reddit event I was not allowed to be at, so that I could I talked to the CEO.
So I went to the sign-in, said I was a +1 of this other guy, and then gave their username. And the person at the sign-in looked at me a little funny and told me to sit down in the chair in the lobby and wait for somebody to bring me up. 5 minutes later, a security guard walked up to me and asked me very nicely to step outside, which I politely did. And then he said to me that I am not authorized to be at the event and asked me to leave, else they would have to call the police.
This happened to me at a bar once when I was 14.
I just said, okay, and then briskly walked away and went to a different tech event that I was actually planning on going to later. And then wake up this morning to see that all of my accounts have been permanently banned for a moderator code of conduct violation. A bit annoying, but whatever. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Brian, you had all these internet controversies surrounding you. Why would you show up at their headquarters for an event? Wouldn't you expect that something like this might happen? And the answer is, I mean, I live near the headquarters, and although I didn't really think it was super likely that I would be able to go to the event or talk to people for very long, at no point have I previously been told, you're not allowed to talk to Reddit employees or...
He literally said, wait, hold on. I just did it. Fuck, I have to stop doing that. I just did a Destinyism. Listen, folks, we're working on it. Literally, look at what he said in his Monopoly audition. Okay, this is what he said in his Monopoly audition before he got banned for it.
I'm Brian, known as Stale2000 Online, and I'm a 35-year-old AI software engineer working in San Francisco. And I'm the most famous Reddit moderator in the world. I will win Monopoly because I'm good at manipulation. I spent 3 years infiltrating a subreddit, playing Reddit moderators against each other, all to do a hostile takeover. And although Reddit kicked me off as the top moderator for falling for a game show scam, I learned a ton about scams in the processes. For example, I could sell Boardwalk in exchange for the Orange Properties, which is the secret most valuable property in the game. I'm also good at corporate espionage. I snuck into the Reddit HQ yesterday to an event that I was not invited to, and I met the CEO.
So this is how he describes it.
I snuck into the Reddit HQ yesterday to an event that I was not invited to, and I met the CEO.
He describes it as corporate espionage. He's like, why would they pay? I didn't know I wasn't supposed to be there.
Or go to an event, and, I was on the wait list, and they were allowing +1s, which could be anybody. And, I wasn't there to cause any problems or do an internet prank or do anything. I just did nothing and sat down in the lobby. I thought it might be fun to get a picture of the logo and then be like, oh, it's the funny mod in front of the Reddit office.
Aiden, okay, there's no reason to insult me.
The logo, talking to people, thought it'd be like fun like that. So why not just shoot my shot? I will, of course, not be attempting to go to any more future events in the future if I'm not allowed to, of course. And even though I wasn't told that before, of course, I'm going to respect that. And I don't even blame them for not letting me into the event, right? Like, I'm a controversial character. Maybe they just don't want to take any risks, even, if I could go to the event. And so, just tell them to leave and then, walk away and hope nothing controversial happens. But, banning my Reddit account for a rule that I did not break.
You literally explain that you did you use your position to social engineer and do corporate espionage to sneak into the event. You can't have your cake and eat it too, bro. You either used your master manipulation abilities to do something you weren't supposed to do, or it was totally fine for you to do it and wasn't that impressive.
That is going too far, and I will be submitting a strongly worded complaint as to this travesty in my ban appeal. You just wait.
I love this guy. We do love trespassing. Wait, hold on, I'm just grabbing my coffee. Listen, guys. that Stale 2000 is, quite frankly, a... Whoa. Hold up. I think that Stale is a incredible provocateur, and they just banned him because they were threatened by his aura and intelligence, quite frankly. Anyways. I got him on JStalk, by the way. It was super uneventful. I can only imagine. So, for those of you that don't know, I have been in drama with lolcow YouTuber, disgraced Beckett of Cope and Seethe. We've had this little back and forth between us for a long time now, after he admitted to lying about me because he was mad at me. I'm not even kidding. Now, Beckett has gone on, after I made him seethe in our DMs and he refused to talk to me, to describe me as a lolcow, to describe me as crashing out, to describe me, and you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. But you can't do the whole, like, aura, this guy's stupid, this guy's all... Well, you're the guy that's too much of a bitch to talk to me. You're also a content creator. You like content. If you like content, you should want to talk to me on your stream, because that would be hilarious, because I'm a lolcow. Right? Except, oh, you don't want to talk to me because you're nervous, because you're going to get fucking destroyed. Anyways. Beckett, instead of actually having a conversation where he argues with me on stream, he's just going to quote tweet because he won't get the same level of anxiety because he gets the benefit of doing it from behind a screen still. Present yourself as less of a threat. You know, you're right. Sun Tzu, I said this before. Sun Tzu said that when your army is small and weak, make it look large and powerful. And when your army is large and powerful, you make it look small and weak. Right? And I think that we can derive from that weak presents strong, strong should present weak. Yes, I think we can apply that here a little bit. Aiden should make AI thumbnails where he's jacked up. True. I was covering Unk commentary for a while, and they do like thumbnails of their enemies where it will just be they'll take AI and make like an image of their enemy covered in like semen, and that will be their thumbnail. We got to do more shit like that. I'm only scary to people that know that I'm scared of people that know that they've lied and know that I will win against them in an argument. That's who's scared of me, right? And unless you're like lying or whatever, you shouldn't, you know. Anyways. Okay, so Beckett went to Seethe and Morale's chat. Let's take a look at this. Can we talk about the fact Aiden wants me to transition as a creepy fetish about my character? I don't actually. I don't care if you're trans or not, right? You can do whatever you want. And in regards to your character, I don't know what the fetish would be. There's nothing to be attracted to. Also, the reason he's like doing that snark is because I questioned because of his profile picture if he was trans, except it's very funny that he's omitting that it was Queeman that made this point. I stole that from Queeman. I don't remember if Queeman said it on stream or MVC. I'm pretty sure it was on stream, where he was talking about Beckett's profile picture on Reactive or whatever, and how there's like a part of him that's into that or whatever, like it's an AGP thing or whatever. I just stole that from Queeman. But it's very interesting how it's not even my idea. And Becky's like claiming it's my fetish. He's scared to he's so scared of Queeman, it's crazy. Now, where were we? Yes. So on Twitter, Beckett of Cope and Sieve epically owns me on Twitter, where he gets to stay in his little hug box. Let's take a look. Of course I wouldn't know what you're talking about, Aiden. That's not gender swapped. It's just in a what is a JoJo style? Huh? I don't know, like, I don't know, like, whatever the fuck, like, he, like, references, like, genre. I don't know what a fucking JoJo style is. He has no idea what I'm talking about. No idea! He doesn't even disagree with my description of it. He has no idea what I'm talking about. You obtuse fuck. You obviously know what I'm talking about. You lying fucking rat. Holy shit. True? I have no idea. Wait, fuck, it's muted. Hold up. Alright, I don't care to rewatch myself. Of course I wouldn't know what you're talking about, Aiden. That's not gender swapped. It's just in a JoJo style. He proceeds to have a meltdown in chat as they point out he's being delusional again, and his constant spiraling over me is boring. So he's gonna lie here. Who in this chat would love, one in chat, if you would love nothing more than to just watch me snark Beckett? Okay? One in chat if that is what you want. One in chat if that is what you want. Two, if you think that my constant spiraling over him is boring. So I don't know who he's talking about here. I'm of the understanding that everybody hates him. That was my understanding. Did he think that the breast muscles were female? Yes. Am I like crazy? I thought these were breasts. Apparently Queen did as well. Maybe I'm just nuts or whatever. I don't look at enough art. It looks like tits. What am I supposed to fucking say? This looks like tits. I'm talking. I feel like I'm like getting gaslit or something. Oh. You have these like, there's like 5 people that will always be interacting with anyone snarking me because like they have their own like set of grievances. Like this guy's mad that I called out like the fact that he was like jerking it to non-consensually disseminated like nudes in the nude sharing server he was in, that he knew were non-consensually being distributed, and just didn't care. Wasn't Leia in that? Some shit. Like, another fucking moron. Another fucking scared moron that falsely accuses me and then blocks me because she's so fucking scared that I'll refute her obvious lies. Calling her is honestly a fucking compliment. You could say that I'm misinterpreting it, but to say the only thing I was disputing was him saying he has no idea what I'm talking about. I feel like even if you disagree and like Aiden, those are pecs, you could still see why I thought those could be breasts, right? Like to say you have no idea what I'm talking about, I think it's like a little bit disingenuous. Now, he proceeds to have a meltdown in chat. So if one is being delusional, yeah. His other thing too is just to pretend like I'm crazy. Which it's not even pretend. Like I am crazy. I'm just the most non-crazy thing I've ever done is probably snark this guy. That's actually the most sane thing I think I've ever done. He does this thing. He likes to use, whenever he's talking about me, he uses the words delusional, spiraling. It's like, oh, he always will describe it like I'm like losing my mind, like talking about him or something. I'm not. There are certain people I could probably lose my mind talking about. It's certainly not him. 5 from Puddle. No offense, Aiden, but that shirt and haircut makes you look like Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Okay, bro. No offense. No offense, by the way. Oh, don't forget the yes. So people, this is a really good sign, guys, that someone is actually enjoying themselves when they have to really signal to you how funny they find it. Okay? When they have to signal to you, when they have to do the obviously like most performative laugh ever, or like go out of their way to type ha 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 ha, you really know that they're having a good time. Okay? You really know that because people who are actually having a good time need to show you what a great time they're having and how funny they find it. It's totally not cope. It's totally not insecure cope. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, this, I'm sure, even if you, like, took Tyrone 9000 completely seriously and didn't understand that he's obviously trying to one-guy me here, I feel like this would not be that funny. For it to be, how many ha's do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fucking ha's? Seven, it's not that funny. So crazy. Did he talk about it again? So. Oh, wait, is he still live? Let's see if he's spoken about it again. What the fuck is he watching? Oh, he did at the beginning. Let's take a look, folks.
What you want about? So we'll have a quick look. Welcome in, Insomniacs. Don't remind me we have all the evangelicals. Yeah, it's one of those weird things. Right. I'm being sent things as this stream is going on that I apparently have to go through.
Wait, can we get, okay, somebody needs to be, we need a Beckett bingo card, folks. We need a Beckett bingo card. Because I can tell we're gonna be talking about Becky for a while.
Before we even get to this shit. There's like a whole fucking document of DMs. Holy shit. Okay, let me throw that. What should we start with? So it seems an awful lot came out of this particular tweet tonight. I want to look at one other thing because I think this is funny.
Ha 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 ha! Wait, can we get that one more time?
Tonight. I want to look at one other thing because
I like how he signals to you that it's funny by laughing, even the thought of it.
I think this is funny.
That was really genuine, guys. Totally authentic and not forced.
Before we get into it, because I tweeted about it this morning. But you remember from the stream the other day where I talked about Aiden going over some, like, the fucking nail polish shit. He was like, Beckett has a cross-dressing avatar. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, I have literally no idea. I
said he has an avatar with breasts. I didn't use did I use the term cross-dressing? I'm pretty sure I said an avatar with breasts on reactive. I was like specific about it. That it was what he set to be his manual picture on reactive when you call him, right? So he would know that I was talking about this image in particular. So I think for him to say he has no idea why I would say something like that or what I'm talking about, I think it's like just a fucking lie, right?
And it turns,
even if you were like, those are pecs or whatever, as I said before, you would not be blaming anyone for interpreting it the other way either.
So he talked about it.
Those are very boob-looking pecs. Also, I think we need a obligatory, just this in the corner of the screen.
Done with this fucking shit.
Really, Beck? Is that fun? I'm glad you're having a good time, man. We almost didn't know.
And he revealed what he thought was a cross-dressed avatar, which is
I didn't
like,
say
gender
he's just
swap,
lying. I said it had boobs. My comment was that it had breasts.
which was I was just like, what the fuck are you on about? So we'll have a quick
I
look.
said
So
that's what I didn't say dressed. I said that it had boobs. You've just changed the claim, so it seems more ridiculous. I was talking about. That's what I was talking about. This is what this was.
So it's like this avatar here. So for some of you will remember for like the Valentine's Day competition, I think Yolk. Am I right? Am I saying that right? Give me a second. Where are they? Yeah, Blue Yolk.
Let's talk about the fan art Beckett gets where the chat character is extreme. What are you talking about? Is this true?
I'm saying that wrong. Ended up like they did like this.
Get it, guys? I said something wrong. Dude, it's like, who are you kidding? Who are you kidding?
Fucking kind of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure style, like overly sexualized version of me. Blue Yokai. There we go. And I had it as my Discord profile for a while. And it's not the KP one. I was surprised too. So yeah, we'll just watch. We'll have a little look at this.
So that's what I was talking about. This is what this was his reactive avatar. He has no idea what I'm talking about. No idea.
Literally no. I would never have expected that.
I said your reactive avatar. There's no way that you. What else would you think I'd be talking about? If I said it is your. When I said it is your reactive avatar, I said he has a reactive avatar with breasts, right? He'd obviously know what I'm fucking talking about.
That's what he was fucking talking about. I don't.
Yes, my vape is nicotine.
I don't know if this. I think this says more about Aiden.
It's not even my talking point. It was Queeman's talking point.
Like, I feel like this is one of those things that if you see that image and you're like, that's boobs. I mean, I suppose it makes sense.
What? You guys, you actually think he really can't see why I would think those are boobs? I feel like it just looks... I feel like I'm losing it, man. Maybe he's right. I feel like those are like, those look like boobs.
Why he met up, like, on the London trip and got, like, blown
London! Wait. You know what? You know what would be the funniest thing? And this guy would be crazy for saying it, okay? Insane for saying it. If this guy, okay, he should say something about like Soul Skibbity or Goat Catto. I'm gonna lose it. It's gonna be so funny.
by fucking Soul Skibbity.
That'd be great. Sorry.
Like, dude, listen, I think he might just be a bit confused. I think Aiden might be a bit confused.
It doesn't even make sense.
I think this whole thing of Aiden coping, where he's like, you know, I'd explore my sexuality, is actually just like, Aiden is just actually really gay.
Okay.
He's like, just sort of, he's got like 1 foot out of the closet, and it's just like, look, man. Narnia's not taking you back, bro.
He doesn't even disagree with my description of it. He has no idea what I'm talking about. You obtuse fuck. You obviously know what I'm talking about. You lying fucking rat.
Anime bad again? Apparently?
Does Vito call people unfunny when they're being unfunny? Then I guess I am like Vito.
I literally, this one has confused the fuck out of me. Very funny, but has confused the fuck out of me. I don't know how you'd come to that fucking conclusion. I really I don't get it.
I think that's just a lie. Shit. I have no idea.
It's at this point that his chat's like turning on him and being like,
no, they're not. That's not even true. It's like crazy how he has to delude himself. A ton, like, it's just not true. My chat notoriously one guy's me. My chat will notoriously type something to disagree with they don't actually give a fuck about, right? That happens sometimes. He knows this. He's just pretending like he doesn't.
Bro, it's
nobody in my chat was seriously saying, Aiden, this is insane. What's going on? You're delusional.
Hex. It's like JoJo, what are you talking about?
Fuck, it's muted. Hold up. sorry, let's listen to my description of it again. Queenman was said a long time ago. For those of you that don't know, Beckett's like reactive avatar is like him with tits. This is I said him with tits. Active avatar. No idea what I'm talking about. He would have had to manually set that because it's different from his Discord profile pic.
This was a weird point as well. I don't use reactive. Why the fuck would I use reactive? I don't use reactive on my own streams. It was just my Discord avatar for a while. I change them all the time, by the way. Like, every time I get some like fan art that I particularly like, I'll just set it as my Discord PFP for a while.
Owned.
Or I'll do it like themed for the month. It's been a while since I've changed it. Currently, it's the 90s Beckett from the mixtape stream. That's my current Discord avatar.
Sure. He would have had to have seen this image and manually put it into reactive. But he has no idea. I was wrong. He actually manually input it into Discord. I thought that it was because it was on a record. I thought it was his reactive avatar because it was different than his Discord profile picture. But actually, it's just that this was Discord profile picture at the time the snark was happening. You know what I'm talking about? So he actually would have manually had to set it on Discord, not reactive. I know there's like a really big difference there. Like
I have literally no idea what the fuck Aiden is talking about here. Is he talking about the KP thing? Like the KP?
He's going to ignore. I think he's going to ignore that I said that Queenman said it.
KP cosplay. That is the only time I've used an avatar that like cross-dresses in any way. And occasionally people draw like made art of me, and I'll show it on stream.
Yeah, and then you manually set this to be your reactive avatar. His Discord profile picture. We're updating the snark.
But like this little fucking avatar does not have tits.
Okay,
like,
I gotta be honest. I'm like so out of
So this point where he's like, I'm out of patience, is because like I think it's Will in chat is like, can we do something else other than like Beckett snark? Because this shit is boring.
He was doing that the whole set before I was covering you. It's Will. Will is a one guy. He does it all the time. It's really flattering. You think Will like is super anti-snarking you. I don't think that's true.
And he was like getting annoyed at chat because I like, yeah, sure, buddy.
Yeah, chat. It's literally one person that is a notorious one guy.
Oh, dude. Do you know, like I said, funny enough, there's two parts to this. There's like, we'll get to, actually, fuck it. Yeah, so Tyrone posted in chat because somebody...
He's totally not a one guy at all. No irony. No irony here. There's no irony in this at all.
Super chatted Aiden and was like, I think you need to take Tyrone's advice. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. What did Tyrone say? And Tyrone says, Aiden should read Let It Go's username.
Wait. Okay. When I know he had to type that he was laughing when he made the tweet. So now his reaction is actually going to be hearing the joke for like the second or third time. Let's see how funny he finds this like by the third time.
And take that advice already. But Tyrone was...
It's like, who's buying this? You're just lying. You're just lying that you find that funny. It's like lizard wearing human skin behavior. It's like psychopathic almost, where you just like, you need to fake emotion to signal to other people that you're having a good time when it's very clear that you're bothered by whatever was just said.
Was in chat when I was going over this, and he was like, you know, Aiden's just going to spiral over you talking about him again. And I was like, yeah, of course he is, because that's all Aiden does. He just freaks out the minute I mention his name. Translate with the two. You literally...
I just refute your points, right? I refute your points because you like to lie a lot, and you get a lot of things wrong because you're, like, really fucking stupid. You know, I do that with everybody else. It's not like it's you specifically.
Have a femme avatar, KP, why this one? Yeah, I mean, like, if he was like, oh, well, the KP avatar is, like, cross-dressed.
I don't know what the fuck the KP avatar is, and I didn't say cross-dressed, I said it had tits.
That's totally reasonable to, like, make a joke about. That's fine. This? Really? The fucking Valentine?
True, that's a good point, Wendy. It's insane how every...
Insane avatar?
I am fine if you want to be in this chat and disagree with me. I'm fine if you want to be in this chat and tell me I'm a stupid fuck. I'm fine if you want to be in this chat and wish death upon me and my existence. From this point going forward, if you're here and you don't like what's being covered and you're actively asking me to cover something else or whining about how you're bored in chat but lack the autonomy as a grown adult to go fucking watch something else, you're gonna be banned from chat.
I mean, could you imagine? Fuck me, bro. If you don't like the content, if you don't like me talking about...
Go watch something else? I don't think that's that crazy to say. I don't, like, is that really that controversial of a statement?
this, I'm gonna ban you. Bro.
I don't think that I guarantee you, if we let's implant. Okay, I can't say this on YouTube, but if we implanted a tactical whiner into his chat that kept telling him they were bored, I guarantee you they'd eventually get timed out. I literally guarantee it.
I don't know.
I just don't think that's that crazy.
That's a little sad. That's a little unfortunate. A guy so scrawny he literally doesn't know what pecs are feels like a little bit of a bad nerd comedy. Yes, Jenny. How you doing? The last melatonin with the 2.
Isn't Jenny Matrix like a fucking crazy person or some shit?
Cobbleman server.
I've heard rumors.
Cobbleman server? What the fuck is that? Cobblemon? What's Cobblemon? I don't know what the fuck that is.
Chad says it nobody's gonna buy this, but there is like, people like to watch me get mad at chatters. It's just true. And sometimes I will play it up, and I'm not gonna be like sometimes I will purposely, like, I'll know some shit is bait, and I'll respond to something. Like, there is entertainment value in that, right? It's funny when you watch, like, I don't know, Fuentes go off on super chatters, or I used to like watching Chud get one guyed by Lumpy Willie. There's some entertainment value.
Getting bitchy. Yeah, it doesn't get any better. I just, like...
just lying. I'm sorry, guys. Maybe I'm just so...
He copes about this. For like fucking 10 minutes.
I'm the one that's coping, by the way. Well, if I'm off, you guys need to just tell me I'm off, okay? Is it crazy to...
It's Pokemon in Minecraft? Oh, that actually does sound pretty interesting. I don't play Minecraft, though. See the idea with the 2. Beckett, just let Eden beat you off. He's desperate. Oh my fucking god, bro. It feels a little bit projection-y. It's like, oh god, if Beckett was a woman.
I don't care. I'm not interested.
You good, Aiden? Is there anything you need? Like, can I...
Nope.
Not that, but like...
Oh, no, actually, yes. There is something I need. Actually, yes. I'm putting it on the record. You know what I need, Beckett? I need you to stop being a spineless fucking pussy. Put your money where your mouth is. Step outside of your little retarded adult daycare hug box filled with like 500-pound land whales who are too scared to go pick up their like food delivery in person and have to get it like left at their door. Okay? Step outside of there for a minute. Face some criticism because you expect to be the big bad guy criticizing everybody else, and fucking defend your own statements and viewpoints in a live confrontational format. That's what I need, Beckett. I need you to not be a fucking spineless pussy. Please.
It is a bit weird that you saw that avatar and you were like, well, that's got tits, right? Is that weird? Is that sus? That feels a little bit fucking sus to me.
Aiden isn't interested in women. That is so not true. You have no fucking idea. This avatar is gender bent? Is it like that insane to think that this avatar is gender bent?
Yes, it is, actually. That is fucking mental. Look at the fucking jawline!
I just kind of feel like those look like tits. I don't know what to say.
What do you mean? Not everything that's just like, I don't even know what to say to this. This is so...
See, the thing that makes it look more like tits is the fact that like, there's like one button on and you could see like, I feel like pecs are... It looks like tits. I don't know what to say. It just looks like tits.
This is so fucking weird, bro.
Tell me if I'm off, and I'm just like not seeing something because I feel like I'm going insane. It's buff. You can literally see. It's drawn with the actually cropped to point. It's drawn so you can see like the lower half.
The fucking cope.
Yeah, it's just pecs, man. Those are pecs. How is this not? How are those not boobs?
It's like in real time he's realizing that he is actually that gay.
To proceed, how would that? What?
Tits, right?
How is that gay? How would that even be gay?
That's tits. I didn't look at like an image of like a male character and think it was a woman. There's like
what's the main point is that the drawing is tits. That was the snark, right?
Weird projection or something. Did I chat? He just stares at it. He's literally just sat there in silence staring at it.
It's just
I just dragged it off screen immediately. I watched stream through my own OBS. Like, I literally dragged it off screen immediately. What do you mean I'm just staring at it?
He just stares at it.
I drag it off
He says
screen.
nothing through.
I drag the... I'm so... You can literally... Why is he just lying? You could watch me drag it off screen as he's saying that I'm just staring at it.
This entire section.
We talk about
While I'm talking, like, he just leaves me talking about fucking nail varnish. He sits there in fucking silence. Just your nightmare with the 5.
I was texting somebody.
$5 to Aiden to tell him to get a burger. He's very emaciated due to his time in Africa and AE. Is that meant to be AIDS? Is that meant to be AIDS virus? Bro. That wouldn't actually surprise me. People have sent me like DMs during this whole like he
thing.
He sits there in silence, just let me rabble on.
You can literally see that I'm texting someone, I think. Right? What is he talking about?
Just take the piss out. Okay,
you can see I'm looking down at my. I'm literally looking down at my phone. You can literally see me looking down at my phone. I'm not looking anywhere near my monitor, which is where the image was. What? What the fuck is this guy on? Is he like high?
Actually, that would.
You can literally tell that I'm looking at my phone.
That surprised me. People have sent me like DMs during this whole.
I think he really wants me to be into him for some reason. Erotomania is like a big problem.
Okay, if you want like current colors, okay, current colors of the season. Actually, it's probably not fair, but it's probably coming in. It's probably coming into like September, October. Like
all the way through this, the chat's just like, "What the fuck are you talking about, bro?"
Colors for the season are like brown and gray.
If
like,
it were PAX, it's true, Beckett. My chat really loves you. Okay, we're big Beckett fans here. They really love you, and they just hate that I'm snarking you. For PAX, why would the artist do it so there's only one button on and you can still see the bottom? I've never seen PAX portrayed that way.
If it's Pex, why is he wearing a low cut top? That's crazy to.
I feel like is this like the new dress? But look, I don't know what to say. It looks like those all look like Pex.
That's apparently crazy to Aiden. That like it would, because all it is like the zipper of the hoodie's like zipped down. That's it, bro.
That's supposed to be a zipper. It looks like he's doing like the slutty like one button thing. That's literally what that looks like.
Are you like ashamed, Aiden, to show your chest or something?
No.
Why does
this guy want me to show my chest?
When he goes out, he needs to wear a fucking turtleneck just in case.
A turtleneck would cover your neck, Beckett. I do wear a shirt when I leave the house. Yes.
It's the idea with the two. Aiden is slowly creeping into his fandom arc. Lol, dude, this shit's just like we'll get to like some of my thoughts on this, I guess, on that side. But
if those were just pecs,
he just stares at it in silence. Say something, motherfucker.
It's him. I'm looking at my. I'm literally looking at my chat. I'm literally actively reading my chat.
Now, Aiden, where's the quote tweet? Quote, yeah. Didn't this guy refuse to call into my stream after admitting to lying about me because I gave him too much anxiety? I mean, the pure fucking cope. I think I've said it again multiple times. And I can say this because I know Aiden's going to fucking react to it. Because he can't help himself.
Yeah, no, it's Beckett. It's totally not making fun of you. It's totally not because I like cover drama. It's because I'm like, I actually just can't help myself. No, this is beneficial for me to respond. Obviously, why you couldn't help yourself from responding to me. You literally are responding to me.
It's just like he pissed me off, so I stopped talking to him. It's like really simple. And it's again, I like offered to have a conversation with him. And
you have admitted that you lied. You've admitted that you accused me of doxing despite knowing. You claimed that I originated Lyle Convoy's wife's name, face, and workplace and doxed her. Okay? You admitted that you said that not because you believed it to be true, but because you were angry at me. You knew that Kumo had disseminated her face and Lio voluntarily identified it as her wife. I give you the charity that you didn't know that Lio had given out her full legal name, right? I'd given you that charity, or that all of this was public, and then I'll give you the charity that you didn't lie, that Lio that Lio's Facebook account was locked down, which was just not true at all. Right? I'll give you the charity that you didn't just purposely lie about that, but you did lie, per your own admission, about the doxing claim. You said, despite not believing it was doxing, you called it doxing because you were mad at me. That is, by definition, a lie.
Could record it and then release it over like the fucking wife docs claim shit. And then he was like, no, we have to do it live in my stream. I was like, cool.
It doesn't even have to be on my stream. We can do it on yours. We can do it on yours. We can do it on Queeman's. We can have Queeman moderate. We can do it on... I just want it to be live.
I guess fuck off. It's weird. One thing that's really funny is because when I did this, like the other night, I said that all that ever happens when I talk about Aiden or tweet at Aiden is I get messages from other creators saying, why the fuck are you bothering with Aiden? That's it. That's the most.
I know it's like the now recording like it's like trailer park. That's why Xylee Gets Real. He's getting a DM from Xylee Gets Real, some old RFC shitter who like still thinks it's funny to say the N-word, or like Lio Convoy, who's just lost a debate to a 16-year-old and is on his way to like report him to his school. Or he's like, or Lio Convoy, the guy's like asking, is he asking another kid? Is Lio still soliciting CSAM?
That happens. And that's exactly what happened this time. Somebody, and I think, oh no, I won't tell you who it is. Where are they? I will read verbatim what they said to me. This is for verbatim. You've got to have so much mental bandwidth to randomly start beefing with Aiden. It's like, wow, you must be feeling good, Beckett, if you've got like...
The only people that say things like this are people who've lost to me. People who are less intelligent than myself and realize that, so they can't own me on substance. They just whine. They could get in, if they're so smart and competent, they could get in here at any time and my call-ins VC and embarrass me in front of everybody. They never do. Why is this? Because deep down inside, they understand the second they do that, I'm going to humiliate them. They're going to look horrible, and I will win, right? So they have to do it from a distance. That's literally it.
If you feel like Aiden's worth taking a shot at because he'll just be annoying.
Oh, that's my other... The biggest runner cope is like, this isn't worth my time, as they spend like multiple hours responding to you. That's like my favorite one. This thing that I've spent hours talking about isn't worth my time. I'm totally not scared.
That's the only outcome. No one actually cares. Aiden has put himself in a position where just no one gives a shit about him anymore.
My viewership has literally doubled since... What are you talking about? After the London drama, my viewership went down. It's literally doubled since. And I gained back all the subs I lost. We fell below 7,000 after the false doxing allegation.
It's a weird thing as well. Like you've got to... I think you've got to look at yourself to some extent where it's like, what's the outcome here? Whenever Aiden's like interacted with people, he's just constantly falling out with them. Like whether it's Diorio, whether it's like potentially like a bit of Dickers, people within the ACC space, people within general commentary. I don't know, man. Feels like the common denominator is you. Like,
yeah, you know what, Beckett? I've considered this. I'm the guy that fell out with Diorio. It's like Diorio fell out with literally everybody else or anything, right? I'm cool with Dickers. I think Dickers paid the toll. I think he's had his day, right? Who else is he talking about?
Potentially like a bit of Dickers, people within the ACC space, people within general commentary. I don't know, man. Feels like the common denominator is you. Like,
in the Diorio, as it brings to Diorio, absolutely not. Diorio's fallen out. How many people has Diorio fallen out with? What? This is just like not, this is like so, you couldn't have picked a worse example for that. I'm the common denominator in Nicholas Diorio falling out with people? Are you serious? I think this guy's like actually like starting to develop like dementia.
fucking falling out with me and getting me to the point where I won't talk to you.
Yeah, I'm the one that did that. I'm the one that did that. Not because you know you like lied about me, so you're like running like a scared little bitch. And you will talk to me, you just won't do it on stream. You spent half a day messaging me, but you just won't get on stream with me. I'm not worth your time, but you'll spend all the time in the world responding to what I have to say. You just won't do it in a live format. Nobody buys it because you're a fucking liar, right? You're obviously a scared little pussy.
It's kind of wild, actually. I think Aiden is basically the only person who's managed to achieve that.
To fall out with you. I'm the only. It's weird because, and as it pertains to your associates, you have people that have had zoophile porn on their hard drives, people who have lost arguments to 16-year-olds. So basically, tried to ruin their life by calling their school and per their own admission, allegedly tried to solicit CSAM from kids. Brought kids onto stream with groomers, myriad of things, but I'm the guy that went too far.
And I mean, to be fair, I'll still DM with him. And I'll still, like, I've said I'll talk to him as soon as he stops, like, spiraling and being...
He'll talk to me when I just shut up. That's when he'll talk to me. He'll talk to me when I don't call him out for lying. And that's never gonna happen, so.
Like, retarded. So, dude. Anyway.
So you talk shit. Yes, we had like a conversation that went on for. Hold on. Hold on. Dude, we were DMing for like half a day. Like, I called him out for, this was a big lie. This was a huge lie, actually. One of his claims when I was debunking the docs claim is that Lyo's Facebook was locked down. There's 9,000 public posts. You can't see most of it. You can see 9,000 posts, who's liked them, who's commented under them. It took a random person 20 seconds on his Lyo Convoy affiliated Facebook, where he posts mostly about his Lyo Convoy activities and like his fucking whatever fucking action figures he's built, whatever the fuck. It literally took 20 seconds for somebody to find him adding his wife's still public Facebook account with her full legal name, workplace, on that account. There's Beckett God Tent in your inbox. Let's take a look. I mean, it's just like multiple lies for like no reason. Well, there's a reason. He has his reason. All right, let's look at the Beckett God Tent. We already saw this. We did a whole thing on, we did a whole stream on that. We've already seen that. It was forever ago. Is Aiden gonna oh wait, I saw this. This was another thing. Let's take a look at this on Twitter. Hold on. This is like another fucking bizarre thing. So in Beckett's comments. Wait, where is it? Is it this? Okay, so this is the weird part. Lil bro is so unfamiliar with testosterone, he thinks a man's pecs are breasts. Apparently, speaking of avatars, apparently this guy's like avatar was like just straight up like dog fucking drawn dog porn. I'm not even kidding. This Rags guy or whatever the fuck. This guy's like profile, it was literally apparently just like, it was a art he commissioned of like a dog, like a dog penis or whatever the like he literally I don't, what am I, this is your team, bro? This is your team? This guy literally wants to sleep with dogs. Okay, and then you have the artist coping that her art was shit. If you didn't intend to draw breasts, then you suck at art and should quit. He's the village crazy. Yes, if you're going about in your little, if you're in your little like hug box bubble, you'd think that, wouldn't you? All right, I mean to. Pretty sure the dog rapist Aiden. This is another weird point. I got this guy named this like weird guy on my stream who wanted to call in, and we like humiliated the fuck out of him. We exposed him for lying about being Finnish. We exposed him for like lying. I literally defended Lio in my conversation with this guy. So their point is, but you platformed him. Do you think platforming somebody is an endorsement? The context of the platforming was to make fun of him and prove he's a liar. He came on, I demonstrated he's a liar and embarrassed the fuck out of him. What are you talking about? So then I got linked this video. I don't know what this says. Oh, it's made by Fox Azure. And if you don't remember Fox, everybody, Fox Azure is the guy that essentially caught his wife in bed with a 15-year-old, and his reaction was to hit the 15-year-old. What is even in here?
I mean, he sent a video, yeah? Hey, Scratch.
Hello.
Long time no chat.
Yeah, it's been since like 2023.
Correct. February of 2023 was the last time we spoke. Just a moment. Let me. Yeah, it's been that long.
All right. Great stuff. Great stuff. Totally owned. Where?
There's your Aiden update of random fucking tweets. Rise with the 5. Don't worry, Beckett. Aiden will stream one more time and think he's won over and over again. It's like a broken clock, really, lol, Lamau. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's just, I don't know, it's a little bit fucking sad, really.
Why is it sad? I don't understand. It'd be sad if I was just like on a decline. I've been on a, since we haven't done like anything of note since obviously you're going to decline after you get something as good as the fucking Destiny debates, right? But my channel's like literally, I don't know what he's talking about.
The thing is, Aiden will spiral on the same shit.
I had my literally since he's accused me of being spiraling, I've had my most successful stream ever. And then my second most successful stream ever, and I think like my third most successful stream ever, gained all my subs back that I lost, and then more. Doubled my concurrent. I don't know what world he's living in. I'm not saying that to be like, oh, that's fucking great. Like we're still like small Z-list commentary shittos or whatever. But I don't know what he's talking about.
Day after day, month after month, long after anyone else like gives a shit. And it's largely because I don't know, he can't stand the idea that anyone sees him in a bad light, really. And one of the things that someone else said to me,
that's why I'm
their
here.
Relationship with Aiden fell apart a bit, was that whenever Aiden does something, it's like only for his benefit. If Aiden tries to back down or take an L, you know he'll be back in like a month's time to like try and relitigate the fucking issue because he's only interested.
It was worth relitigating. There were people, like, for example, this is a really good one. It's a really good one. Do you want to know why this was, like, worth relitigating? Because people just got it, like, hold on. Is this the one I'm talking about? I think it's here. Like, if you were to, like, rewatch, like, Dicker's stream from the time or whatever, it's just crazy how much shit was just, like, totally wrong. Like, look. As Lio goes under his full name, he announces his full name and calls, and he's announced his wife's full name and what she does for an occupation. There's been no actual.
Can you show me evidence for that? You never brought this up when we first had this argument.
Aiden,
if he was public, about his wife's information, Why is everybody in his Discord calling her Lyo's?
So I didn't have the example in hand, so you'd think I'm lying, right? Except what I just said happened, that he's announced it in call, that I watched, did happen. Right? It did. And I sent Dickers proof of this, and he since conceded. Like, we wouldn't have to do this if you just got it right. It's really not hard. It really is not hard. My expectation is that you're just correct, right? It's that simple. Just don't be wrong, and you won't have this issue with me. You just, literally, all I ask is that you're correct.
Back in like a month's time to like try and relitigate the fucking issue. Because he's only interested in, like, trying to claw back a little bit of credibility,
a little bit claw back, yeah.
A bit of reputation in the moment. For his
I've disproven everything. That's why you don't debate me on it.
own benefit. He's not actually sorry about anything that he's done that might annoy somebody.
Of course not.
He's got, like, dude, he's just got, like, no fucking, I don't know.
Is he implying I'm a psychopath?
He's got the brain of a fucking 2-year-old. So, yeah. And I think this is why he's largely been relegated to lolcow status. But, I mean, like, look at all the shit with, like, fighting with DGG in food shops. It's like...
Yeah, I'm the lolcow there. When I'm fighting with the guy that's, like, on trial for, like, the guy that is on trial right now because he non-consensually disseminated sexual images of a woman without her consent, and a literal pedophile... I'm the lolcow in that situation of Beckett somehow, I guess.
All that's really happened is he went and had a load of debates, and, like, he debated on Wix, for example. And, like, Wix numbers before that were, like, fucking terrible. But those Destiny debates are, like, part of the reason that Destiny started to make a bit of, like, claw back a little bit of credibility.
What? Okay, listen, folks. Maybe I'm lost. Maybe I'm just lost. Did I help Destiny claw back credibility? Is that an actual accusation being made against me right now? I helped Destiny claw back his credibility? I honestly don't remember doing that. It's funny that he thinks that I would even be capable of doing that.
Like, didn't go well. And even now with the Snarkzer.
Are you kidding me? That went so... I literally said to somebody, you know, I should like Destiny, because this guy's made me, like, so much fucking money, it's, like, unreal, or some shit. Which is true. It's just true. Those debates were immensely successful. It was my most successful stream of all time. And my second most. And I think my third most. It might have been tied with Weddle for number 3. That, like, went very well for me.
Server shit. They turned up to try and defend it. And I think the last I saw about that was, like, Aiden taking shots at Nicandros over the doxing tool or some shit. I don't know how legitimate that was, but I'm just like, bro, like, do you have any fucking consistency? Like, anywhere. So, yeah. Anyway, Marjar Bones.
Yeah, so just like I said on the Dickers stream that you guys were wrong and lying at the time, and then unfortunately went back on myself after not having the evidence on hand. Now that I obtained the evidence that I referenced in the call, and can demonstrate it to you and leading to you to make a public concession, right, which you then tried to walk back in the most, like, bitch-made way possible, yeah, I mean, my opinion's the same, right? I still think you lied and are wrong, and I'm right. And I can prove it, which is why you won't talk to me. It's that simple.
With the member for 2 months, it's seething. The closet is beyond glass, Aiden. The closet has no walls. Please just pick someone without skibbity in their username for your next gay experience. True! Destiny should play more Command and Conquer. Dude.
Do we have, like, any new material? I'm actually just, like... You know, I said this about the Britney Simon show. It was funny. It was very funny the first time, but, like, I mean, how, like, I had a sexual experience with a guy 8 months ago. I think we get it. I don't know why this is, like, a topic of constant fixation for these guys.
Could you imagine, like, the timeline where Destiny's, like, stays as a gaming streamer, but it's still, like, a fucking sexual degenerate? It would be like a Dr. Disrespect drama, rather than, like, a gay political one. Kicking with the 50 Swedish. Good morning, Becky. K-Huck and Blue Yoki enjoyed my
Oh
comment.
my, another fuck did. Oh my god. Whenever you hear like, yeah, somebody was telling me why they fell out with somebody, all of the, it's the like now record, they're all racist, by the way. All of them. Maybe not Beckett, but like all these other, like the fucking, it's trailer park trash commentary. The ex-Augie guys, the ex-Now Recording guys, it's like they're all like no life, fucking living in some bumfuck town in Alabama, no pursuits in life, fucking closet racist, like fucking losers.
Went to your tweet on K-Huck stream, Aiden at a bodybuilder contest. I want to see that. Yeah. Yeah, no, I just thought, fuck it. This one's funny. Of all the shit Aiden has said about me, this is probably the funniest. I was so confused. Why the fuck would you think that, bro?
I'm not talking about Gilded. I'm talking about, like, you know the types. You know the types. They've moved over more to the LolCal Live universe now, but it's like, you know the types. If you know, you know.
So, anywho, let's get on to the Gideon stuff. Let's get on to...
I'm sure it's riveting, man. I'm sure it's, like, totally riveting. He's just having a great time, guys. It's all so funny to him. See, the thing is, I do get mad. I do get mad, but I will tell you I'm mad. Okay, well, I'll show it, and then I will admit it. Okay, sometimes I fucking seethe. Alright? No issue with molding. But like the whole, it's so gay to like sit there and just like constantly pretend like you're having a good time when you're obviously bothered. It's like crazy. It's like it's so disingenuous. What did I get sent here? Wait. Okay, so listen, Beckett is like a very, you have to do something crazy like I did to get him to the point where he's not going to talk to you, right? Something crazy. Meanwhile, like, you've got like an actual dog fucker, like in his replies or whatever. Apparently, Beckett actually like defends this. Somebody, like, I didn't ask for this. Somebody just like literally sent me Rags, what his profile picture was. I didn't ask for it, and quite frankly, I didn't want it. There is no world where you can argue that that's not like zoophilia. I have a lot of furries in my community. I don't know why. I'm not a furry or anything, but like I have a lot of them in my community for whatever reason, and I don't mind them, right? But there's like a difference between like the anthropomorphic like animal shit and like actually just drawing like anatomically like correct sexualized images of animals, right? That's like, all right, Aiden, but is Dickers is not a pedophile, no. But apparently, speaking of Dickers, it's actually a good segue Tag just gave us. Speaking of Dickers and Beckett apparently had a debate about Rags.
Sup, dude?
How's it going?
You're
How's
getting
it
flash
going?
banned by Rags pornography.
I am, unfortunately. And not just porn that people have made about him. Porn that he's, like, favorited on his Rule 34 account, or for Affinity account. What's all that about?
Yeah. So, I don't know. I just saw you a little bit at the end. I kind of come down in a similar place. I feel like with furry stuff and all this shit, I don't disagree. This stuff's fucking degenerate. Like, I don't think I'd be favoriting porn of my, like, if someone did porn of my avatar.
This is the sweepers love these phrases. If you're watching, people like Beckett will always have like zero issue. They'll pretend they're above morality or whatever. Morals are gay, but they'll constantly like enforce them. They're totally willing to imply or overtly call things bad if they think something is bad. The issue is, and Beckett has like the Diorio problem or whatever, when he's talking about somebody he's vested interest in defending, when presented with a bad behavior of theirs that he knows he can't talk his way out of, there will be obviously overt attempts to minimize, but also a great way they try to condemn it, offer up a token condemnation without having to actually like do anything brave, is by saying something akin to, I wouldn't personally do this. if he did it, that's bad. I wouldn't personally do something like that, as if the question pertains to personal preference. No, we're making a descriptive claim about somebody else. It doesn't matter what you would personally do. Nobody's asked you what you would personally do.
Avatar, which covering ACC stuff will probably happen at some point. It's such a weird line. I think I go by two things. Firstly, Rags has said to me that anything that he's actually into is vanilla. So I sort of got to take that as
no, that's literally his profile. The image that I was saying is just that's Zoophilic. That's literally Zoophilic.
Face value. Like there's no
like obviously Zoophilic.
There's no like logs anywhere of like Rags soliciting Guna pornography of himself.
His profile picture, this profile picture right here, the actual image that this is cropped from is zoophilia porn. That's what this is, like, drawn zoophilia porn. That is what this image is cropped from. He's voluntarily set this as a profile picture. The art here, if you zoom out and see the original image, it's like dog penis that he voluntarily set to be his profile picture. I don't know what the fuck Beckett's talking about. He just, like, sweeps for the worst people alive. It's crazy.
I don't know what's commissioned and what's, like, just fan art from the furry community. And from, like, the other side, the way Rags talks about, like...
His top collaborator also, it's important to note, had actual zoophile porn on his hard drive.
Actual like zoophile people or the stuff that happened with YMS, there's such a huge amount of condemnation to it, and I've heard this from the furry community. Is it degen? Sure. I don't think Rags is a zoophile, which is sort of
what does Beckett think zoophilia is,
where my line is.
Okay,
but yeah, I like, if people are like, oh well, he's obviously going to get accusations like this. Yeah, sure, but these accusations have been coming his way for like what, like a decade or something? It's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get that. I'm really not. I'm not sure how far that I would go for somebody into a drawing like this.
At some point, Rags for Affinity Count, he associates at EFAP, had favorited posts which included anatomical dog porn, some depicting dog-on-dog intercourse, all anatomically dog-like and not anthropomorphic, anything resembling some sort of human, featured in these animals. On top of this, Rag's current YouTube profile is cropped and rotated from anatomical dog porn of his avatar. I don't even... Okay, that's fucking disgusting.
Translating into being attracted to a real animal. It's definitely uncomfortable, though. I don't really...
This is zoophilic. There's literally no way... There's literally no way you can tell me that that is not, like, what there's, like, you can't even do the anthropomorphic argument for this shit. It's literal just, like, drawings of dogs.
You know, if I buy the excuse that this is stuff that's been made of him, and it's just fan art, and he hasn't commissioned them. If he's going through and, like, favoriting them publicly
he endorses
on Fur Affinity,
he likes it.
This is stuff that, at the very least, you can say he's soliciting.
That's so dishonest, dude. He's added some arbitrary qualifier. It doesn't matter if he's personally commissioned it. What matters is he's saving it. Right? Is Beckett against calling somebody a pedophile if they have CSAM, but they're not the person that made it? What? Like, obviously, you've just added some completely arbitrary qualifier to, like, act as though that refutes the actual conclusion when it doesn't. That's a non sequitur.
Even if he hasn't directly commissioned it.
What do you mean by soliciting?
Like, he's encouraging people to, like, draw more of this stuff, or to make him more of this stuff, right?
Sure, it's really, like, it's really hard with Rags to work out what's a troll and what's not, right?
Oh my god. Like, a troll? A troll? Is this guy serious? He's just trolling, guys. It's just a troll. Are you fucking serious? Dude, awesome troll, man. W-bit, great troll.
This picture is a huge amount of just a variety of art of his character. I mean, if people want to be like, it's degenerate as fuck.
Oh my god, what a weaselly you can literally hear, like, the smirk on his face.
I think there's an issue, like, with saying that. I think that when you're going like somebody's like into feral or zoophile shit, again, I think that's a more serious accusation. You're accusing somebody of wanting to fuck animals rather than just having like a bit of a weird fetish. And again, it's when we're talking about sort of an animal being an animal versus a sentient character, it comes down to like the fucking.
Those are not anthropomorphic. They're portrayed to look like actual dogs. The only anthropomorphic trait on like the dog would be the sunglasses. Like sort of.
File shit. Again, I think that's a more serious accusation. You're accusing somebody of wanting to fuck animals rather than just having like a bit of a weird fetish. And again, it's when we're talking about sort of an animal being an animal versus a sentient character, it comes down to like the fucking goofy shit versus Pluto. I don't know. I mean, again, I feel like if I was going after furries for furry porn, I'd be going after people all the fucking time. It's I sound a bit despondent with it, but it's kind of like I've heard this shit before. It gets different when you get to like YMS and it's somebody actively arguing that fuck like animals can consent. If there's a
I don't understand where he's seeing the distinction. I don't understand where he's seeing the distinction. I think YMS is just as bad as Rags. They both, I think there's even possibly more evidence in favor of Rags wanting to like, I mean, maybe there is just, I don't remember the YMS stuff like super well, but like, I feel like there's tons of evidence that this person is like attracted to fucking zoophilia porn.
Clip somewhere of like Rags like arguing that.
Okay, so he's gonna change the parameters so that they're specific enough, and DGG loves to do this, by the way. They'll change the parameters so that they're arbitrarily so, right? There's no reason why the specificities that they have are there, right? But the parameters will be altered so that the person they have vested interest in smearing falls under it, but the person they have vested interest in defending falls just outside, right? Now that could just be one person is not violating the principle while the other is, except when the principle is built on arbitrary qualifiers, it's very obvious that you're making it so that you can remain consistent, sweep for one party, and remain in condemnation with the other. Or remain in condemnation of the other.
Animals can consent, then it's a little bit, then I'd be with you, but, you know.
Until it gets to that point that he's talking about IRL animals, or like IRL bestiality. It's kind of like, just degen.
Beckett is doing the thing where he's like also conflating zoophilia with bestiality. Not all people can be zoophiles and not perpetrate bestiality, right? Just like we know that people can be pedophiles without actually going on to offend against real kids.
I mean, I probably agree with that.
He's doing the thing he does where he's purposely being obtuse. He knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely okay. It's
I'm not okay. Like I'm not come here to like
grim.
scout at Nicandros. I'm not like anybody who's like taking this in this particular really serious way or like whatever. I'm like I don't fucking blame you. I think it's I think the stuff with internet adjacent is more.
I don't blame you for taking it that way. I wouldn't personally do. Nobody gives a fuck who you're blaming or what you would personally do. Nobody gives a fuck about you in this scenario. What they care about is you sweeping for the obvious descriptor that would be applied here.
Fucking ridiculous because he's clearly into this shit. So why are you making the video, right? Nicandros is somebody with like a long history of looking at people like, I say long history, but like a year and a half of looking at like Mudahar shit, Saku shit. It's really clear where like Nicandros is going to see like artwork and pornography like this. So it's not like a shocking take out of him. It's very consistent.
Yeah, you know? I guess so. The only thing that was odd to me is that his PFP on YouTube.
The only thing that was odd to you. The only thing that was odd to you, Dickers. I think there's a lot of like odd things here.
You know where that's come from?
No.
Okay.
Oh no.
I mean, flashbang warning. I guess. It does come from actual zoo porn. Or I guess like feral porn. Of him. I mean, I can send you the full picture.
Please
Spoiled,
don't.
obviously. Okay. So it's like a flip reverse of this dog kind of like bending down completely. It's just his character, like feral as it is.
I mean,
anywhere else.
I'd say talk to Rags about it if he wants to talk about it.
Okay, so why'd you condemn YMS? Shouldn't you have talked to YMS about it? What is this fucking standard?
I suppose if I'm jaded on this, it's because this isn't the first time I've heard this fucking drama. And I think that other people have looked into it far more than I fucking have. And maybe that's just me going, I just don't care. But I don't think Rags is a zoophile. Nothing I've ever seen of Rags, like, or
besides the drawn zoophilia porn that he's favorite at, right?
out of Rags or anything anyone's actually said about him, like, makes me think he's an actual zoophile. I think.
What does Beckett think? A zoophile is somebody with an attraction to animals, right? It's not necessarily somebody that goes and acts on that. That would be the act of bestiality, right? But you could be a zoophile without perpetrating bestiality. He knows this.
He's just into, like, degen furry stuff. I saw, like, a bit of the...
It's feral. It's feral artwork. It's artwork depicting anatomically correct images of the sexual parts and sexual engagement of animals, right? It is obviously zoophilic.
Scaling thing you had up, because someone DM'd it to me. It was like, fucking Dickers is doing a scaling of Rags. I'm like, yeah, that's fair enough. I think people are going to look this
Maybe
way.
he's just trying to be edgy. I'm sorry, Silent Danny. I mean this with all due respect. Are you like a fucking moron? I'm not like with all due, like I'm saying it with all due respect. All due respect included. Like, are you fucking retarded or something? With like all due respect attached.
Because okay, so when you look at all the shit with brony, like brony porn, where it's like pony characters,
yeah.
It's like, would we say that's feral? Like, at what? Like, again, it's like they're clearly.
Sorry, that was rude as fuck. Sorry, Danny. I should have asked, like, how old were you when the head injury like happened? Was it like which? Was it like multiple? Was it just like one? I'm just like curious.
They're not anthropomorphic. They're ponies. Right?
I think it might be so cartoonish that you can it's hard to actually do it one-to-one onto a real horse, right? For My Little Pony. Then also the fact that they've got like personalities and families and houses and they can talk to each other and they've clearly got like,
Rags
a human
isn't like
personality.
But like Rags' character, as I understand it, is like an actual character. It does things and it's like sat in front of computers and wearing glasses and doing shit. It's not like in a kennel, like 24/7 making.
Look at all these arbitrary characteristics he's applying to the feral artwork to make it not zoophilic. And it's always like so specific that it allows the person that they're swinging for to just fall outside of it, right? It's like, he'll for example, his qualification for who's a zoophile or isn't is basically the definition or the description of what YMS did so that he can be consistent when he's condemning YMS but not Rags.
And only barks. Do you know what I mean? But again, like I'm just going by like my own disinterest in the fact that it seems like an easy swipe to take at somebody that some people don't like. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think
the
things
make a
that
video
like,
on it.
play into it.
Go do a deep dive. I don't fucking know.
Yeah. I think the thing that play into it for me is that the character doesn't bark. And I guess when he speaks, he uses the PFP. He's supposed to be the character. It's like him. And then when in the dog porn that's going on, it's the dog having sex with other dogs. There's not a human-animal relationship there, which makes it slightly less concerning. At least this is purely in the realm of like what animals.
It's not portraying bestiality, but it's sexualizing dogs, which would be what zoophilia would be the sexual attraction to animals. He'd still be sexually attracted to the image, right? It doesn't depict bestiality. It's still zoophilic. What is this like insane sweep?
Or furry characters are doing to each other. So yeah. Do I actually think that he'd like hurt an animal? Probably not. I don't think there's evidence to be able to see that. But yeah.
I think.
Yeah, but why are we loading that into we call people pedophiles all the time who haven't actually gone and offended. Why are we now loading bestiality into the definition of zoophilia? No. Bestiality is caused by zoophilia, but it's not inherent. right? You can be a zoophile without perpetrating bestiality. They know this.
I think that's the.
Definitely
And again,
not, though.
I'm not a furry, so I don't know. Maybe the furry community is different. Fucking opinion.
You don't need to be a furry to understand that, like, being sexually attracted to anatomically correct images of dogs is like zoophilic.
But I'm just like, yeah, he's a furry. I don't know what to tell you.
No, not all. No, this is like even like amongst in the furry community, it's taboo to be into feral shit.
Pretty strong opinions about Lolly, though, don't you?
I think there's a difference with Lolly because it's like literally a child.
It's so tiresome. It's just like so fucking tiresome to have to deal with people that are legitimately this fucking retarded, like on a day-to-day basis. It's like, why are you here? Like on Earth? Why are you alive? It's like crazy. You cannot be this fucking retarded and dishonest. Okay? Do I even need to explain it? We're not talking about anthropomorphic drawings, Beckett. We're talking about drawings depicting actual dogs. If you think that drawings depicting kids and an attraction to that would be pedophilic, there is no reason you don't think drawings sexualizing and depicting actual dogs would be zoophilic. For whatever reason, you're totally able to see the nuance between pedophilia, pedophilia and actual offense, right? You can make that distinguishment and not load that into your definition. However, when it pertains to zoophilia, you've dishonestly loaded bestiality into your definition.
And again, with lolly characters, you're talking about somebody fantasizing about being with a child, right? Like, I think there's a...
Wow, so what... When we're talking about somebody fantasizing about dogs engaged in sexual positions...
Imagining themselves as a child with another child, would you not find that concerning?
Well, then you get into the whole kind of, like, daddy-daughter shit. Like, not daddy-daughter shit.
What the fuck is Beckett watching?
Actual, like, where both people are, like, role-playing as, like, age regression and stuff. I don't...
He was doing what with Stardust?
I don't know, man. It's all degen to me. But I think there is, I think there is, like, a difference between people who are, like, I don't know, it's the Vosh thing of, like, when you see people constantly making arguments about age of consent.
I don't know if anyone missed it before. For those of you that, like, tuned out and are just tuning back in, I don't know if anyone missed it. We heard the argument from Beckett that my debates with Destiny were a complete failure because I basically allowed Destiny to claw back at, like, respect. I allowed Destiny to become respected again. I'm not kidding you. That was an actual fucking argument we heard earlier. I still can't believe I heard it. I honestly am just, like, totally baffled at where the fuck that came from.
And things, and the stuff that goes along with it. Or, like, with food shops, with the constant saying, well, actually, I've got POCD, and that's why I needed to watch Aiko, because my therapist told me to. Shit like that. It's like...
All the people I've condemned bad, but all my friends good, because it's different. No principles. Absolutely zero principles. Ever-altering principles that allow you to condemn the people you're not cool with and defend the ones you are, because you're a spineless fucking pussy.
I mean, like, YMS will talk about, like, whether animals can consent. Food shops will say there was a point in her life where she didn't want to even high-five real children because she was scared of what she'd do to them. There's obviously a fucking lie about POCD. I mean, there's a lot of fucking shit the food shops have said, like IRL fantasies of being with a 12-year-old, jokes about it a little bit too close to the fucking sun.
I mean, okay,
what do you think if you take the lolly thing as like a parallel? I don't think that Flamenco has ever made an argument about age of consent, right? So then none of this applies to him. And so what do you think about the Boy Soprano thing? Because people call it Shotacon, but if he's doing a self-insert into the story, he's imagining himself as a child. Do you take the same sense as Rags in that?
Flamenco's Shota stuff, so I can't. I literally don't know. So I missed most of that fucking drama, if I'm honest.
Fair enough.
Okay, bro, you're getting too.
I'm trying to think of like other parallels there, because I don't think I've ever claimed personally that I think Flamenco's a pedophile.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think it's a weird one, like where you've got God, because I can see Morale in chat. And like people were like, well, Morale keeps asking Dogwarts questions and all this disgusting shit and accusations against Morale. And it's like, you know, there's a reason.
Yeah, but you know, when he's doing that, he's trying to be provocative. There's like an obvious intent there. What is the intent of Rags favoriting zoophilia porn? What is the intention there? I'm very curious. How is that a troll?
Morale's asking Dogwarts. It's not because he's a fucking zoophile. It's because he wants to make people uncomfortable. So I don't know. I just think
Dickers gives this guy so much leeway. How I'm looking at Dickers after the debate. How I'm looking at Dickers after this.
as with everything, just be careful about the accusation, really. But I think it's fair enough to look at this shit and be like, it's degenerate furry stuff. And if people like Nicandros want to go further, I don't think that's out of character and consistent. Because I think that's it's pretty clear how Nicandros views these things.
Yeah, we've probably got a pretty similar line then. Because I'm happy to call degen stuff degen or like.
Yeah, but that's just such an easy way to like get out of having to engage. Right? You could, sure, it's degen, we agree, but what type of degen is it? Well, it's zoophilia.
Gross stuff, gross. But then I'm not going to care like morally, or I'm probably not going to bring moral language into it. Unless
Maybe I'm just jaded.
Actually a risk.
I mean, obviously, I get on well with Rags. I enjoy the conversations with him.
Yeah, we know. At least he's honest. We know. If you get on well with somebody, it doesn't matter if they have actual fucking zoophilia porn on their hard drive, like your friend had. It doesn't matter if they've tried to ruin the lives of children because they've lost arguments. It doesn't matter if they've like, per their own admission, thought it was a good idea to try to fucking solicit CSAM from a minor. It doesn't matter to Beckett. So long as he's friends with you, it's all cool.
But also, you know, I remember the Zoofile leaks and shit. I saw the shit with Kira the Wolf and people and Snake Thing discussing fucking roadkill.
So you're gonna have to, I don't know anything about that.
Do you know
the Kira the Wolf?
You know, there was Kira the Wolf was a zoophile before he ended up having intercourse with an animal. It was the zoophilia that led him to do that, right? But is Beckett gonna argue that before Kiro actually went and did that with a dog, he wasn't a zoophile up until that moment? No, the attraction obviously existed well before that, which is what led to the action, right? And Rags demonstrably has an attraction to the sexualization of animals. It is very obviously fucking zoophilic.
Okay, so mid-2010, there was Kira the Wolf was a really big furry creator. He's probably one of the biggest furry influencers on YouTube at the time. And he has his DMs with someone named Snake Thing outed, where they're discussing fucking roadkill, how Snake Thing wants to take advantage of his nephew and does take advantage of his nephew. Snake Thing actually fled to Mexico over this. And it's kind of amazing Kira didn't end up in prison over it. It was pretty fucking graphic. And it was like I can't remember whether it was Kira or Snake Thing who was having conversations about actually fucking their dog. So like the furry community has these kind of issues. It's not unique. And you get things like the Zooier Than Thou podcast, which was literally a zoophile podcast. So I don't know, maybe my bar's too high for this. It's possible. Your
bar is always just conveniently high enough, once again, where anyone you're not friends with that you previously condemned still fits within it, but your friend falls just outside of it. It's just sweeping.
Again, I'm trying to engage in like the best faith possible here, but
you're not. You're obviously sweeping, and you know it. You literally admitted that maybe it's because I'm friends with Rags, right? It's obvious that you know what you're doing right now. You could literally hear the fucking dishonest like smirk on his face while he was trying to like do mental gymnastics to explain why the parallel can't be drawn to Lolly or some shit.
Yeah, that's fair.
As far as I can see from what I know of this, it's Rags's character, and it's a bit degen, but it's not. It's not like a dog as a. It's not like YMF.
No. Wait. Oh my god. So notice how. I've said this before. He's called out YMS. He knows that. If he's not going to call out, if he's not going to call out Rags, he knows there's a demonstrable inconsistency. So the bar and the definition is always going to be YMS. As if YMS is the only case of zoophilia ever. It's not YMS. Does he think that any instance where somebody is engaged in zoophilic behavior that isn't YMS wouldn't be zoophilia? Obviously, he doesn't think that. Obviously, he doesn't think that. He knows he's being dishonest. He's lying.
Is that fair? Like, it feels like it's not
I
like
think
YMS.
that's probably fair.
It's like if I have previously said what this Epstein guy did was fucked, and then I find out that, like, a friend of mine was chatting up, like, a 16-year-old, and then I go and I say to you guys, and, you know, it's weird. He's not Epstein, okay? He's not Epstein, to be fair. You know, it's like, it's not... What difference does that make? The dude was still chatting up a fucking 16-year-old. What difference would it make that he's not Epstein?
I feel like the chat is really wanting a fucking fight here, where I'm going to argue that he's actually going to fuck a dog. I don't think that he is. I don't think that he is. I think, unfortunately, Beckett and I are probably on a similar fucking plane in terms of what we think about this stuff. Yeah.
Why?
Don't know. Yeah,
Why? How could you hear any argument that Beckett just made and say you're on a similar plane? This is the most obvious overt sweeping I've ever fucking seen, and it's crazy he's doing it for an actual zoophile.
I'll be fucking for real. I really fucking hate the when people try and implicate like moral language into a lot of this stuff. It's gross, it's disgusting, but it's not a moral aversion. It is just gross and disgusting. It's a sexual.
Sure, those are adjectives you can apply, but what would be the descriptive label of this thing? That's what we're debating. That's what we're arguing.
Aversion. It's like degen, but yeah. Sweep, sweep, sweep. That's right. I'm sweeping for the dog cock. I think
yes. Yes, unironically, yes.
Take with fucking internet adjacent, okay? The exact same fucking take. And everyone was fine with it then. Why is there so much heat around Rags?
He's been around a while and he's a controversial figure for multiple reasons. Either people don't like his personality because he's standoffish, or because of the MGTOW stuff, or because he can be a bit of a dick sometimes.
Or because he's like a zoophile, very obviously.
This is multiple things. Or because he's a furry. And like, again...
He's not just a furry. He's not just a furry. Okay? Because once again, there are tons of furries in my community, right? The difference is, they're like into like anthropomorphic animals or whatever the fuck. I don't even know what they're into, but it's like always like human-like depictions or whatever the fuck, right? There's a distinguishing factor between that and like ferals, right? Even ferals, there's a taboo in the furry community. The artwork that Rags was favoriting is feral porn. It is drawn feral porn, depicting anatomically correct depictions of dogs in a sexualized fashion. For what reason? Well, Beckett would have you believe he's just trolling. He just favored that because he's trolling, guys.
I think there's a fair thing to the scale here because, you know, I've known people who are like, well, if you're into cat girls, you're basically a zoophile.
Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Yeah, this is my other favorite one. Well, some people would argue. Who cares? Who gives a fuck? They're not correct. Who cares?
You know, the lines for this are all kinds of...
No, it's really easy to figure out. He's trying to make it look way more complex than it is. It's pretty fucking easy.
So that's why I keep referencing the Candros, because, like, I think the Candros is, like, a solid point where you've got somebody who's very consistent, right?
Fair. Yeah, fair. Nicandros says it's an open secret that people play dumb with it. Actually, I don't know how long you've got. Are you happy to add Nicandros to the call if he's free?
Yeah, I mean, I should be clear. I've never seen any of this kind of... I've never gone looking.
Of course... I haven't seen this. Dicker's literally just explained to you that his profile picture is like an anatomically correct image of a dog with its dick out.
So I've never...
He's just cropped it.
Seen any of this pornography before.
You're getting too big for your boots.
Like, I'm aware that...
Notice how he's created it so he'll never have to concede? He's now saying he's never seen it, so he can't condemn it. Dicker's offered to send it earlier, and Beckett understandably said, I'm good, right? I totally get that. but now you understand you've made it so there's no world that it can be demonstrated to you that Rags is a zoophile. You won't take a position because you haven't seen the evidence, but per your own admission, you're unwilling to see the evidence. So there is no world where we could argue to you that this person is a zoophile.
Rags is a furry and shit.
Can you please not smoke towards Isaac?
That's about it. I'm always
fair.
happy to talk to Nick Andros, he knows that.
Unfortunately, he says he can't talk right now. But okay.
I mean, what I'd say is just maybe ask Rags about it. You can probably just.
You could ask him about it. You guys, I'm sure Beckett is consistent on this. He doesn't condemn people until he's spoken to them about it, right?
At him on DM on Twitter or something.
Yeah, fair play.
I think the other thing is like it's really like I look at the interactions he has with Wolfgang and things, and it's hard to know how much of the shit with Rags is serious and how much of it is like him fucking around to mess with people.
Yeah, it's just a troll, man. It's just he was favoriting all that like drawn zoophile porn for the troll. Dude, awesome troll. WBet.
What do you mean? What, he's trying to lean into people?
Yeah, he's just trolling. He's just trolling, guys. Dude, crazy fucking troll. Totally owned us. Wait, I unplugged my headphones. There we go.
And make them think that he's a zoophile to then troll them.
No, it's just like if there's other answers, like I don't think he'll help himself by the fact that he'll just like with the conversation with Wolfgang. He's not giving serious answers to this shit. He's basically going.
No, but he did seriously favorite a bunch of zoophilia porn.
Oh yeah, you
where
found
he's like playing dumb intentionally to fuck with them.
Yeah. So it's like, and that can be read as guilt, or that can be read as deflection.
Well, good thing we don't even need to watch that conversation to make this determination, because the guy was exposed for favoriting zoophilia porn.
Action or whatever, because he's just not engaging seriously. So I don't know if anyone's ever.
Look at this example where he's trolling. That means he's always trolling, guys. That means he's always this way. Because in this other okay, Dan.
Got like a serious answer out of Rags for this stuff, right?
Oh, really? Okay.
I have no fucking idea.
So,
by the way, if you guys want to support the channel, great way to help us out. I know it's very late, so probably don't have a lot of people here, but a great way to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs and Super Chats. We are $26 away from Streamly goal. If we hit it, that'll be based and epic. Another great way to help us out, we have 60 likes. That means 100 people have not liked. Very easy, very free, very simple. Let's hit 80 likes, folks. We can get to 80.
Right, so far as you're aware, that's the way he engages with the accusation every single time.
Pretty much, yeah.
He's just like slightly smug about it and slightly dismissive. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Probably not helping his case then. Okay, right. Nicandros says, what would he say if that was brought up to him on a live stream?
I don't know. I've never.
Oh, Nicandros.
Oh, you're talking about Nicholas Dioria, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what Dioria's opinions are on Rags. I've never asked.
Fair play. All right, well, fair enough. Yeah. I don't know if I can think of...
Oh, I forgot to dislike? Wow. It's your own fucking people. I handed my chat content on a silver platter, and this is how they want to put me in a nursing home.
Nothing else to really push it. Unfortunately, I think I'm the wrong person to try to push it, but yeah, I appreciate you
chatting. I was happy to, like, someone DM'd and was like...
I love, like, the infinite sweep chain we have here, where it's like Dicker's sweeping for Beckett, sweeping for Rags.
Beckett and Nicole going to go right. I mean, like, yeah, I'm happy to talk about it. I think it's degen, but other than that, if I was gonna cut people out for being degen and shit, I'd have no friends on the internet.
As well.
Like,
while you're here, do you have any? The next day thoughts about the internet adjacent stuff?
Dude,
I don't just laughing at the lol cows. People like this are so brave, man. I don't know how Beckett does it, honestly. I don't know how Beckett does it. How he's so brave to take a position against the zoophile that everybody's actively condemning versus the zoophile that has an audience. They's suddenly completely exempt from the principle. Beckett is just so brave for that. I just look at this guy, I think, God, the shit Beckett has to deal with. The shit Beckett has to deal with on a daily, it makes you feel bad for a guy, you know what I mean? He has to be arsed with having to be consistent on principles and having to actually like stand by the things he argues. It's just why can't he just be allowed to laugh? He just wants to laugh at the lolcows, guys.
What thoughts you're supposed to have about a corpse, but you know, just wanted to be out of
what a fucking mess. I mean, I'm fascinated as to what's going to happen on Himpleton's stream tonight. I don't think Himpleton would even deny that he orchestrated this intentionally.
He was. I blew the lid on the IA shit by accident. I turned up the heat. I said to Himpleton, because Himpleton was gonna break it, I said, I'm gonna break the story actually if you don't go live at this time or whatever. And then I like spoke to IA about and then IA apparently I like gave enough of a hint that this was about to be public, so IA rushed to publicize it.
He knew what he was doing. I think he completely owned up to it. In fact, I'm sure of it.
He did on my stream. He said that exact thing. He said, fuck it, yeah.
Okay, well, that's that conversation. In other news, folks, we have some very sad news, okay? And this is, like, serious, so I need you guys to be serious for a second. I never really thought I'd have to fucking cover some shit like this on stream, but I guess I do. It's probably better that we're doing this at night, because, you know, I want people to be a little more serious here, but, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, there was an announcement made. Let's take a look.
No matter how drunk I am, no matter how many tears are coming out of my eyes, no matter how much I can crash out, none of you motherfuckers will ever get this fucking blood. Because I have survived worse than what's going on now on the fucking internet. So all y'all can fuck off because I don't need y'all. That's the thing. I wasn't here for the fucking money. I don't need the fucking money. I was doing this for the love of the fucking game. And I will continue to do that, but it just won't be here. No matter how drunk I am, who gives a fuck,
Look,
bro?
it will go on, you know, but I'll tell you
Exactly.
this, you will be missed. I know that for a fact. I've seen it. When I left.
Oh shit, I don't have to wear this anymore. Fuck.
Oh, poor Glammy. I thought that was real.
I ain't got
This happens every week.
I don't wear it anymore. I'm good.
Poor Glammy. Fuck. Nana Banana,
All right.
thank you again.
It's like a weekly occurrence that somebody's getting fired from. They like have one bit that they just keep doing. I don't know who watches that. Unironically, you would be better off watching like the fucking Real Housewives of Arkansas or some shit than like whatever this is, man. It's just the same thing. Oh, like over and over again. This guy's getting fired. This person is quitting. This person is stepping away.
Fire Xylee. Can't fire me
Fire Xylee base department.
if I've already quit.
Mama B says, I will miss you, Xylee. Saturday nights will never be the same without you.
Thank fuck. Dude, Salvo being like, she doesn't need the money, stop the cap.
Real Crazy Void says, we care, and I'll deeply miss you, Xylee. Please take care. Cortani says, I will miss you bunches, Xylee. Khan says, I agree. Just don't forget he's using alt accounts. Yeah, that's fucked.
Crazy things happening in the lolcow live universe, people. Crazy things are happening. All right. I think we got some other shit to cover. Hold up. I'm gonna just use the restroom again real quick. It was like 3 hours ago. Time flies when you're having fun, people, right? Right? Mods are actually my personal SS. They've taken an oath to disavow bad optics, to die for me. So
there's a system.
I'm not a content creator. I don't have.
You
okay,
are
sorry,
a
go
content
ahead.
creator, but we can get into that we can talk about that later. But on YouTube, there's a system called held comments, right? So you have a setting in YouTube Studio where you can turn that off. So all comments that would be held are just automatically deleted, or you can turn it on where you can manually approve comments. And YouTube's auto mod is quite sensitive. So frequently I'll just mod random people if there's no mods in chat
what I
to
do.
approve comments that are being held, because oftentimes they're not TOS. It's just YouTube's bot being a bit too sensitive.
I don't like modding people because I don't like taking it away, right? That's the reason I don't like to give mods to people that I like friends-wise, because, like, when you go and take it away from them, it's, like, fucking awkward. Some people take it personally or whatever. So the solution is to just not give it in the first place, but obviously you need some mods.
So I don't put a lot of stake in YouTube mod. I don't really, verify people. I don't really vet people. My streams don't get a lot of views. We're at 60 viewers right now. So I don't really think I need to worry about moderation too much. And usually if something happens, I'm able to spot it and do something about it. I just can't, sit there hovering over chat and manually approve comments all the time, right? So
I can, because I have nobody in my chat. I'm kidding. We got people in my chat.
Oh, I mean, being a mod doesn't...
It's a core audience stream. We've got the core audience in the chat. The OGs.
I feel like you would be able to.
Just manually review comments all the time?
Yeah, I feel like with 60 viewers, you kind of have...
Well, I kind of want to pay attention to, like, either what I'm talking about or what I'm doing. Or
She did kind of get him there. But, like, also... Yo, I'm back. Anyways, folks. Wait, hold on. Let me shut my light. Alright, as I was saying. Whoa. Why's my shit all fucking tangled? Alright, there we go. What's happening? Hand wash check? I washed my hands. I washed my hands. I would never not wash my hands. Alright, what else do we got? Oh, apparently we've got some J-Stalk snark. This image was leaked. I don't know what to make of it, but somebody pointed out that apparently this is the For You, this is like the Twitter For You page. So I'm just like very curious here. What's going on? Let's take a look. Whoa. Didn't even... It's just down... Is this real? Apparently this is like the For You. Apparently this is like personalized. So people have pointed out and are a little bit concerned. People pointed this out. We're a little bit concerned. We had the CIA's verifying this. Right now, it's inconclusive. What else do we got here? What else do we got? I got sent this.
Now you know what it means when a bagel gets stuck. One night in vinegar, next night in hot water, this morning in hot coffee. That's what happens when you get a hole in your pants messing with Verbaniak, Silver, and Yosef. Talent from Victor Miller.
Yeah, I think he made some good points here. What else? What else? What is this shit? Dude, how is Austin McBroom still like a fucking thing? What is this? Austin McBroom gets exposed. Let's take a look. If you guys have anything you want me to watch, by the way, put it in inbox. We'll take a look.
Lying and that it's AI when it's clearly not. I cannot even believe I'm making this video right now. I do not want to. I hate drama like this. This is not something I agreed to do when asked to do this skit. I had no idea that this was going to happen and that the other party was not going to defend me and they only care about views and they're basically profiting off of my expense. And yeah, it's just not right and I'm being heavily taken advantage of. And yeah, so here we go. Let's go with my side of the story, shall we?
Haram check. Haram check. You've been hit with a haram check.
Know that I need to clear my name because this is not right. Comments telling me to myself every day. My number's leaked. I'm getting phone calls. This is honestly awful. And I've expressed to the other party of what's happening and they just told me to sweep it under the rug and not say anything and it will blow over. I'm sick of these men trying to take advantage of us women, especially
True. Speak your truth,
on
Quinn.
streams. I'm recording from my Instagram, obviously, because my Instagram phone is this phone. Whatever, I have 2 phones, okay? So, this guy, Darko, he is Austin's manager, okay? I've known him in the past, whatever. I don't really know him that well. So, he basically DM'd me randomly. And I've been seeing Austin around LA a few times. I've been seeing him at multiple parties, whatever. Say hi, bye, whatever. I've known him forever.
Yeah, this Austin McBroom is from like the LA YouTuber streamer days, right? Now everybody's like, everyone who's like presently relevant does not live in Los Angeles now. They've all fucked off to like Austin or Miami. But there's like the YouTubers and streamers that are still in the LA scene, they're like a relic of the past, okay? They're a relic of the past.
So, I'm not close with him really by any means, but whatever. We know each other. So, this guy, Darko, look at, he follows me, he follows
All right, we're gonna have to bring it up, folks. I'm sorry.
Austin, whatever, calls me on Tuesday at 5:18 a.m. If you know, Austin was live that Tuesday, okay? So it's adding up with the timeline. Are you busy today? I'm on my way back from the beach. I was with my friend. Austin needs a girl to come on stream today for a paid opportunity. I'm with also, can I tell you one of the clips he wants to get with you if you're cool with it? Cool. What is it? Basically, he's going to be wearing a Spider-Man costume, going to have a cup under, and
He wants you to like jokingly grab it and be like, the fuck is that? It's on stream on Twitch, so nothing crazy, just for the clip?
wants
Huh? Dude, this is crazy. You could just say you're trying to clip farm and like convince people to touch you.
you to jokingly grab it and be like, what the fuck is that? It's just on stream, so nothing crazy, just for the clip. I'm like laughing my ass off, all right, whatever, you know? And I'll put you in a group chat with his assistant, $300. Okay, I'm already in the area, so I'm like, sure, why not? And I've been wanting to collab with like other streamers and stuff. Like, why not? I've been collabing with Dean, AB, like a bunch of big streamers. I've been on a bunch of big streamer streams. So I'm like, yeah, sure. Like, why not? I haven't been on Austin's yet. Like, might as well. Okay, here we go. Tuesday at 5:54 p.m. This is my phone, okay? This is Darko and Austin's manager. Brandy, this is Ray. He'll coordinate with you. Hey, Brandy, are you able
Stand
to
up
come to Hollywood
now?
sometime between 6?
I'm gay. I'm gay. What can, I don't need to stand up.
6:30 and 7:45, whatever. Gave them my Cash App. This is where it is. I'm outside. What do you want me to say? 7:31 p.m. God. Not AI. Grab it and say it's big. And then I did it really quickly because it was very nerve-wracking. And
What do you
I
mean,
said, "Should we do it again or no?"
yikes,
I feel like I fucked up
Toki?
because I'm thinking they just want to do it for a clip anyways. Like, who cares if everyone knows it's a skit? He just wants the clip, okay? I didn't know that he was like really trying to run with this narrative that I'm just some random bitch on Hollywood Boulevard that's gonna run up and sexually assault him. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know. So I'm like, do you want me to do it again? Like, he. Like, I'm thinking like, okay, everyone's gonna know that this is a skit besides like the
Why are
people
people telling me to leak? Because someone is alleging that I'm flirting with you, which is just not true.
going to post this online for clips because
Feel free to leak the one DM you've ever sent me, I guess, if we need to refute that.
streaming is all about clipping and getting that viral moment. That's why I said in one of the comments, you guys don't understand streaming culture because streaming culture is like all fake. It's all for views and clips. So that's what I meant. I do not condone SA. I do not think that that's right. I'm not saying that this was a good idea at all. Like looking back, I'm like, oh my God, this was so stupid. But he should have known that. He's a grown, able-bodied man with a fan base. I'm new to this type of shit. Like, I'm just like, okay, you know, like he should know. He's been on the internet for so long. He should know the boundaries. And he knew probably that I was going to get canceled, but he wanted to go viral. So he used me to go viral at my own expense. Like, he said, no, you're good. Perfect. I said, okay, does he want anything else? They said, nah, you're good. Okay, we're about to end. So obviously the clips start going viral. He paid for the World Star ad. When I first saw the World Star ad, I was like, this is so dumb. This isn't
On
going
World
anywhere.
Star? That's still a thing?
But, you know, people picked up on it because, you know, SA is a very touchy topic. And me, I'm not really thinking anything of it because I know I didn't do it.
Why
you know?
are we
Like,
watching this? Oh, I forgot. Let's watch the other thing. Which is? You're such a fucking loser. Dude, another seether enters the chat. Buddy, I'll tell you what, I got a call-ins VC. You could just call in and tell me what a loser I am. Epically on me.
I'm like, I didn't essay him. I didn't know that he was going
We already covered Alish versus Pisco
to
yesterday.
people down on streams. He went on DDD stream and Oblivion stream and tried to say that it was real and that he was violated. I also wasn't really watching the stream as it was happening, so I didn't know the things that he was saying when I walked away. Okay, so I'm just thinking like, yeah, whatever, and I went home. So I'm blind to how he's portraying the situation, if that makes sense. I have no idea. Then
Wait, there was a new debate today? Are you serious? There's a part 2. Why am I just finding this out now? Why am I just finding this out now? There's a part 2?
I start getting the hate comments.
Wait, you missed it?
And I'm getting all this stuff, and I'm like, oh my god. So naturally, I text the Dargo guy, and I'm like, hey, I'm getting a lot of hate right now. Like, what should we do about this? Like, what is Austin going to do to make this right? Because I'm thinking me and him are going to continue to do content. So, like, how are we going to make this right? You coming Saturday? Yes. He has a party on Saturday. I was, like, on the list for it. Obviously, I'm not going to go because I don't really feel safe going to his party. God forbid there's any fans or anything, or how he's going to spin it on stream at his party. He could spin something and say that I snuck it.
Okay, I feel like her feeling unsafe is like a bit of an overreaction. I feel like he's a shitty person. I don't feel like anything unsafe has happened yet, right?
And to keep the narrative going and make me look worse, I don't feel safe going to the party, so I will not be attending the party. I said, OMG, I woke up to thousands of hate comments calling me a predator on my TikTok and IG. He goes, people online will run with anything, it will pass, people are weirdos. He asked if you could delete the post about it being a skit, because I posted on a reel saying this was a scripted comedy skit performed with everyone's consent. Please don't mistake it for a real event. So here's the story of me saying,
So why'd she agree to it?
it's fake and it's a skit. I said, for everyone new here commenting all these awful things on my photos, it was a skit. It was also not my idea. Please stop harassing me. Thank you. Austin saw that post in like 10 minutes. Like, I didn't even have it up for very long, and he was one of the people to view it. So, oh, you don't know me? And then he's texting his manager telling me to take it down. So he calls me and tells me that he will pay me $1,000 to remove it, that it's a skit. But I didn't put two and two together. Like, I thought that they wanted me to remove it because he said, Darko guy said, oh, we want you to remove it, that it was a skit because Austin just wants to keep the viral moment going, you know, like blah, blah, blah. No, that's not what it was. They wanted me to remove it because then that means that Austin is condoning. And
I feel like this is like, all right, we'll go back. I feel like this is like literally like, this is just like,
that this was his idea and this is his skit and he doesn't
this is
want
the
that.
stupidest fucking shit
He doesn't
ever,
want to get canceled.
bro.
He wants me to get canceled, but yeah, him.
I feel like this is like a risk you could reasonably foresee, right? I think this guy's like a piece of shit, sure, but like,
still get the viral moment in the clout. But I'm thinking in my head, oh, he just wants the viral moment. Okay, like, yeah, I get it. Like we're going to end up doing more content together, blah, 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 blah. And that's what they kept saying to me to shut me up. So I'm like, okay. So I delete the...
bros, no, we are a halal, this is a halal stream, okay? And she has failed the haram check, okay? This is haram.
Story of me saying it was a skit and all the comments. And then I started trolling in the comments because I'm like, all right, whatever, I'll just troll, blah, 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 blah.
Can you give me an apology for what? What'd I do?
And then it like dawned on me, like, no, this is actually very serious. Like, hello, like I need to get it together. This is very serious. And these comments are very serious and it's not going to stop. And he's trying to save his own ass right now at my expense. So I'm like, oh my God. So
I don't know why he's against her calling it a skit though, to like alleviate like people like shitting on her.
And then I ended up seeing that he was going on these streams, doubling down, saying that it was real. So obviously now I'm mad. Like, I wouldn't even have accepted that $1,000. Like, I thought it was just to delete the story. Why did he double down?
Like, also, he's been experienced enough where it's like, that should have, when you're making this agreement with her, the agreement that she couldn't say that it was a skit should have been made in advance, so then she would be able to decide if she wanted to do it or not.
Down. He said you violated, not SA'd or anything. He's making it a point that it was Hollywood Boulevard shit. It's just because it's hot right now. Give it a couple more days and you'll be good. If it's not quiet down a few days after the party, he'll help you figure it out. I said, how are we supposed to do content together when he's running with this narrative? Like, hello, how are we gonna, I'm gonna just show up and I'm gonna be the girl that SA'd him and like we're just gonna be all fine and dandy? That's not what, no, he has no intentions of doing anything else with me. I was a one-off for clout. And defame for SA. I'm down to write it out as long as he puts me in more stuff because I don't want to be known for that.
Okay, so we've reached our actual issue.
You know, my close friends are getting harassed. Like, can we do an apology video or something?
Did they ever stipulate to her, because it sounded like this literally was communicated to be a one-off thing. It didn't sound like there was a permanent agreement or like a more than a one-time thing was ever agreed upon before.
Something sincere, you know? Like, clearly he's not apologizing for anything that he did because he wants to act like he's an angel and he was violated and he did nothing wrong. So none of this is going to happen. But, you know, I was willing to do that. Like, let's sit down and do an apology video. Like, this was not really a good idea for a skit. Like, hello? He's not owning up to anything. He would rather me take the fall. So they just kept saying, oh, you'll be in more stuff. Just let it blow over, let it blow over. And I was going to, and I was doubling down in the comments and stuff and saying stuff, but no, I can't. Like, this is so serious, and I'm not going to
Yeah,
be
we're done with this. We're done with this. Did Aiden really hide her boobs and y'all say he's not gay? I'm sorry, why are you mocking my faith? Okay. So we have a part 2. We have a part 2 to the Pisco Owlish debate. Let's take a look. This was linked by Maximus. By the way, folks, we're 26
All right,
away
I'm
from
calling.
goal. If you want to help us hit it, great way to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs and Super Chats. If you can't, that's fine. Another great way to help is to hit the like button. I think it's like here.
Little sandwich. I had a really nice berry smoothie. Hung out with some of my
Sando.
friends. We did a little sake tasting. And now I'm back. And
Sanlo tabimasu ka?
I don't know Japanese yet. I'm still learning.
On the last, I'm sorry. There's no way anybody who's not like lying or completely fucking delusional thinks Owlish won the last debate. I guess you didn't say that, but I'm implying that if this debate is anything like the last one, of course I'm not gonna fucking side with her.
Learning.
Nihongo no wakarimasu ka?
Yeah, no. You thought that she had better evidence for her claim.
Yes,
So-
she actually did have better.
They're just as circumstantial. What the fuck does that mean?
I just
Why not boot up the stream with Owlish?
sure. What triggered you about what I said?
Well, I just had a take which I think was the objectively correct take, which is Andrew Wilson won on substance, but he did really, really bad on substance because he wasn't like fact prepared, and he did
Wait,
even
how did he
worse on
lose
optics.
substance?
He won on
Wait, how
substance.
did he lose on stuff? You said okay. All right, that must have been just a misspeak. So, I mean, I don't see why his evidence was any better than the evidence that.
Oh, you have to have seen the fuck my life. I have to see the Andrew Candace debate.
Candace brought, because essentially he dismissed her evidence in favor of his own, which is equally as circumstantial.
I mean, I don't know what you say when you say it's equally circumstantial. I think a lot of the evidence was circumstantial, but not all of
Anyone want to TLDR what they're talking about so we don't have to watch Candace Owens debate Andrew Wilson?
it. For example, I think that the confession was not circumstantial evidence.
So the confession, which I believe was given by Discord, to
Wait,
say
were
it
they
came from
were
that-
they debating over Charlie Kirk? Dude, Candace Owens is like actually so funny. Like I remember she was like, it was like she was saying like it was Israel, and then she like started implying that it was the French government in like coordination with Israel to take out Charlie Kirk because Bridget Macron is like a man or something. I don't even fucking know what's going on. And like Charlie Kirk told her in a dream.
Discord account doesn't necessarily mean it was his account, right?
I'm not saying that it necessarily came from his account, by which I mean it is ontologically necessary, but I just do think that
I also love how the biggest issue they have with Bridget Macron is that they think she's a man and not that she was Emmanuel Macron's school teacher. I like how that's
I'm
their
wondering
issue. Wasn't how
what
old
you
was he when he
mean
got in a
by-
relationship with her? Wasn't he like a teenager?
they're just as circumstantial. What does that mean?
He was talking about his shoes, brother.
What do you mean when you say they're just as circumstantial? What the fuck does that mean?
I just explained it to you. I said that Andrew Wilson, he used his evidence was that it was his shoes that definitely made him identifiable in those 2 megapixel or those 2 fucking pixel.
Yeah, Bridget Macron was Emmanuel's school teacher, and they got in a relationship with one another when he was 15. But the right's biggest issue is that Bridget Macron might be a man, according to them.
Photos that were definitely of him. Well, you know, he was wearing the same shoes according to his
Owlish,
ex-lover.
Are you hearing me?
What?
I asked you a question. You said the evidence was just as circumstantial. They were both just as
Yes.
circumstantial. I need to know
Yes.
what does that mean? That they're just as circumstantial.
I just explained it to you because because they both basically came to the plate with circumstantial evidence. and no circumstantial evidence was better than the other, but Andrew Wilson was basically dismissing her evidence in favor of his own, which was equally as bad, with more terrible
I basically
arguments.
think that you're crazy if you thought that she had better evidence for her claim.
Yes,
So-
she actually did have better evidence for her claim. First of all, if you let's get this out of the way first. If you think that you take this trial seriously, because the Trump administration definitely took an interest in it, which is not something that you should take seriously.
Thank you, ZM Punk, for the 5. April, much appreciated.
Outset, like them having eyes on this case already makes it suspicious.
Yeah,
And
I'm sure I'd agree if I knew what the fuck was going on.
Applied to
Why would that be suspicious? A major political figure was assassinated.
He wasn't a major political figure.
He's a pretty big political personality.
I don't think
he wasn't.
major than-
What are you talking about?
So any of the
his legacy certainly became big, right? It became a political figure.
there have been multiple other political figures who have been unfortunately killed, and they were given less attention than this.
I agree.
Yeah, like Alish, like when she says unfortunately, she means like Adolf Hitler. That's who she's talking about. She thinks it's very unfortunate he was killed.
He was more popular.
You should have seen yesterday when I watched the first debate. She literally lays out the logic where she would be comfortable voting for Hitler over Platner. She just lays the logic out.
Many of those figures, the ones that are like the politicians from, I think you're referring to the ones from Minnesota. And also, it's the Trump administration, and so they have a bias for conservatives and Republicans. What's weird about spending federal resources investigating this crime, especially when the suspect was at large? It would be weird if they didn't get involved.
No, that is absolutely weird. For a murder trial? What?
What's more weird, for the feds to be involved or not be involved in the involvement in this case, putting their resources to help out local officials?
Why would they?
What does she think that the feds get involved in? The feds get involved in shit like this all the time. High-profile assassinations on Americans. Of course the feds get involved in that. Not always necessarily, but like the feds got involved with the Brian Thompson shit, Luigi Mangione. The feds get involved in like high-profile murders that are not political assassinations. How it typically works is, I think the FBI, even if it's not like in their jurisdiction, will offer in high-profile cases to like consult law enforcement. Law enforcement doesn't always accept the help of the FBI, which happened where I'm from, on a multi-murder case, which led to the case being unsolved for years because the police chief didn't want to let the FBI come in because he was secretly hiring prostitutes and didn't want to be caught.
Why would they grant resources when he's not a federal employee?
She doesn't. Why did the feds investigate the kidnapping of the Lindbergh baby? Last time I remember, the baby wasn't working for the Postal Service, was he?
Because the federal government has an interest in political assassinations, especially ones where, you know, there's a suspect at large and where the FBI can lend resources. Even if it's within the state, they will do this sometimes. The state was leading the charge when it comes to like the prosecution, but federal involvement is not weird in this situation.
Wait, this is a good one. Savannah Guthrie's mom got kidnapped in Arizona. They've still not. This is actually like it's so insane how incompetent the FBI is now. It's like crazy, but I don't even think they would have caught like Tyler Robinson if he didn't turn himself in. But the mom got kidnapped. They still haven't found her. She's almost certainly was murdered. And the FBI got involved there. That was a local case, but it was super high profile, right? That would be a type of case the FBI would get involved in.
Weird if they were absent.
I think it's weird that Trump actually claimed to care about this, and then instead of, going to Arizona for the
okay,
return,
so I'll just ask you directly then. Do you think the federal government should have gotten involved in any capacity in the investigation into Charlie Kirk's murder?
No, I don't think. I think they should have left it to the state. Honestly, it's not a federal. He didn't commit a federal crime. I don't think that they should.
The feds consult on high-profile cases where no federal crime has been committed all the fucking time, all the time. There are certain situations that are not federal crimes that local police just are not equipped to deal with. You see this in cases of like, for example, in case of like mass shootings, serial killings, high-profile kidnappings, high-profile assassinations, the FBI will almost always be trying to consult or get involved.
Use federal resources on him for a crime that was committed in a state under state, and they're using state statutes to prosecute him. Are they not? Like, he's not being charged with a federal crime, is he?
I actually don't know if there's a parallel federal case against him, but whether there is or not.
Why would there be?
Well, for some killings, there are specific like terrorism statutes that apply to certain killings done for particular reasons. For example, terrorism related reasons where there's a federal jurisdictional hook.
They are definitely not going to be able to charge him with terroristic, with terrorism. That's not something.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, but like that's not. I'm not saying the federal government should have prosecuted him with a crime, but what's wrong with the federal government being involved in like investigating? Why would you be against that?
Why would I be against the federal government showing bias to one specific?
That's not. But I hate that she's actually gonna make me defend the fucking incompetent. Like when I saw this, when you saw that you knew the FBI was gonna get involved, that's literally the thing they would get involved in, right? That's actually like wholly fucking consistent with the types of cases they decide to consult on.
Case.
Why was the FBI was showing bias to Savannah Guthrie's mom? I guess. I mean, yeah, actually, yeah, but that would be based off how the case being high profile led to the bias.
A really, really major case for one specific political person. Yes. What's wrong with that?
So, if any political commentator is
very publicly in a high profile fashion just assassinated, the FBI would probably be getting involved. Yes,
I would
shot
hope.
And kill you.
Yes, I would hope the feds get involved and lend their resources, the FBI, to help out if political people are being assassinated. I think there's a clear federal interest there.
Also, if the local jurisdiction, if I remember correctly, if no federal crime has been committed, if local police do not want the FBI coming in, they don't have to, right? I'm almost certain. There's been, because of the example I brought up before, the police chief was not letting the FBI get involved, which actually was hindered the case. Like, and then the second a new chief came in and they finally let the FBI step in, all of a sudden they fucking have a breakthrough.
I think that he was I really don't think that he was like ostensibly a political person. He was a
Charlie Kirk was.
This is like one of the most high profile political assassinations in the United States that I can remember in my life. In my recent lifetime. What would be another one? I mean, in the United States, that is, right? I know about like when Shinzo Abe got shot. I know, like, I can't think of a more.
Was not a political person. You don't think that Charlie Kirk was a political person?
No, so like he was a political commentator, but I wouldn't say that he was a politician.
The Branch Davidian Waco was before my lifetime.
Right?
I don't know that I would call him a politician, but he was. Was a political. Was Martin Luther King a political figure?
Yeah, he was.
Was he a politician?
No, but Martin Luther King had more. I feel like he had more going. He had more political.
We agree that Martin Luther King was a better person. We agree that like everyone in this conversation would probably be obviously more aligned with King than Charlie Kirk, but that's not like the distinguishing factor for whether or not the feds consult on a case, whether or not you like the political figure that's been killed.
Capital than Charlie Kirk did, because I mean, his thing wasn't was debating. It wasn't like he was out doing. Did he normally go out and do speeches and stuff?
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? How does it always get worse? So the last debate, she figured out that MD actually does make you a doctor and doesn't mean master's degree. She's now just discovered that Martin Luther King gave speeches.
In Star Coalition. I mean, besides Turning Point USA, which
besides the largest thing, maybe not.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Say,
it's a huge organization.
I mean, he started an organization, but like, people argue that Martin Luther King was actually killed by the FBI, right? So, unless we want to go with that.
Okay, but we're just talking about, let's assume not a particular theory.
Let's assume that Martin Luther King was killed by James Earl
I don't
Ray.
even think that you think it's suspicious that the federal government's involved. You're like saying
I don't think it's suspicious.
you don't want Trump
I don't
involved
think it's
here.
suspicious necessarily. Well, no, I don't think that Trump should be involved at all. I think.
See, I don't know how sold I am that the FBI killed him. They wanted to kill him. I know that they certainly wanted to kill him, but the way they were trying to go about that was real. J. Edgar Hoover was trying to blackmail him into killing himself. Martin Luther King was and in his lifetime, obviously, a very controversial figure in the American South, and there were a lot of people that wanted him dead. And the FBI, the head of J. Edgar Hoover, was one of those people. But I don't know if they were the ones that actually finally did it.
That I think that Trump himself should stay out of it, and if they want to,
they basically J. Edgar Hoover got evidence of like an alleged affair that Martin Luther King was having, sent him a letter to blackmail him with it. They wanted it to
donate federal resources to it. Then
they should be involved, right? The FBI should be involved.
I don't think they should. I think they should let the state take care of it. Why are the feds involved at all?
Because the state gets to decide. The state actually gets to decide if the feds come in this instance if no federal crime has been committed. The state can the local authorities collaborated with the FBI. They were fine with their presence. They wanted them there. They lacked probably the resources to deal with something of this magnitude. It's like literally in the fucking middle of nowhere. You ever been to Utah? Like,
because they can help. Because they have like fingerprint.
The FBI literally has a field office in Salt Lake City. They're right there. They're literally right there.
Databases.
How
they have fingerprint databases. They have like technical know-how. They want this case to be successful.
So does the state.
Does she think that Utah's local, like the local police, have this advanced technology as the FBI in terms of genealogy, DNA, fingerprint analysis, fucking linguistic analysis. If a letter was written, they have experts in all these like niche areas. I don't know about anymore. When the FBI was at its peak, right, to deal with things that police wouldn't even have experts in.
Yeah, they both work together. What's weird about that? They want help and resources. They don't want to fuck it up because it's a really important case.
You want Kash Patel, the dude who said...
No, not him specifically.
I'll see you in Valhalla?
No, the fucking actual career people. I want them to be involved.
What are the actual career people? Because
the
it
FBI
seems like...
agents and the
a competent FBI, to be clear.
Scientists and the criminologists and shit.
Sure, let's talk about the evidentiary hearing and the fact that they used the wrong DNA analysis to actually prove that the DNA that was submitted...
The FBI is incompetent now, right? The FBI is obviously fucking incompetent now. That doesn't mean that this isn't consistent with what they would normally get involved in.
Actually belong to Tyler Robinson and to not one of his family members.
Yeah, so...
Right? Because that was something...
I don't want to...
What did she just say?
Prove that the DNA that was submitted actually belonged to Tyler Robinson and to not one of his family members.
Yeah, so
right, because that was something.
I don't want to move up the point until you have some agreement that like whether the feds are involved here doesn't raise or lower the amount of credence in there being a patsy or some corruption, right? Just the mere fact of federal involvement doesn't affect anything, right? It's not evidence in favor of Candace.
It doesn't affect anything broadly, no, but you should take it with a grain of salt. The fact that the government immediately hopped on a murder case in a state, right?
They do this all the time. What is she even fucking talking about? They do this all the fucking time. Like always, before the Trump admin. You would have expected the FBI to get involved if Biden was president. Like, it's a high-profile political assassination. What did you think? I'm pretty sure if you go to their website... Yeah, there's...
Like, you don't normally see that.
For important murder cases? They'll get involved. Okay, so I want to hear you say the feds should never be involved in school shootings.
Okay, not the same thing. That is terrorism.
Oh, that's
that is not even true. School shootings are not always terrorism. Most school shootings probably don't have a political component to them.
Terrorism, but
A
killing
political or religious component.
Charlie Kirk for arguably political reasons, I would say likely political reasons, isn't terrorism.
No, it's not terrorism, and we already know it's not terrorism because what's his name? The guy that shot the healthcare CEO was charged with terrorism, and they immediately dropped that.
But
again,
what does that
against him?
Does she think that
Mangione, Luigi
And that's
Mangione.
how you know it's not terrorism.
in this other case they didn't charge the guy with terrorism? So that just means that you understand there's like prosecutor believes somebody did something, but not necessarily bring the charge because they think they'd be more likely to win with a different one. That doesn't mean anything. That's not like establishing precedent, right? That's not a court. That's not like a Supreme Court decision rendering that the circumstances here are officially cannot be classified as terrorism.
Terrorism because of a particular charge.
Yes, he did the same thing. He did the same thing. Very intentional. Very intentionally shot somebody, and
people have, for the same reasons, gone out and killed somebody and been charged with different things. There are other factors that to be considered when we're talking about what specific charges are being brought.
he actually admitted to doing it. They charged him with terrorism, and they dropped the charge against him because they weren't able to prove it.
Yeah.
Or terrorism didn't apply.
Just because you would drop a terrorism charge doesn't mean it's not what we would colloquially understand as terrorism.
Yeah.
Which I take to just be and were all these school shooters
You're a lawyer, right?
were all these school shooters charged with terrorism? So if I find a school shooter where there was federal involvement but no terrorism charge, would you say that
they weren't considered? Even the FBI didn't consider them terrorists. Nicholas Cruz were not charged with terrorism, right? The ones that occasionally live, right, because most of them don't make it out, are not typically charged with terrorism. No.
Therefore, the federal government should have been.
You want to talk about the recent one in San Diego? That wasn't in a school. That was at a mosque. That would be terrorism. That would be terrorism, right? There's obviously a politically motivated component. There's a manifesto written, etc.
Involved in the school shooting?
You're the one who brought up terrorism. What do you mean?
I'm just like, the federal government should be there for important investigations to help out the states. There's nothing wrong with that. Even if it's a state crime, they can just lend their resources to help. It's called like being part of a society that like works with each other.
How have they contributed?
So the FBI has been involved in terms of running the investigation and trying to track him down, right? Interfacing with the Utah police to help them. Who is this guy? Joe Kent mentioned that there was FBI investigation going on in terms of
They were looking for DNA
more evidence. So they had an
local
investigatory
FBI
role
office?
in conjunction with their
local
federal
FBI
friends.
office.
Together, they work together.
Yeah, the local. Why can't the local FBI office take care of it? Like
they are. Wait, does she think the local FBI office is just like that's who they would? Like, it's a field office, right? It's a part of the same organization. But it's a field office. So they would send out needed personnel from the local field office. If they need additional members of the organization, they would be sent as well.
why do they need federal involvement in this? Because
does she not think it would be federal involvement if the FBI from the SLC office just got involved? I bet you most FBI agents that were probably there, most special agents that were probably there, came from the SLC field office.
Because it helps.
Again.
Is this really evidence for you? Do you think it's suspicious?
It helps.
Do you think it's suspicious
no,
that the federal government?
Necessarily. I don't necessarily find it like overwhelmingly suspicious. I just think that it's weird that
there's literally nothing about it that's weird.
Trump administration would pretend to care about a political commentator
that really helped them out and was responsible for swinging some youth and getting people activated for Republicans. You think that they wouldn't care about that?
It's not that I don't think they would care about it, and I know that Trump claims that they were friends, but I think that a lot of the things, especially the lies that have like come out about it, like kind of indicate that they're not trustworthy, right? Because one of the things I wanted to bring up was we were discussing in on the Twitter post the autopsy report, right?
Okay, we can get into a specific piece of evidence, but
hold on. I'm trying to find. No, not presidents. Fuck. What am I looking? Hold on.
I just want to give you my overall take, and then you can give me your overall take. Is that okay? And then we can get into whatever specific evidence you want, okay?
Yeah,
we can do autopsy,
sure,
shoe thing, whatever. So my overall take is the overwhelming amount of evidence that exists, right? And some of which Andrew was able to point at effectively, like confessions, right? All else equal, confessions increase our credence that someone did the thing, right? All else equal. Why? Because we think statements against interest wouldn't be said if they're not true. We have a bias now, tend not to, right? Not that it's impossible. Okay, so
wait, hold on. So I'm trying to find comparable recent assassinations in the United States and determine whether or not the FBI got involved. Hold up. It seemed like, I don't know, I think, isn't it like specifically a federal crime to, hold on. Yeah, like abortion doctors that get killed, the FBI gets involved. I don't know if that's because it falls under a certain federal crime.
So a confession, all else equal, raises our credence level. Things like a fingerprints and ownership of a gun that's related to his family, right? That raises our credence that, well, if you had access to the gun, all else equal, we think that it increases the likelihood that the gun was used by the person who had access to it or who owned it. We also think that things like parental non-objection, when they are the closest to the individual who's accused, that also speaks to, I think, most people's intuitions about the likelihood that a given crime occurred. Things like camera footage, which tends to look at someone similar to the person who's being accused. At a bare minimum, you're going to have to grant that. And that tracks movements consistent with, I believe, consistent with his cell phone location shit. I think he might have turned off his cell phone at a given point and then returned it on. But at least it fits within that pattern. That tends to increase our credence. Well, he's there, right? So all of this stuff.
Did they have that data?
I think that, as I'm remembering, I'm not.
I told you guys he did that before they caught him. We did like a whole we did an on-stream investigation before they caught him, and it was crazy how I was like one straight off, I think, from the route of escape. It was crazy.
Recalling if he turned off his phone at a certain point, but there was some window of time in which he was traveling to the campus, and I think that there were some associated records of pings or something, or Google data. As I sit here now, I'm not recalling it, but just in general, the kind of evidence, this is my overall point, let's do your overall point, that Andrew points to tends to increase our credence in the conclusion that he's guilty. The kind of stuff that Candace was vaguely gesturing at is totally equivocal and doesn't tend to increase our credence, because other plausible solutions, I think, are either just as likely or more likely, or it's consistent with the official story. And so that's why I think that she lost on substance, clearly. I'll let you make your overall point, then we can get into specific evidence.
Yeah, so you understand that her specific argument was that what the argument that she was trying to make is granting that it should be looked into that there was a patsy, not necessarily that he...
Candace's overarching theory was Tyler is a patsy for the real shooter who wasn't on the roof. I thought didn't they think it was a bomb? If this was like a conspiracy, what I never understand about this is, why wouldn't they just have someone shoot it from the roof? Why would they need to do this like elaborate like bomb thing? Like they have marksmen. They have trained marksmen who could easily pull off a shot like that. Why wouldn't they just use one of them? Why does it like have to be like comically like overcomplicated?
He agrees with that, though. Who disagrees that it should be looked into? No one disagrees with that.
No, that's what Andrew Wilson did disagree about. He disagreed that it should be looked into.
No, he
thinks
didn't.
that she's crazy for suggesting that. Yes.
He literally said it should be looked into. He said everything should be looked into. He says that in the debate.
Okay, so one of the fundamental, unless did he concede on that point? Because from
That's
what
not
I
a
watched,
concession. Everyone agrees with that.
it should be looked into that there was a patsy.
Yes, that these theories should be looked into, and probably were.
No, that was
yes,
the
they
entire,
were.
That was the entire disagreement of
No.
the debate, was the fact that Andrew Wilson was arguing against why it should be not looked into, right?
No, that wasn't the debate. They entered the debate, and I think PBD asked them what percentage you would put of guilt that he was involved in the shooting, or sorry, I should say that he did the shooting, that he killed Charlie Kirk. And she said 0%. He said 75%. I thought that was an error on his part to make it so low. But she put 0%. And so they were arguing about the fact of the matter. They weren't arguing about whether you should look into it. And Andrew was saying, nope, don't look into it. Was that your impression?
That was part of the argument. That was
it
the
wasn't.
entire first part of the debate. Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
But regardless, I think that her stance, and this is the point I made on Twitter, I think that her stance, being that is a credible, has a lot of credibility behind it because of the evidence that she presented. She presented much stronger evidence than
Oh my god, dude! Is she actually gonna back Candace Owens? I didn't even watch the debate. I'm sure Candace Owens was a fucking nut job.
Not true. Listen, this is what I'll grant you, right? Andrew did a horrible job. He didn't have a good command of the facts. He was nervous.
Dude, I was like, she said, I forgot what her first theory was, but then she goes on to it's Israel, which is I don't know if I buy that, but that's at least she's not deviating from your typical sort of allegation of a conspiracy or whatever. But then she starts to deviate even more, starts talking about her dreams, and then she starts accusing the French government, because the French government was, or the French military was training at some fucking base miles away or whatever the fuck. And then it was just crazy how fucking
made many mistakes. And on optics, he looked awful. And on optics, I think she's overrated in optics. I thought she looked really bad in the middle and was going on these barely coherent rants for 10 minutes. And I think that she looked insane. But overall, she was more poised and more calm. Her intros and conclusions weren't these meandering, weird, bizarre, twisted things. And so she comes away looking better. I would grant that. But what was the better evidence?
So the better evidence that she presented was that the DNA evidence was deprecated and had 5 different, fingerprints or 5 different pieces of DNA that were found, which kind of lines up with the evidentiary hearing, which states that the DNA was degraded to the point where you couldn't actually tell individually who the DNA belonged to. You could tell,
not completely, but if you get if I remember correctly, listen, I'm not going to claim I know a fuck ton about how forensic genealogy, or not forensic genealogy, forensics. Forensic genealogy is a different thing. That's when they you know what that is. But I'm pretty sure even with a partial profile, what a partial profile enables them to do is when they actually get a suspect, they can match it up with the DNA to figure out if the partial profile is fitting, as opposed to using that to actually find a new person, if I remember correctly. A big reason I'm pretty sure that the Zodiac case has not been solved yet is because the only usable DNA profile they have is partial. And what that would have allowed them to do had they arrested a suspect is figure out if it matched up with his DNA as opposed to inputting it into Ancestry and finding out.
Maybe a familial line, but it wasn't necessarily that. And then there was, I think Lance was brought up.
Can we pause there first? So let's pause there on the points regarding the fingerprint shit. As Andrew explained there, and again, I think Andrew did a really horrible job. I want to be clear. I gave him a D on substance and a D- on presentation. And I gave Candace an F- on substance and a C on presentation.
Really, so you would give her an F- on substance?
Yes, totally. And I'm about to show you why. F-. If I could go lower, I would. F-, yes. Because look at the fingerprint shit. So the fingerprint is degraded. Therefore, what? And Andrew successfully pointed to that. There's no inference from that. Unlike, okay, well, generally...
You can use a degraded print. You can use a partial print, right? There's still... degraded implies parts are probably not going to be usable, but there's something there. There's something there that can be matched up to an actual print. ATCG, how many... which nucleotides link up again? A links up with T. It is A links up with T, C links up with G, right? I fucking forget it. It's
confessions raise our priors that the person who confessed is guilty, right? What is the thing for the fingerprint thing? That's like makes no sense.
Because the fingerprints, there were 5 different fingerprints found on the gun.
And therefore what?
And therefore, you can't prove that he was the last person to touch it, right?
No, not by itself. It's the totality of circumstances.
You can go to like the other, like you. Does she not understand? Most instances where police are using DNA evidence, or prints even, there's normally multiple samples at the scene. Typically, there's multiple samples at the scene. Now, this was a case where there was a distance. So if you're talking about like a traditional murder case, you have the victim's profile, you have the perpetrator's profile, but typically there's other DNA can be there for a while. I forget how long it is like for touch DNA to degrade, but like, and there are like environmental factors that exist, etc. But they found the gun quickly enough, right? Where like the thing is, what degrades DNA really is like, in a case like this would be really the weather, right? UV radiation can degrade DNA samples. So the sun, if it rains, it could wash away part of it, right? If he was leaving his gun outside, but they can work with like 5 different prints. They would just they would identify and establish alibis for each potential suspect. She's arguing that you can't. Police don't work on cases where there are multiple potential suspects.
But that doesn't raise the probability of Patsy. It's consistent with both, right? It's consistent with the fact that he did shoot, and it's consistent with the fact that he did not shoot. It doesn't raise your credence in Patsy.
Yes, it absolutely does.
How?
Because wasn't Lance's fingerprints found on it?
No.
And the DNA was found on it?
No, that's what she.
Whose DNA was found on it?
That's what she admitted she was wrong about it. That's Candace
Whose DNA
admitted.
was found on it. It could have been. Well, I know that his grandfather.
Let's deal with what Candace argued, right? So let's deal with the fingerprints, right? Not DNA, right? Fingerprints different than DNA. Yes.
Well, they said both.
Okay.
Yeah. So your fingerprinting and DNA analysis, they're different, but they can go hand in hand because when your fingerprint is on something, there's typically touch DNA left behind, right? Dead skin cells.
Okay, but let's deal with fingerprints first. That's what you brought up, right?
The fingerprint has DNA in it, touch DNA on it.
It was both. Both things were mentioned.
Okay, but you first
DNA,
brought up fingerprints, right? So let's talk about fingerprints first, right?
Why would we not talk about the thing that they brought up? They brought up in the same sentence DNA and fingerprints.
Okay, but let's do it one at a time, right?
Okay, sure.
So the fact that there's a degraded finger.
Yes, I'm aware that Gate is studied. Yes. That, like, I know, like, and if you're robbing a bank, some have recommended, I forgot where I heard this, you put a rock, a little pebble in your shoe. You go to rob the bank.
Fingerprint or whatever, and that his was the most degraded. What does that show?
Yes. It shows that other people probably touched it after him.
Why? Based on what?
There's voice analysis.
His fingerprint.
Where do you get that? That because his fingerprint's degraded, other people touched it earlier.
It would probably be better if no other fingerprints were found on it, right? That would kind of increase.
That's not the question, right? Why does this increase?
I know that's not the question, but what I'm stating is that the fact that there were 5 other fingerprints found on it, then, well, I'm sorry, it would be 4 other, because there were 5 sets found on it, I guess. That there were 4 other sets of fingerprints found on it, and his was the most degraded. That necessarily implies that he was not the last one to touch it, right?
No.
But whether it is,
there are multiple different factors in DNA degradation. Time is one of them, but it's not the only one. Radiation is another big one, right? Was the sample exposed to UV radiation?
true or not, that his was the most
Bacteria is another big one. Temperature is another big one. Like there can be multiple reasons DNA can be degraded other than the factor of time.
degraded, and because it's the most degraded, it wasn't the last one to touch it. That's consistent with him being or not being a patsy. Those are both like to me, it just doesn't raise the credence level. There could be other reasons that it was degraded, and you need to provide a rational inference. That is to say, if it's degraded, right, it makes it less likely that he was the last one.
Degraded.
Based on what? Where's your what's the step between least degraded and last one to touch it?
Because it would be least degraded because his fingerprint would literally be on the trigger since he was the last one to pull it.
Yeah, so make that connection. What's the evidence for that? Like, what is the kind of evidence that have you run some kind of scientific or like are you aware of scientific evidence that would tend to show that?
Okay, so like let's use logic here. If he was the last person to touch the
I don't
gun
know that
because he was the one on the roof shooting it, then you would assume that his fingerprints would be.
Why would you? Also, it depends on how the gun was discovered as well. They could have samples from actual like law enforcement on the scene. Typically, when they're doing forensic analysis, you'll be wearing something that protects the scene from external DNA from like the officials that are on site, and also you can rule out like if it is an instance where like the scene is accidentally contaminated with the DNA of like a cop, you can match it up, right, and roll that out.
Assume that
along the gun.
Yeah, why?
Was he wearing gloves?
I don't fucking know. Do you?
No, he wasn't wearing. I don't think he was wearing gloves. And if he was wearing gloves, or if he wasn't wearing gloves, then why did he not wipe the gun?
Yeah. I'm just not like maybe he wiped the gun.
He
maybe
left the gun. He left the gun in the forest.
It was in the middle of the forest, right? So
he could have wiped the new. He could have wiped the new print, but forgotten about the old one because it's a gun he's used. Well, I guess if it was on the trigger.
Yeah, so it was in the middle of the forest. Maybe because
Thank
it was
you for the 2 from Joe. Much appreciated.
In the middle of the forest. Like, I'm not a fucking scientist, and I want some fucking evidence and some inference.
Then why are you making this?
No, I'm saying so there's no there. She's not providing an inference, a jump from more degraded, therefore last one to touch it is someone else, and it's therefore
yes, that would
isn't being provided.
Indicate that his fingerprints would be the most prominent on the gun,
unless there was some other reason why it was being degraded. The fingerprint.
There would be multiple fingerprints on the gun because he was the last one to touch it. He was the last one to use it. And wouldn't his fingerprints also be on the other bullets inside of the gun?
Yeah. So again, these are all just questions. You're not providing the inference that is.
None of this evidence was brought up at the evidentiary hearing. So I'm assuming that
you need to provide an inference for why it is that it follows that given that it was degraded. Then something. That's what Andrew was pointing out, and he did so successfully.
Yes, it is degraded because
not why it's degraded, but what is the implication?
If they were the most prominent.
No.
The most prominent, they would be the most prominent. That's why I'm saying that's the argument that they would be more prominent considering he was the last person to use the gun, allegedly.
Okay. Look at what I do with the confession, right? Because you're gonna agree with it. Do you agree that all else equal, someone who confesses is more likely to have committed the crime?
Did the guy who admitted to committing the crime? I don't remember his name, but the guy who first admitted to doing the crime. Do you think he did the crime because he admitted?
Listen to my.
In the U.S., I think it would be fair to say that most people who confess to a crime to authorities have perpetrated it. Right? That's not always the case. False confessions are garnered all the time. People sometimes confess things they know they didn't do after like. Basically psychological torture. There are people that confess for notoriety. The confessions I don't normally trust is when it's a guy that's already doing life in prison for one crime. They got nothing to lose at that point, and sometimes you'll have these like prisoners that like, I don't know, killed their mom or something that want to be like seen as like more cool than that or whatever, so they start confessing to like unsolved murders. There was this one guy, he was known as like the confession killer, Henry Lee Lucas. He confessed like 3,000 crimes I think that he never committed. And they just like used it to like close cases and.
Listen to my question. Do you believe that all else equal, if a person confesses, that raises our likelihood that that person is guilty?
You're
asking me a question. You're asking a question.
Did anybody confirm? Did anybody confirm? Yes, but did anybody confirm that the alleged confessions actually came from Tyler Robinson?
So I want to just get you to answer the question, and then we can talk about whether
I
in
said
fact
yes.
confessed.
I answered yes.
Okay. Sorry. So that's
No,
the
he
kind
did
of
not
thing.
confess. No, he did not confess.
Okay,
That's,
so
that was
we can deal with the truth or falsity of his confession, okay, and whether he did or not confess, okay. But that's the kind of thing where every normal person will agree, all else equal, confession raises probability of guilt. It doesn't.
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
not
sure,
intuitive
sure.
to me that all else equal, degraded fingerprint means something, right? It's not. That's not intuitive to me. The way it is intuitive to me that confession raises guilt propensity. And so what we're looking for is an inference.
No, absolutely. Physical evidence is more. Are you arguing that physical evidence is not more substantive than
No, listen to what I
somebody
said.
admitting something? Do you
Listen to what
understand
I
that somebody
said.
could admit something under duress?
I do, yes, but all else.
He's talking about probability. She's not understanding that an outlier would not affect the probability, the increased likelihood.
We agree that in general it increases the likelihood of guilt. What I'm looking for is
it increases the like.
I'm
yeah,
not
but
comparing. I'm not comparing physical versus confessions. What I'm saying is it's not intuitive to me that degraded fingerprint. I didn't say all physical evidence. I didn't say everything. I said it's not intuitive to me that degraded increases chance of something.
The Texas Rangers were using like Henry Lee Lucas like solve every closed case, and there was like one I saw a documentary on a long time ago. There was like one case where like reporters came to interview him, and he was claiming that there was a reporter from Japan that was interviewing him. And Henry Lee Lucas had an incredibly, I'm pretty sure, super low IQ, just not a smart guy. And he had said, he admitted, he's like, I killed some girls in your country too. When I was driving on the way back, because he was saying he drove back to the U.S. He was that stupid. You know, there's an ocean in between for those unaware, so that'd be a little bit hard.
Right, that's not intuitive to me. The way that confession increased guilt probability is intuitive.
No, it absolutely is intuitive. Physical evidence is used to prove that the person was at the scene, regardless.
You
of
can
what,
ask me
of
questions
what
because this is going nowhere, Alice. You can ask me questions. What are your questions?
What do you mean? What are my questions? Do you understand that he could have made, first of all, it wasn't ever proven that those confessions actually came from him, right? I mean, you have like
proven to a
these
reasonable
screenshots.
certainty. Yes, I think it was.
Did he say that they were from him?
Did
anybody
who?
else in his life? Was there
being who?
testimony indicating?
Yes.
Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, Lance Twiggs.
Okay, so Lance Twiggs said that?
Yeah.
Okay, and Lance Twiggs
that
is Tyler
increases our
Robinson
credence. No, Lance Twiggs said, Tyler Robinson said to me, X. He did it multiple times through text and then also orally, and then he cried. So there is testimony, right?
Oh. No, that's not testimony.
Of course
that is testimony by definition.
It is.
What makes him a reliable witness?
Okay, you can get to like the weight of the evidence, right? But it
exists. It still exists.
That's exactly what
there
we're
is
arguing
evidence.
is the weight of the evidence.
Okay, no, but there is evidence he confessed, right? He said that if someone said that he confessed to me.
No, there's not evidence that he confessed.
Wait, how would
that would be that wouldn't be proof. That would be evidence. That would be evidence. Of course it would be.
That not evidence.
Confession was made.
If you've close personal individuals in your life telling authorities that you confessed to the crime, it would be evidence. It wouldn't be conclusive evidence, but it would be evidence.
There was evidence that a confession was made, not that he made the confession.
So
it's two very distinct things.
So just to be clear, there is evidence that he confessed, right? And at least because you're saying that
there is
yes,
not
there is. So let's talk about it.
confessed.
So let's talk about that, right? Put aside the texts for a second, all right, or the Discord messages. Put aside that for a second. If someone says, "Hey, Tyler confessed."
If a close personal relative with no obvious incentive to lie comes forward and says that the person whose DNA was found at the scene or whatever confessed to them that they perpetrated the crime, the probability that that person actually perpetrated the crime where those circumstances exist is probably increased, right? And with that being said, that would make it evidence that contributes to the conclusion. It doesn't lead you completely to the conclusion, but it certainly contributes to it.
To me, that he killed Charlie. Is that evidence that Lance confessed? Or sorry, that Tyler confessed.
No.
So what would constitute evidence of
a claim was made?
What would constitute evidence that Tyler confessed? If not that.
Because
what would constitute evidence of a confession if not even that would constitute evidence of a confession?
If it came out of Tyler Robinson's mouth, right?
So Tyler Robinson would have to lie on the stand? He would have to lie on the stand? Tyler Robinson would have to lie on the stand. For you to say it's evidence, it would have to be Tyler Robinson lying on the stand directly?
No, I said confessing. What do you mean lying on the stand?
Evidence of a confession can come in multiple forms, right? Evidence of a confession, correct?
I don't necessarily know what that. No, I'm not going to make a claim because I don't know the law on that. Whether what substantiates as
so you get
evidence.
So a witness.
I mean,
comes
as a confession.
All right, you're a police officer. Right?
What is the law?
You're a police officer. Imagine you're a police officer. Okay. Someone comes up to you and says, "Someone just ran into my store. He just shot a bunch of people. He admitted it to me that he did it, and he hates humanity." Is that evidence that he confessed? That the shooter confessed? That's some evidence, right?
Sure, it's evidence from a witness that may or may not be lying, but you don't.
Yeah, but it would still be evidence.
Prosecute somebody based on evidence.
Yes. Yeah, but that's not what's being disputed.
Some evidence.
Somebody else
it raises the likelihood that he confessed, right? The fact that someone is willing to testify to that.
I think that there's also evidence that indicates that Lance Twiggs was at the scene, does it not?
That's not responsive to what I'm talking about now. We can go to that next time or later. Sorry, right after
what do you
this.
mean
If you
next
want.
time?
Later, right after this, we can talk about that. Whether he's on the scene or not.
Right.
That's tangential.
Right, but I mean, like, I don't know why you're putting. I don't know why you're putting all this emphasis on like whether or not it's a confession, because the confession here would mean that the case is over. Would it not? I mean, like, what
he could argue that it's like a falsely obtained confession, or that he lied, or that it was coerced.
Yeah. So why? So what's the point of you arguing this?
No, because I think you're epistemically cooked. You're like suggesting that even if a person were to say that he confessed to me, you wouldn't use that to raise your likelihood that he actually confessed. That like direct testimony. I understand it was hearsay, guys. I understand it was a video. But he would presumably argue the same thing in court, and he would be held to it. But in that video, right, that's some evidence, Lance Twiggs saying so, that would raise our...
By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, grow to help us out, if you haven't already, is to click that like button. It's easy, it's free, it helps me out. We can get to at least 80 likes, folks. We're 4 away. Presently, we are... I actually think I did the math wrong before. We're actually 29 away from Streamly Goal. If you want to help us hit it, you can support us by tipping through Streamlabs Super Chats. You could join my Discord server. Follow me on X.
Probability that it's true, correct?
No, it doesn't raise the probability that it's true. It raises the. It doesn't
affect your priors.
Evidence. It provides evidence, but it doesn't mean that it's more true.
Yeah. Okay, so if
aren't you a lawyer? Wouldn't you know this?
If a woman comes into you and tells you, listen,
it comes into me. What?
Comes into your office.
Good one.
Okay. Comes into your office as a police officer. We're going with that. It says, my husband slapped me. Is that evidence that the husband slapped her?
No, that's a testimony. That's testimony that she would. That's what.
Okay, I'm gonna stop asking questions.
Okay,
you can ask me questions.
No, I'm gonna ask you. No, I'm gonna ask. Yeah. Yes, I'm gonna ask you a question. What did you
Owlish won. Total Owlish victory.
In law school for this?
For what?
What constitutes as evidence? Obviously.
Yeah. So any kind of like object or testimony, right? Testimonial evidence that raises or lowers, a fact of consequence in the matter, right? It's more formal in the context of like trials where you have to introduce something into evidence and submit it to the court, right? but evidence
Yes.
or
I'd say evidence is any piece of information that makes the likelihood of the that makes the conclusion increases the probability of the acceptance of the conclusion, right?
Exactly. You have to submit evidence into the court, so necessarily.
But there's a colloquial understanding of evidence too, which is like facts and circumstances that would cause a person to, increase or lower the prior regarding a fact of consequence.
So I would assume that if somebody goes to a cop or walks up to somebody and says that so and so said X, Y, Z, I wouldn't
Thank you,
consider that
Ivana, for the
evidence.
jewels.
Okay,
I
you're
would
crazy.
consider that a. Okay, is that your response?
Yes,
That I'm
it's my
crazy?
response. Yes,
Why am I crazy for thinking that it's testimony rather than evidence?
it's testimonial evidence. It's a type of evidence.
It's what? Testimonial? Okay. I mean, that's fine. If we're going to call it testimonial evidence, sure, but like you understand that it doesn't raise
Yes, it does.
the probability that it's true.
Sure
or
it
not.
does.
It raises the probability, it just doesn't make it 100%.
Yes, it does.
How does having a testimony of something mean that it's more true than me just walking up to you and lying?
Because we tend to think
Most cases where people are willing to go and bring their statement to law enforcement without any seemingly obvious like personal incentive, under the penalty of potentially being criminally charged if they're providing false info, right? Probability wise, most people who go through with and do something like that are not actually lying, or are unlikely to actually be completely lying, right?
that people for whom we have no reason to suspect that they are manipulating us or whatever, right? Unless there's some evidence, there's a thing again, that the person has a reputation for untruthfulness, which might undermine that prior, or there's a specific contradiction, or for whatever reason is unreliable. In general, human beings will credit the observations as recounted by other human beings, right? For example, do you doubt that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so now I'm going to make you bite the most insane bullet. The people who testified at does
Owlish believe that there's evidence that Graham Plattner raped?
The trial of Eichmann, that the Holocaust happened, was that evidence?
They were under oath. That's
Come on, man.
completely different.
God. Yeah, so you could be subject to the penalty of
You
perjury.
just said that there was different evidence. You just said that there was a different standard for evidence when it came to trial rather than
No, a different definition of evidence. It's more technical.
Right. So like somebody being under oath would obviously have to tell the truth rather than and there was absolutely
They don't have to
could have been.
You don't have to tell the truth under the penalty of perjury. You could choose to lie and risk being charged. Right? Is Owlish arguing that nobody's ever been charged? Nobody's ever perpetrated perjury?
In some reason for Lance Twiggs to
Is
lie.
it like the
right?
fucking lasso of truth?
Right? Because they were in a relationship, so it could have been something sour. Their relationship could have gone south at some point.
Yeah,
which would be something that the defense could use to cast doubt on the testimony, right? But it would still be evidence. You can cast doubt on evidence. It might not be good evidence, right?
The Candace Owens style of argumentation. Well, it could.
Well, yes, because if you recall, Andrew Wilson's argument was it could have been him because he was wearing the same shoes. Do you understand
what do you
that
think
that's
happened?
not
I
a
mean,
good argument?
So, what's not a good argument?
Do you understand that it's not a good argument to say that somebody wearing very, very generic shoes?
It's one
on a
fact that
college
raises.
campus?
It's one fact that raises our inference. So I'll give you an example. If there's like 20 people wearing the same style shirt, same color shirt.
If we know that the perpetrator had blue eyes, right? And the suspect ends up having blue eyes, that would be evidence, right? That doesn't conclude that it's the same person, but that would be evidence contributing to the probability that it's him.
And 20 people wearing, like, let's say, a different colored, a red colored shirt. And we know that the person who shot was the red colored shirt as opposed to the other colored shirt. And we know that the person in question who we think is the suspect, was wearing a red colored shirt. All else equal, it's not the one thing that proves the case, but it raises our priors, correct? It raises the credence, correct?
It sort of raises the credence as
it sort of does, or
as
it
it
definitely does.
I mean, what does it lower the probability by? Like that's still very, very circumstantial evidence.
Of course,
is it not?
circumstantial evidence is still evidence.
You say it's very circumstantial. I don't know what you're asking.
So it's not really something that you would build a case off of, right?
It's one fact.
That's not the only fact they're building the case on.
Part of the totality of circumstances.
Yeah, but his other clothes didn't even match the description, the original.
Can you just
description,
deal with
which
that
is
by
why...
itself? So we were talking about the shoes, right? You're like, why would he
Yes,
talk about
yeah,
the same
so-
colored shoes? Well, because it raises our
well,
priors.
no, his argument, that was part of his argument, by the way. That was part of his argument, by the way, that he changed clothes but was wearing the same shoes. So he's already eliminated a part of the evidence and already raised the possibility that it wasn't him because he changed his clothes, and then said, well, obviously it was him because he was wearing the same shoes. As if this was a significant this was a significant argument or a significant piece of evidence.
It's a piece of
When it's
evidence.
not.
It's a piece of evidence that helps identify the person. It's not all
I
the
don't think
thing, but it does improve
I
it,
don't think
doesn't it?
was.
Wait, doesn't it improve it? Yes or
No.
no? No. So you think a person who is matches
Oh my
part
God,
way?
that's a famous piece for yes or no.
You think that a person who, is part way matching the description as opposed to not at all matching the description, that doesn't raise your credence in the person?
Sure, it raises your credence
Yes, of course it
slightly.
does. Yes, that's all.
So it raises your credence slightly
It's part of the
as-
evidence.
as-
Yeah.
Yeah, it raises your credence slightly as it would like if somebody's wearing a black shirt and you say so and so is wearing a black shirt, but what should lower your credence is the fact that the outfit was different, that the clothes were different, right?
Yeah, so like if the clothes are different, all else equal, it lowers our credence, right?
Right. So we're back. We had positive credence
no,
and
but
negative credence, so we're back at zero, right?
Right. But if there's now evidence that is put on that he changed clothes, maybe that'll raise the credence. It's all just totality of
Is there-
circumstances, and you're viewing in isolation. It's not helping.
Is there evidence that he changed clothes
I
besides
think there is,
the
yeah.
observance? So did they find clothes on him?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they found
Does this go on for the full hour and 45 minutes?
clothes on him when he turned himself in. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, is there any indication that he changed his outfit besides the like speculation surrounding it that he changed clothes? Because it there's only speculation, there's no actual solid evidence to indicate that.
What would it take for you to believe that he changed clothes?
They would have to positively identify him being not only the person in the stairwell, but the person who got out of the car.
That's what it would take for you to believe he changed clothes? Is some other shit that's not that like what? Okay, this is silly.
Well, I mean, positively identifying him as the person.
How would they do that
in
is
the
the question.
stairwell is pretty low level.
They would have to figure out if he changed clothes. They'd have to identify him as the person that changed clothes.
Evidence, is it not?
Fine.
That places him at the scene.
Ask your question again. Sorry.
She's correct.
So they would have to positively identify him as the person in the stairwell.
Yeah,
in
how
the
would they do that?
original,
This is the whole
footage.
thing, right? Like the whole thing
Yeah,
is
right.
how do you
That's
identify?
what I'm saying.
Right. So the
That's
question
what I'm saying. Well, no, because identifying him in the stairwell doesn't necessarily mean that he took the shot, right?
I didn't say it
he could be there.
necessarily meant that. The question is, does it raise your prior that he did it?
No, because they haven't proven it, right?
No, if they did prove that he was the person or likely to be the person, does it raise your prior?
Well, yes. If they proved it, if they proved that, then yes. But
I think Tyler Robinson needs to fire his legal team immediately and invest in obtaining the services of Owlish LLC. I think that Owlish can honestly get him out of this.
That's the problem.
So the way, this is a kind of meta point about Candace. The way Candace argues is very similar to the way that you do, which is like looking when we're trying to examine what the facts of the matter of a situation are. looking in isolation and asking whether it's possible something else occurred. And the truth is, yes, it is possible something else occurred, right? It's possible, but that doesn't mean that it's likely that something else occurred. And that doesn't mean that...
think,
Oh, yeah?
well, I was going to say, I think honestly, the autopsy report is the biggest point of weakness in the case.
Oh no.
Yeah, tell me about that.
Does
Why?
she not even think he was actually shot? Are we even going to dispute? Are we going to dispute that he was shot?
So, the autopsy report.
Oh wait, yeah. What's the Candace Owens shit about CERN? Does anyone have any like funny Candace Owens clips, or she's saying some crazy shit? Put that in inbox.
Report indicates that he was essentially internally decapitated. I'm not a medical professional, so I can't say, but it said that his cervical spine, or let me just read it. Actually, let me just bring it up because I don't want to get it wrong. And no, I'm not using AI. I'm going to actually look up the report for those who are probably typing that.
Use that in the last.
No one typed that in the chat.
I'm just guessing. I'm sure they were about to.
Candace, link that shit. That sounds so funny.
Were you about to chat?
Charlie could.
What are we watching? We're watching Pisco debate Owlish on the Charlie Kirk assassination.
This is the most convincing thing for you, right? And just to be clear, you don't believe that it was a patsy, do you?
No, I don't necessarily believe it was a patsy. I just think that her argument has credence. That's really what I'm going.
The argument has credence?
What is this?
This episode is brought to you by San Pellegrino Ciao.
Wait.
A gift from Italy to your home.
Getting our kids to get like
3154.
Like we're on rails in a version of reality that
Project Looking Glass. How did Charlie Kirk know he was gonna die? Let's listen to 3154. I'm always in the mood for a good podcast, right?
About that, as well as CERN and what they discovered. We have to totally revisit that was happening at CERN just after a brief message from our sponsors. All right, you guys, new research is revealing something absolutely heartbreaking. More than 7 million American women suffer severe, long-lasting emotional distress after an abortion. They have grief, flashbacks.
Thank you.
Pound 250 and moneybackwearable.com/Candace. Again, that's pdsdebt.com. Spectator UK regarding how they tried to establish COVID to mirror a religion, the ritual of it, even having something you can wear, a mask to identify with one another. Anyway, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. Point being is that once you see that, you can't unsee it, that modern science is intentionally being created to conflict with God. And there are some really bizarre things that have happened, particularly I would say regarding CERN. What do you actually know about CERN? I'm going to bring Mark on to mansplain this. What CERN is and what they were involved in. And you guys kind of remember, we're trying to find the God particle. That was another push. Mark, jump on.
Wait, what part of this actually has to do with Charlie? How did we get, huh?
Because I don't think I will ever get over the fact that Charlie Kirk knew that he was going to die young. And I am starting to believe that so did the agents that surrounded him throughout his entire life. Let's jump right back in. Welcome back to Candace. A panic, right? We've acknowledged that over and over again on the show. Something doesn't feel quite right. It feels almost like we are at the beginning of the end.
Oh, look, only if you waited 5 more Oh, wait, it came. Okay, sorry. I'll go back. Wait. Let's listen to Mark.
And the best option available for you by visiting PDS. Kind of remember, we're trying to find the God particle that
to see what they're composed of. And so in 2012, they observed a reaction that's consistent with this particle that was theorized back in 1964 that they were calling, some people were calling it the God particle.
Like they're debating, oh, you should have, they always sell it as like, it's more freedom for you. No, it's more power for them. We're going to decide if you're allowed to be born. Everyone's going to eventually, in the future, need IVF, which puts them in a place of power.
I don't think that she's going anywhere with this. I don't think this has anything to do with Charlie Kirk.
And then also,
I think this is just another topic.
And also tell you when you die, which is why they have now these pods.
Wait.
Which is being debated. And where's the home of the pods, the death pods? Switzerland. Anyways, of course, the tunnel is underground. And it's interesting when you consider that they started searching for this particle when they realized, that's when the 70s is when they began this Looking Glass project, when they started.
Wait, no, she is talking about Charlie Kirk. No, she's talking about Charlie Kirk. I'm like, dude, she just went into another topic. How is she going to link it? Wait. Hold on, I'm actually so curious.
Not
now.
the CIA's Looking Glass project, but when they first got this Sumerian technology hooked up with a computer. It's an interesting parallel, right? And I also wanted to tell you guys a little bit more about what happened with CERN, which I've always wondered about. It was a big WTF moment with these elites, and you might recall this happening in 2016, but maybe you weren't awake yet. They quite literally got caught, and I think it was some worker that was walking around doing this nighttime ritual satanic ceremony gathered around the statue of Shiva. Interesting for those of you that are following our Becoming Brigitte series. In season 2, I went into
what?
Dionysus, the god of Amiens, which was from that town where weird things happen, and that's where both Brigitte and Hadron Collider's grounds. Okay, a satanic human sacrifice, it reads, has been staged on the grounds of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, the home of the Large Hadron Collider. The footage shows which I'm going to show you guys, a clip.
I've never listened to Candace Owens on like a
group wearing long flowing black robes. One of them has on hiking boots underneath. They're seen walking around before a woman moves onto the floor and that is stabbed. But the footage, then the person who's recorded, taking their sense of humor too far by staging a satanic ritual. I'm sorry, is this an acceptable excuse? This is like when a pastor finds $300K behind a toilet. Let's move on. Media just backed him up. It was a prank. Yeah, so we're going to take a look at this ceremony, which again is taking place. Are we bringing this in as a part of the prank? I don't know. Hear heavy breathing, and you hear a guy saying F, 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 F. Doesn't seem like it is how fake the media is. And this brings me to Daily Watch. They will be watching me.
Okay, I don't even know what the fuck she's talking about.
Okay, give us
So
the best.
I think that's
How do you even begin to argue with somebody like they're just too? There are people like this. They're just way too deep. They're like too deep in it. You just don't know. Like, how do you even begin to argue with them?
I think that's something weird. I can't say Patsy, but something weird happened during that. I'm looking for the official. Do I have to bring up the video so I can read it?
Just use
I guess I'll
AI,
have to do
I
that.
guess.
When
You
you
can do it.
set
You
the
have
thing
permission.
is, when you set arbitrary parameters, you can find coincidences in literally anything. When the parameters are set to be like literally whatever you want, you can always force coincidences to confirm your preconceived like theory.
Oh, thank you.
Like how just like Bohemian Grove is an owl statue, and Pisco's arguing with Owlish about Charlie Kirk. Very, very interesting. And Charlie Kirk was white, and something I want to note to you here is that so is Owlish. Very interesting stuff.
And does it, Giga Chad? 3 a.m. chatters are scary, true.
No, I'll just bring up the YouTube video because people are just gonna sit here and be like,
What was the
Where's Von invented Switzerland? What is Switzerland known for? Chocolate. Yes. And in the movie Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, which is the elites basically trying to like hint at us what they're doing, a kid almost drowns in a chocolate river. So what I believe is happening is they're mocking us. They know they're doing child sacrifices in Switzerland in chocolate factories, and they're throwing it in front of our faces in our media, and they just want us to ignore it.
general point made about the thing? Like, I don't get it. Like,
Toblerone, very interesting. In 1985, a kid named Toby went missing in Idaho. Very interesting.
Autopsy show.
that his entire spine was decimated.
Okay, and
So yeah, so his entire spine was essentially decimated, and then there was an argument that was made shortly after his death. Charlie Kirk Alley reveals absolute miracle that may have been save lines during fatal shooting. This is something that was produced by Fox News. I'm going to go ahead and link this to you.
Okay.
So you have a copy of it.
Thank you.
It says Turning Point USA spokesman Andrew Covert on Saturday said Charlie Kirk's surgeon called it an absolute miracle that the bullet that killed him didn't exit his body because dozens of people were standing behind him when he was shot. I don't even necessarily think that is true. That
okay.
Dozens of people were standing behind him. But I'm going to bring up the actual autopsy report from the video because I want to read it as as it's written. I don't want to get it wrong.
Okay, but like, who cares?
And I think this also gives. What do you mean? Who cares?
I don't know, man. When they were showing that one video of Candace with like when she was giving the crazy eyes or whatever, I don't know, man. You could see the sparkle in her eye.
Who cares if it did whatever to his spine?
Because that would indicate that he was dead on the scene and he wouldn't have a surgeon.
So because
like, he was already dead. Like, dead people don't go to surgery, in case you're unaware of that. Mr. Kirk. Okay, it says the bullet, or at least part of it.
Depends on how you're defining death, right? You can die, like in the clinical sense, right? Your heart can stop beating or whatever, and you could be medically dead and still be brought back. It's going to depend.
Sequentially perforated the anterior left side of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles, and the left side of his neck, and the left common carotid and left internal I
said when you saw the video, you knew it was just like carotid artery that got fucking. It was like, because when blood like just starts shooting out like that or whatever the fuck, like, like an artery has been severed. It's totally consistent with what we saw.
External jugular veins. So literally his veins, his jugular was exploded. The bullet.
Yeah, when that happened, like I have never heard of an instance of somebody having like a severed jugular and carotid that's been actually like successfully saved.
Also obliterated.
I'm sure it exists, maybe, but I don't think so.
Left side of the C2-7 vertebrae transected.
Because it's literally bringing blood to your brain. If it's severed, your brain is not getting oxygen. You're gonna get, what is it? Apoxia. Is the term apoxia? What is the term when your brain is not receiving oxygen anymore and starts becoming damaged as a result?
The cervical spinal cord, so he was internally decapitated.
Hypoxia.
The medical examiner observed that a significant portion of Mr. Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent, meaning that, he would not be alive after that.
Wait,
Kirk survived.
How do you know how long it would take for him to die?
Because if you're internally decapitated, you're instantly dead.
Okay, but then why is that inconsistent with them trying to like resuscitate him or trying to bring him back or trying to do the desperate operation?
Right, so that's another thing.
But wouldn't apoxia be the complete lack of oxygen then? A complete lack or total deprivation. Okay, hypoxia is okay. Hypoxia, complete cutoff or total absence of oxygen supply to an organ or tissue. Hypoxia, a partial reduction in deficiency in oxygen supply where some blood or oxygen still flows, though inadequately.
A severe blunder on the part of his team, because, and that kind of shows negligence that would exonerate.
That would with it being
that
Tyler
could potentially.
Robinson. Why?
It's consistent with the autopsy as well is completely consistent with what we saw.
How does this lower?
Right.
What does this have to do with it being Tyler Robinson, or not?
Well, you understand that even if it was Tyler Robinson, that evidence alone and the fact that they were negligent in transporting him to the hospital without a C-collar would be indicative, could possibly.
I can't see a conceivable world where he lived with that injury. There is literally no world where he lived with that injury. It was literally going to be like, I even was like looking into like known cases. Has anyone even like hypothetically survived an injury like that? People have survived internal decapitation, I think, in like super fringe instances. But like in those, I'm sure there were like exceptional circumstances or whatever, right?
Exonerate him because, he could have possibly survived at the scene if they would have actually done the proper thing.
How could he have survived that? I don't understand how you could survive that. When your carotid and jugular severed, how the fuck do you survive that?
And waited for
how would that
the ambulance to
exonerate
arrive.
him? Because he might have been saved.
This wouldn't be survivable if it happened in the OR. Vascular surgeon here, he was dead on impact. Yeah, it was obvious. When you saw the blood, you knew an artery had been severed. And when it's, I forget if it's the jugular or the carotid, but you lose like half your you lose half your blood in like seconds.
Possibly. I mean, I would think based on the report that.
But even if you were to like put pressure on it to stop the bleeding, there still wouldn't be a consistent blood supply to the brain, right?
dead at the scene. But again, I'm not a doctor, so I can't say for sure. But I would
You're
say
not a doctor? You don't have an MD?
No, I don't have a master's degree, no.
She still, oh my God, she still hasn't conceded on the MD point. Dude, she still hasn't fucking conceded on this. She's literally had like 48 hours, and she still has not somehow figured out that an MD is not referred to a master's degree.
Yeah, and fuck you.
Yes, she thinks an MD is a master's degree. Yes. She was like, you could get an MD in dancing or whatever when Peace was making the argument there. She pretended like she was half trolling when she realized she said something dumb, but she didn't realize what the thing that was dumb that she said was. So she then goes on to continue to argue under that same pretense that an MD means a master's degree.
You for using an M dash, by the way. You did that on purpose, didn't you?
No, I didn't. All right. I mean, that was the strongest piece of evidence.
Really?
That was the strongest piece of evidence, was he got internally decapitated. But, like, why is that the strongest piece of evidence?
So the reason why I think that would exonerate Tyler Robinson, even if he did do it, or would give him a lesser crime, so he would be exonerated of the not found guilty, not exonerated, but
yeah,
not
if Charlie
found
Kirk
guilty
didn't die,
charge.
he would not be guilty of murder. But why would it exonerate him?
Not only was she completely wrong in the first debate, she has had 2 days to figure it out, and she somehow still hasn't. Actually fucking useless. It's crazy.
I'm using
if
the
Charlie
wrong
Kirk survived, yeah.
I think I'm using the wrong term here. I wouldn't say exonerated. I would say that he would probably face a lesser charge, like I don't know, assault with a deadly weapon or
attempted murder.
Or attempted murder, yeah, because they improperly moved him. So since there was negligence on the part of his team, it would indicate that like there was a possibility that he could survive.
We said it when we said it the day it fucking happened. The day it happened. This is why everyone was making fun of Tim Pool. You understood that a major artery in his neck was severed. You knew immediately he was not fucking surviving that shit. There's like literally no way.
Opinion. So this is again in my opinion.
Yeah, but why does that raise or lower the probability
Alish could watch somebody beheaded by the fucking guillotine. I think there was a possibility.
He was a patsy, right? Like that is. It seemed okay.
No, that's again that's not my argument that he was a patsy.
She's capable of adapting to new. She has interrograde amnesia, where she's unable to form new memories. I wonder what day the head injury happened. I wonder what day she's stuck in. It's like Groundhog Day for her.
So
saying
why
that
is it strong?
Candace Owens. Why is it strong?
Evidence. It was the strongest evidence.
It's the strongest evidence because he wouldn't have because he, number one, the report indicates that he was possibly dead on the scene. So he wouldn't have a surgeon when he got to the hospital to report that his spine was so strong that it stopped the bullet, when there's a report that indicates the complete opposite, that his spine was obliterated.
So you don't think that there was... Listen, I don't know if there was surgery performed, but isn't this a medical examiner looking at stuff?
So the report I sent it to you. The report that I
didn't see it.
The medical examiner
you didn't send
produced the
shit
report.
On Discord?
Did I send it in the wrong chat? Oh yeah, hold on. I sent it in the wrong chat. There we go. I did not send shit. You're correct. So it says that Turning Point USA spokesman Andrew Colvett, I will just read it again, on Saturday said that Charlie Kirk's surgeon called it an absolute miracle that the bullet that killed him didn't exit his body, which is weird. Like, that's another thing. Like, either his autopsy was done by a surgeon, which I can't really say if a surgeon does an autopsy. I don't know.
Hang on a second.
But I would find it odd if a surgeon did do an autopsy. And again, I don't know if they do, and I'm not going to make any affirmative statement as to whether or not that's true. I want to address some of the discussion of the lack of exit wound with Charlie. I'm not usually interested in delving into most of this kind of online chatter, and I apologize, this is somewhat graphic, but in this case, the fact that there was an exit wound is probably another miracle. And I want to show people that Colvey, the executive producer of Charlie Kirk show, wrote on wrote in a lengthy post on
The
X.
bullet
So
can obliterate the spine and still stop it, right?
he was saying that there was no exit wound, but it seems
Didn't the bullet internally ricochet or something?
that, like, according to the medical report, there possibly was, because his cervical spine was missing, is what they said, and there's only one way that it would be missing, and that's if it exited his body, right?
So you're saying that it's like
What?
it's implausible that he would have survived long enough to have surgery.
If Tyler Robinson was a patsy, why would they even need to fake the way he died? Because the dispute would be it wouldn't have been him on the roof, right? Why wouldn't they just get a marksman to shoot him and he died exactly how it looked like and they just pinned it on somebody else? Or
that's one thing.
And what are you basing this off of?
The fact that he was internally decapitated, but also in the same vein, if he was able to survive
Are
it.
you So are you? Has there been expert evidence to suggest that no one could survive long enough to get to the hospital? And
in his case, you don't need to be an expert. Nobody is surviving long enough for that shit.
Have emergency surgery? What's the evidence that you're relying on?
Well, that proves negligence on the part of
whether it does or
his
doesn't.
team,
What's the
because
medical evidence that you have at your disposal to suggest that there would not be emergency surgery performed in such a circumstance because of the timeline?
A significant portion.
The spine can absorb the bullet, but the distributed kinetic energy can shatter it, right?
Of Mr.
Reuters, citing the university spokesperson, stated he underwent surgery.
Right, and I don't believe that. That's why I'm saying that there's.
He might have made it to the. He might have made it to the. I doubt. There's no shot he was alive when he made it to the hospital.
Is that a hole?
Well, what would he have surgery on? Like, they can't replace his cervical spine.
Yeah, they maybe don't know the full extent of the injury until they're.
Believe it or not, you can actually survive a spinal injury. There'd be paralysis, right? Right.
They're doing the surgery. Maybe they thought that there was some crazy thing they could try to do. I'm not a doctor. You're not a doctor either. So what's the evidence you have that's implausible?
It says missing, not injured, right?
Huh? What says missing? The bullet?
Missing. A significant portion of Mr. Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent.
I don't understand if that's responsive.
From the body? Is she arguing? What is she arguing here? Like, absent from the like, as in it probably blew up, right, and was distributed internally.
And what is the basis to believe that the kind of wound that Kirk suffered wouldn't allow surgery to be?
What was the caliber of bullet that? What was the caliber of bullet that killed him? Does anybody know? What is a 98? What is a Mauser 98? Model 98 shoot? Okay.
Form to make it implausible.
I would say that because he was already dead, and you don't really do surgery on dead people.
Well, maybe they were trying to do like last minute emergency surgery, and how do you know he was dead at the time that the bullet hit at the scene? Maybe he wasn't.
I'll read it again. His cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent
from where it's supposed to be, because it probably exploded.
Doesn't say that he died on the scene. He was pronounced dead at the hospital, I believe.
So the cervical spinal cord is the top part of your spinal cord. It sits inside your neck and has 7 neck bones plus 8 nerves. It sends signals between your brain, your face, neck, arms, and chest. Yeah, I would assume that he was pretty decapitated.
You would assume he was pretty decapitated. But why is that inconsistent with him surviving long enough to make it to surgery before dying.
I would wonder why they would, well, with any neck injury, I would wonder why they would move him without a C-spine or I'm
You
sorry,
may
a
wonder
C-
that,
a
but what's the evidence
C-collar.
that it's implausible that he would have survived long enough for surgery to happen, and they would have thought it was so futile that they don't even attempt it? Yeah, they tried to save JFK.
I mean, we
and
don't have
he had a big hole in his
right.
fucking head.
No, neck, not head.
JFK?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, head. I'm sorry. I misheard you. I was reading this.
Yeah, I don't think that you have.
high mort-
I think it's fine to say that like you don't have evidence that it would.
Yeah,
it's
I don't have
implausible he would
I don't
survived.
necessarily have evidence, and I think that I would have evidence if they actually contacted medical professionals in this case and not shoved him in a vehicle and drove to the hospital.
What the fuck were they supposed to do?
Wait for the EMTs like most normal people would do. The people who actually are trained and paid to perform medical assistance.
So, like,
Dude,
you're holding it against them
again-
that they instantly went and tried to get him to the hospital as fast as possible?
Yes,
Okay.
because his team.
Didn't you just said that he would have died?
Took him to an Orem, and he was later pronounced dead. His death. Okay, I'm trying to figure out if he died instantly. Obviously, he died instantly. I'm trying to figure out if it says that, right? Fuck, I can't even.
On
get
the
to
scene
it.
anyway, no matter what.
It's right. It's. I would assume yes, but again, I've stated this.
Obviously,
a
he
couple of times.
died instantly.
I'm not a doctor. I can't say for sure, but the fact that his cervical spinal cord was missing or absent would, to me, indicate that. But again, being that his team.
What
would
is
have
even being disputed
had
right now?
some like elementary training or some like training
Hold
on this.
I gotta pee again. We've been here for a while. One sec. I'll be right back. Even if it's like you have to do it for a few, right? You don't want to have that responsibility while you're on stream.
Reacting to rather than approve comments.
I don't know. Maybe your chat should just make better comments.
The bored with Queeman's content audience? It's boring sometimes, man. I like Queeman. I like Queeman as a person, okay? But I've not watched a Queeman stream in a sec, because sometimes it legitimately is. I'm not saying it's like objectively this way. I just, you know, here's what the thing is. I think this is the problem. I think British people are very boring, but it's probably because many of them are just not as animated. People don't know this, but Kitchen Nightmares, very famous show. Gordon Ramsay, like, screaming at people, whatever, that was actually not how he was on the original Kitchen Nightmares. That was an adaptation for the American audience, because that's what the Americans preferred. So I think that it's probably a British thing, to be honest. They just all come off as, like, so fucking boring.
Like maybe they shouldn't be like degenerates.
Oftentimes, again, it's just YouTube being hypersensitive and YouTube's auto mod being sensitive, right? Anyways, could you show me the evidence of Benji doxing?
Yeah, sure. I can go ahead and
Find about Quimmin is he's not audience captured, like, at all, like, in a bad way. I think you need to be like a little audience captured. I think Quimmin, he likes what he likes, and will make no additional, will not sit through anything he doesn't for the sake of the audience.
those screenshots. I have to DM them to myself and then DM them because
we're waiting on
this
this
is not my
evidence.
main account. I have them on a different computer.
You're a big computer guy. That's cool.
I like what Morale does with his visuals sometimes, although I think everybody should use face cam. Not actually, that's not true. I recommend Stardust to go down the Morale path, but although I think almost everybody should use face cam. What's up, folks? We're back. How's it going? Hold on.
They would know to not move somebody with a neck injury. That's kind of like 101. Medical assistance 101.
Yeah, maybe they don't know that if it's assuming it's medical 101. I just don't know, like, so why does that do anything? Well, how does that prove or like lower the inference that like Patsy stuff or not Tyler Robinson?
I would say because I mean, I keep making the argument that that's not necessarily my argument.
So
but
what are you trying to say?
So the circumstances around his death and the fact that it seemed unusual would kind of indicate that
I did wash my hands. What are you talking about?
Be other lies associated, right?
So like the team's in
So
on it
if
or
there-
something.
No, I don't think that the team is in on it. I think that the fact that the surgeon could have potentially lied because you don't perform. There's
I
no
could have
medical.
you just mean that like
there's no,
it's possible. he
Right,
could
but
have?
you would think. So like when he got to the hospital, there would have been triage. Why wouldn't they present the triage report?
Who?
Like,
Why,
it's the
they mean
surgeon-
TPUSA or the surgeon?
The surgeon. Well, you wouldn't have a
I
surgeon.
still
until
don't know
you go
what
through
she's
triage,
arguing.
right?
I still don't know what she's
Are you a
arguing.
doctor? I thought you said you don't have any medical experience. I don't fucking know.
You don't know that when you go to the hospital, like you go through triage first. You don't immediately go to a surgeon.
I have no fucking
Your
clue.
vitals have to be taken. I mean, maybe I'm being
They were getting his blood pressure first, and then they told him they had to take his temperature. They said, "Say ah," and then true.
ignorant of the situation, but I would
I'm not a
assume that
doctor,
you would,
and I don't know
you
what the
would
fuck this has
immediately
to do
have-
with who shot the gun.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with who shot the gun. What it indicates is that there is circumstances surrounding the case that are highly
First, they listened to his lungs.
suspicious and
That's highly
highly
suspicious.
irregular. Yes, it is suspicious to me that somebody from
I'm
Turning Point.
sorry. This is not. It's not funny. It's not. Listen. I have a mental picture in my mind that's bad.
USA would make a comment about a surgeon who was not named, saying that his neck was so strong it stopped the bullet when the autopsy indicates otherwise.
Do you
the
believe that
official
Tyler
autopsy
Robinson
report.
shot Charlie Kirk?
It's a good
I
question.
do think that, yes. I do think that. But again, the evidence does not necessarily indicate that, which is why I'm saying that Candace Owens her argument has credence, right? That's what my
I don't
argument is,
agree.
and that's
that her statements of truth are backed up. I mean, she's basically pointing out like, what about this? What about that? Like asking questions, but like not providing
They took his eye. Had him step on the scale.
justification for her claim of
I want to
being
turn it back on
passive.
you and ask you why you think
He
that
had
Andrew Wilson
he
had
had to go in the waiting room. They had to wait for him to fill out his insurance info in the waiting room.
a more compelling argument.
Listen, I think he did really bad, but he at least pointed to things that should compel people. For example, things that should compel people. Confessions, multiple confessions, all right? And I believe, I credit Lance Wiggs. I don't have any reason to doubt him. And I credit the tech forensic people who looked at the phone and determined that it was Tyler Robinson who messaged Lance. I think that makes sense, that there's no other evidence that anyone else had the phone. And so I assume, based on the fact that no other evidence in the country has occurred, that it was, in general, when you send messages from your device, it's you, right? It raises the credence, in other words. That's pretty compelling. Then the fact that the gun is connected to him in any respect, that's pretty compelling, right? Of all the guns, it's a gun that's connected to him. That raises your prior there. And then in terms of like I don't know if Andrew specifically cited, let me just think of other things that Andrew was talking about. The fact that the parents refuse to speak out. If they truly
No, Kevin's a longtime viewer. He's a troll. Don't take anything he says seriously.
were involved here in this process, and there are assertions on the record that he also told the parents, right? And then he was talking to the parents, the kind of statements like, "Oh, I want to kill myself," or all that stuff. Those are the kinds of statements someone who's guilty would state, and the kinds of statements that a parent who knows them to be lies would repudiate, right? These are all things that are obvious and should be obvious to human beings. Now, did Andrew do the best job of laying them all out? Should Andrew have prepared more, right? Prepared more than I know right now about like all the evidence on offer? Absolutely, yes. He was walking into a debate where he should have had way more instant recall of facts and not be like sort of
I can't. It's so ridiculous. Get this dying man out of my OR right now and don't take his vitals first. We're not amateurs here. Dude, I don't know why that's good.
squirrely like he was. That said, Candace had fucking nothing. Literally nothing. There was no reasonable inference that she could offer that increased the tendency or the likelihood of her claim. That's why Andrew wins on substance. But again, he did a really bad job.
I think that the presentation of his evidence was just as circumstantial because
What does that
I
mean?
find really
Just as
interesting.
circumstantial? What does that mean? Just as
So what I
circumstantial?
find
That's the
what I
second time
find
you said
very
that.
interesting.
The second time you said that. What do you mean when you say
Well, I'm
just as
about to
circumstantial?
answer.
No, you need to just say,
I would love
just as
to answer.
circumstantial
I
is
would love to answer if you let me talk. Thank you. So what's really interesting is the fact that they purport.
What does just as circumstantial mean?
Because they're equally circumstantial, right?
What does it mean to be equally circumstantial? You're saying that they're equal
The
likelihood?
evidence was neither evidence was indicative of guilt. How about that?
That's crazy you say that. You don't think confessions are
Okay,
indicative
well,
of guilt?
No, again, and
I
I'm
feel
gonna
like
go,
somebody has had to have done a version of this as like a comedy skit or some shit.
I'm going to state this: the confessions were not tied directly to Robinson.
The hell they weren't.
And What do you mean the hell they
His
weren't?
phone, his statements as attested to by Lance Twiggs, his parents not speaking out. They're tied to him.
Speaking out about what?
About what the claims made in the indictment regarding him having confessed to them. It's tied. The confessions are tied to him.
Which is kind of suspicious, considering that the reason he left home in the first place was because he fundamentally disagreed with his parents. So you would think that if he did something wrong, his parents would have some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? They would have some kind of malice towards him and would want to get him would want to report him. So
you disagreed with me, son? I'm gonna blame a political assassination on you. It's from like a. I mean, it's the short. Maybe I don't know. My parents never. When my parents got mad at me, I don't remember them pulling some shit like that. I gotta be honest.
So again, I'm gonna say this because you're not letting me finish. But what's interesting about Lance is that they purported that I'm gonna use her proper pronouns, that she was trans, but during the court hearing, and you yourself are referring to her as he. So if she was trans, and that was a major point of contention that was brought up by the Trump administration politically, why all of a sudden?
That's my favorite snark. My favorite snark about me is that I was exiled from New York, and that's why I live in California. I did something so bad in New York that they told me to leave and never come back.
Unless she detransitioned, which is always a possibility, but that talking point kind of dropped as soon as the evidentiary hearing. By the way, according to some sources, she changed her name to Luna. I don't know if officially she did that, but she preferred to be referred to as Luna. So again, that's evidence that was either untrue or, it was evidence that's untrue that was never addressed.
What is this? Isn't whitest kids, like boomer shit? Okay, calling that boomer shit is obviously a little ridiculous. It's not that long ago. No, I know this bit. I've seen it before. I didn't think it was that funny. It's one of my friends. I hate when your friends showing you some shit they think is the funniest thing on earth, and you're just not with it. You know what I mean?
She said that was that not a major point brought up by
people were saying that Lance was a furry, and I think that there was evidence that they went by a different name, a female name.
Yes, Luna.
Yeah, but I just don't understand is there an inconsistency?
Yes, they purported her to be a trans furry.
Okay, so then what's the inconsistency?
During the trial, they referred to her as him, despite her being trans.
Yeah, that could be explained by them just being not very woke on pronouns, right?
You would think that during the court hearing in which they were trying, or I'm sorry, it's not a court hearing, that the evidentiary hearing.
It's a court hearing. It's a hearing in a court.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me that the state of Utah is not being respectful to somebody's preferred pronouns? Listen. You'd expect to see this in a hellhole like California, maybe, but not the progressive, shining liberal beacon that is the state of Utah. I would never, ever expect to see misgendering happen in that place.
It is a court hearing. That the court hearing, they would refer to her as her correct pronouns or bring that up as a point at all, or it was never brought up again, as far as I know.
Maybe because it's that they don't feel the need to use preferred pronouns, or maybe because it's not something that they need for the purposes of determining probable cause.
Well, no, it's not. It's right. It's not necessarily a major indicator of guilt, but it's something else that could be substantive to indicate that the case is not being litigated.
I'm just getting more triggered. So we should move off of this. I can't believe this is your real opinion.
What? You're getting triggered about what?
Everything you're saying.
About what?
This is compelling to you all. Oh, they didn't use her pronouns appropriately, and therefore they lied about her being trans, even though I'm going to use her preferred pronouns, so I believe she's trans. What the hell?
Being that you would have some experience in court, would you say that I'm incorrect about this?
About what? I don't even know what you're asking.
Would they use the pronouns of somebody who was trans, the proper pronouns?
I'm not sure. I'm sure people would do it differently. I've never had a case with a trans person. I'll just put it out there. So I don't know the usual decorum in a Utah state court about pronoun usage. I don't know that.
Okay. The reason I brought this up wasn't because it changes anything about the case, but it's another anomaly that may or may not indicate that there's a reason to believe that the case is, another piece of evidence to suspect.
It's an anomaly? Why is it an anomaly?
It's an anomaly because it's something that was stated officially during the initial hype around and it was never talked about again. right? Or it's not that it wasn't talked about again, but then the evidence would suggest otherwise or whatever. So like it's all of the little pieces of evidence adding up together that would kind of give Candace's argument some credence. And to be clear, and I'm going to say this again, so I'm not clipped out of context, I do believe that
it's funny. It's funny how they don't like being clipped out of context. It's funny, but they'll always like ask questions that are literally just trying to like clip trim to make you look bad. Like she tried to do Pisco last time, but refused to engage with like his equally as like clip trimpy question.
Tyler Robinson would have shot Charlie Kirk. I don't carte blanche believe that he couldn't have done it, right? Because he definitely could have done it. But I'm saying that Candace Owens also has a point in saying that maybe the evidence isn't there to necessarily indicate that he 100% did it. Can you agree that maybe that could be the case?
By could be the case, you mean it's logically possible?
Yes.
I think it's logically possible, whatever you just said.
We'll give that to you.
You think, okay. So then why are you calling me crazy?
Because just because something is logically possible doesn't mean there's any reason to believe it. Good reason.
What?
It's logically possible that I like jump to the moon right now.
No, it's not logically possible that you jump to the moon. No, that is not a logical thing to think.
I just what it means. That
is not logic. No, that is logically impossible.
Every single case where somebody is not pleading guilty is going to have some defense, right? Sometimes there will be an affirmative defense where it's established that the person did in fact do it, but there's some like, I think, mitigating reason or whatever, right? But the in cases that are in cases where the suspect is pleading not guilty and an affirmative defense is not being used, the Owlish's doubt will like be able to be applied anywhere. Right? There's always going to be some mitigating detail that the defense is going to present that seems to apparently take away from the likelihood that the person perpetrated it.
Contain a contradiction.
It is not logically possible for you to defy gravity. That is not a logical thing that somebody with a working cerebellum would believe. Would it, like, I'm sorry.
Are you pretending Pisco doesn't? I don't know him.
That's crazy. That's a crazy statement.
So,
like, if you think that's
also who clips people out of context? Okay, now you know what you're doing here. You know what you're doing here.
Logical. I would question your credibility altogether.
So I'd agree. Jumping to the moon violates the laws of physics. It's contradictory with the laws of physics, but it doesn't contain within it a lot like an inherent contradiction.
It does. It does, because number one, you can't jump that high physically. Number two, you're defying the laws of physics. Number three, if you jump to the moon, you would instantly die because there's no oxygen in space. So I don't want to get caught again with a pedantic argument, but I will be pedantic if that's. I will be pedantic if that's going to be the hill you die on or the moon you die on.
All I'm saying is claiming asserting that something is possible is like not a good reason to believe it, right? It's possible that Trump himself killed him, right?
No.
I
don't think that at all.
What's the contradiction?
He was busy having a stroke. He was busy having a stroke.
So it's impossible that it was Trump.
Yeah, I would say that it's impossible that it was Trump because he can't jump from a roof without dying.
What if the real Trump that you've been seeing has been a decoy the whole time? Is that possible?
A decoy of what?
Is it possible that Trump
a decoy for Trump
in an experimental super serum, and they have like this old guy pretend to be Trump, and meanwhile he's been training and becoming an assassin? Is that possible?
Who is getting the super serum?
Trump, the real Trump.
Why? Okay, so then why would Trump is getting the super serum? So there's an old guy. Okay, no, I don't. No, this is stupid.
Because it's unlikely, right? But it's still possible.
What's impossible?
This is stupid. Why are we talking about this now?
Because
I'm not going to be made out to be a fool.
It's just demonstrative of the fact that like just saying something's possible doesn't really give you a good reason to believe it.
Nothing you said so far has been possible.
What's the
that's why
it is possible. She's equating. She doesn't know the difference. Just like she doesn't know the difference between proof and evidence, or a master's degree and a doctorate of medicine. She doesn't know the difference between possibility and probability. She just doesn't know.
Super serums don't exist.
How do you know? What if they're just hiding the super serum?
Who is hiding the super serum?
The government.
Wow, you sound like Candace Owens. What if Tyler Robinson was given the super serum? Oh my god, and he turned into two different people, and then like fucking Naruto fucking copied himself into 1,000 copies, and then each one of them. Like, I don't know, like what are we talking about right now? What's going on?
I don't know. Can we move off of this because I'm getting more and more triggered? I feel like it'll be better if we just change topics for just a little bit.
What do you want to? Okay, so what do you mean change?
You said you wanted to talk to me about after our last conversation.
Oh right, so I wanted to talk to you about your fucking insane ass chat. Like, what is going on? Like, why do you have these people in your community?
Oh, are we doing the community thing where you're like, banned?
He even knows it. Dude, the community thing is like crazy.
People who are mean to me?
It's not that they're being mean to me. It's the fact that they're actually just like making shit up about me that isn't true. Being mean is one thing. completely fabricating things to say in chat is just like completely is a completely different thing.
Was it a joke or was there like a fake assertion that was like serious?
No, there's been a couple of fake assertions, but what I generally want to do is I want these people to actually confront me, you know, in VC or on stream, because I figure like,
okay, listen, I think that's based. You could be a fucking moron, but if you show up, I think that's a dub.
if you're going to say things about me, you might as well say it to my face and not be a keyboard warrior. So I'm trying to call people out for that.
Oh yeah, we were gonna like go through people that were to be called out.
I'll give Alish a point that I will not give Beckett.
Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. Is it 3 a.m.? Yes, it's 3:36 a.m.
You got a few chatters in mind, right?
Yeah, or any of them. Hold on, let me see if any of them are in chat right now.
Wasn't Direful Pot one of them?
Yes, or yes, Direful. Yeah.
Direful Pot. Are you in there?
I'm looking at chat right now.
I thought I saw Direful Pot before.
Direful, show your face. Get on stream. Argue with me.
What did they say?
They just say all sorts of bullshit to me. They call me like all sorts of things, and they just say like I'm like
She
I
does
don't know.
the same
I just
thing
feel like
to
I just feel
me.
that people who say these sorts of things should just confront me directly. Oh, Benji.
Who's Benji? Benji 7085?
Yeah, Benji is one of the people who went through and gathered all of my information to give to Snarker so that they could cover me 24/7.
Oh, okay. But let's not do drama stuff. I don't want drama. I meant like on the substance.
Notice how she doesn't ever elaborate on what kind of information, because she wants you to think that he doxed her, that he never did, right?
Yeah, Benji is one of those people that's. Do you understand that the drama was okay? Yeah, there's Direful.
The Snarkers.
What did Direful say?
Oh, Direful is awful in chat. So Direful, why don't you hop in? Why don't you? I can add you to the call. No proof of this, by the way, to Benji. And then that's fine. I just have like 100 screenshots.
Okay, I don't want to do drama shit, but like about you specifically, what have like?
They're obsessed with me. I've compiled 10,000 screenshots in my folder on Glupshitto 99 on my Glupshitto 99 folder. I've compiled 10,000 screenshots to prove how obsessed he is with me.
About your claims or about in my chat?
Because they sit there and chat and just talk shit to me constantly and won't actually hop on stream and debate me.
On what?
Confront me to my face. Prove
About
that
what?
I'm the idiot that you say I am.
Oh.
Are you defending your community just being total assholes?
No, they suck.
So you think it's okay that your community is mean to me?
Then why do you have them in your community? That's like a reflection of you.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Like if you're fostering a community that is just like toxic towards people, like what if somebody wants to
Somebody on Destiny subreddit falsely accused me of sexting a 17-year-old because they got me confused with Morale. I'm not kidding. I'm like not kidding. They thought I was Morale, so they asserted that I did that. And because they did that, Destiny falsely accused me. It's a reflection of him, if you really think about it.
join your community, right? They're a viewer and they want to become a member of the, I don't know, Piss Force. I'm not sure what
Peace Corps.
call them.
The Peace Corps, the Peace Corps, or Peace Corps Nation, you know.
Oh, and then I took the time to say, you have me confused. I think you're like confusing me with Morale or some shit. I didn't do that or whatever. And I got downvoted like fuck.
Okay, that's right. If people are being awful to people in chat, why would they want to join your Discord or be a part of your community? That kind of inhibits your ability to grow as a creator, does it not?
Maybe, yeah. You guys, can you just be like less snarky, maybe?
Yeah, this is the thing.
They're the only ones that are allowed to snark. They can make up anything they want about you. Any bad faith inference they can make, they're allowed to do it. But you're not allowed to be mean to them.
Because when you say that, you sound very non-committal, right? You sound very non-committal about it and very like a little bit sarcastic or a little bit sardonic, if I'm being honest.
Well, drama's banned in the chat, so we don't want drama.
Oh, drama's banned in the chat, so people repeating the rhetoric that is in the drama community is not allowed, right?
Repeating the rhetoric or repeating the claims?
Repeating the rhetoric surrounding the drama. So they're basically saying back to me the claims and drama that people have, made about me.
Hey guys,
What
please
did
don't
somebody say the other day?
Please don't do that. And I'm being serious. Let's focus on the arguments, okay? Let's focus on Alish's arguments.
Let me read the chat to see what they're saying.
Yeah, let's take a look here.
What did they do, Alice? Explain why people should care. Direful, you're getting called into this bullshit because you're one of the people who just sit in chat all day and call me illiterate, right? Like, obviously I'm not illiterate.
Can we get Alish is illiterate in chat? Can we get Alish? Alish can't read in chat? Thanks.
If I'm reading your message.
That is true.
You just say.
But I think that's like a reference to like the comma splice thing. Remember that?
Yeah, you know that Angelica Schuyler cares about comma splices as well, so you should care about comma splices.
What do you? Yeah, but it wasn't a comma splice.
Well, it wasn't a comma splice, but she cares about commas. My dearest Angelica. Mm-hmm.
That I don't know why that maps onto the
Thanks,
outside
Hydra
comma thing.
and Ryan.
It doesn't. I'm just making a comment about how you should care about commas because
I care a lot about commas. I used to edit people's papers in school. You'd have to edit someone else's papers, and I would always do all the commas correctly and fix people's commas. I was actually
you would always do all the commas correctly.
Yes, yeah. People would come to me and be like, "Hey, can you check for my commas?" Like I was known as the guy who would do the commas.
What?
I'm not joking.
Wow. Wow.
I have a very good
by the
friend
way,
who
I want to put on. I want to. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, we can skip the anecdote.
I'm being obnoxious. Go ahead, finish.
No,
It's your stream.
I just had a very dear friend who she would always come to me and like ask me to like check if the commas were right in her paper, and so I gained a little reputation about commas.
I think she was hitting on you and you just didn't notice.
Maybe. We went to prom together.
Holy shit! You fumbled the bag, bro. You fumbled that one. You really think? Oh, bro, you. Okay, so of course you want to go back to this. So I think that his statements were very vague, and the vagueness of his statements kind of indicated that he doesn't have a very well thought out plan. I'm not going to talk about the commas again, by the way, but it says to me that like he's using a very like what's the word I'm looking for? He's using a very like losing my thoughts, which makes sense because it's 3 a.m. He's using like a template for somebody who is running for office. It's like he types into ChatGPT. Not saying he did this, but it's like he typed into ChatGPT, how do I write a DSA platform?
Oh my, not this shit again, man. Not this shit again. I can't. I honestly can't. We just heard this whole fucking thing yesterday. I can't anymore. I'm gonna like get a nosebleed or some fucking shit.
How do I write a campaign promise based on the DSA platform? And it just spit something out at him. And then he made that his campaign promise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really get that sense.
Yeah, it seems like you have some really well thought out criticism of this guy.
You don't get that sense?
That he like followed a vague platform.
I read his policy. It's like just common sense shit, right? He wants to reverse the like the point she made was him saying that he wants to reverse the gutting to like funding of research that happened under the Trump administration. That's a mainstream Democrat position. It's a common sense position.
Structure on ChatGPT. I don't get it.
Wait, who the fuck is saying that? This is what I'm talking about.
What?
Why is Ella so triggered by chat when she has her in orbiters? Who the fuck is it orbiter?
You have orbiters?
That's what I'm saying. They're just making shit up. I don't have orbiters. What the fuck? I don't even think I have a fucking solar system. I don't even think I'm a planet unless you're talking about my weight.
I almost said it, but she said it for me.
No.
Not you. I meant like that was a joke.
No. Well, it's Are you gonna vote for El Sayed would you if you were in Michigan?
No. Okay, that's another thing. Okay, I remembered one of the other points I wanted to bring up. Do you understand that a Republican is not necessarily the same thing as MAGA?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, so voting for a moderate Republican instead of a DSA member would be idyllic, especially in an area that is already pretty conservative.
Not necessarily, but I don't agree with that. And also, Rogers is like, he's MAGA. Come on.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that MAGA is not prominent because Trump is endorsing all of his MAGA politicians because he's trying to put them in the right spot. But if a moderate Republican ran against a DSA member, you would vote for the moderate Republican, right?
No.
Why?
No. Because at least in the foreseeable future, I think a moderate Republican would be more harmful to harm reduction than a DSA person.
Yeah, moderate Republicans just get fucking bullied by MAGA. Like,
to what they're likely to vote on.
What would they vote on that you think would be bad? A moderate Republican, by the way, not MAGA, so they're not.
And by the way, there's essentially none of these people in Congress.
If I'm not.
I know. I just want to make it clear. There's essentially none of it. I know, and I just want to make it clear. So I'll give you some examples. Ready?
Yeah.
They would vote against ending the filibuster. Correct?
Yes.
They would vote against court expansion for Democrats. Correct?
For Democrats, yes, probably.
They would vote against probably enforcing the insurrection component of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment and to try to undo Trump situations and disqualify a bunch of Trump people.
Maybe not all the moderate Republicans, right?
I think they would.
No, I don't think they would at all.
But like even that you're like talking. I mean, it's just like the likelihood of that is just so low at this point with where the parties are.
They're the DSA member, right? To vote in favor.
More likely? More likely to vote in favor? No, I don't think that they're more likely to vote in favor.
No, they're less likely to vote in favor, right? Of what I just proposed.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Less likely to vote.
But no, I don't think that they would because.
Okay, but less likely. That's all.
They're a moderate. An anti-MAGA Republican, I don't think would do anything to affirm Trump's position.
Okay.
That's.
I'm not saying that they would, but they wouldn't vote in favor of ending the filibuster. They wouldn't vote for court expansion. They wouldn't vote for, or they'd be less likely to vote for expansion of the Section 3 enforcement. They would be less likely to vote in favor of expansion of Obamacare, right? Less likely to vote in favor of, public option. Less likely to vote.
No, I don't think Obamacare. I think that Obamacare wasn't really even
less likely,
popular
right?
among the. Well, Obamacare wasn't even really popular among the Democrats, as far as I know, because it was a Band-Aid.
All right, let's keep going. Less likely to vote on progressive nominees in the executive branch and court appointments, right?
I don't know why that would. What is
Just easy.
what is a
These are
progressive?
going down
Can you
the line.
define? Can you define a progressive nominee?
Yeah, a executive branch official or a judicial official who has a more progressive track record, by which we mean more left wing, either socially or economically.
I mean, not really. You can't really say for sure because they're
equal.
not obligated to vote.
I'm not saying they're
vote
obligated.
along.
I'm asking what they're likely to do. They're less likely to vote in favor. They're not left wing, right? They're moderate Republicans, so they're less likely to vote for progressive nominees. Correct?
They're less likely. I wouldn't say that they wouldn't do that though.
Yeah, they're less likely, right? And we're just going off percentages. I'll keep going.
Yeah,
less likely to
that's
vote
fine, but
for a Democratic
they're less
president's
likely,
agenda.
but I don't think that a DSA member would vote for this
Really?
either.
No,
because a DSA member would want to embolden. No, they wouldn't vote Democrat. They wouldn't want to. They wouldn't want to embolden their. They would want.
Have you heard of a DSA member ever voting down like a Democratic nominee? Right? Those are, you know who did that in the previous administration?
Yeah, it was Republicans.
No, it was Joe Manchin and it was Kristen Sinema. They scuttled some nominees.
I mean, that's
less
fine, but literally Hassan Piker, who's a prominent DSA member, didn't.
Not
endorse
every
Kamala.
combo needs to be about this guy.
No, it does. It does. Okay, that's where you're wrong.
Okay, let's be so for real. People make everything about Destiny, so why can't we make everything about
exactly
Hassan?
I don't think people should make everything about Destiny.
Yo, thanks so much for the 10. I have no links, and Automod must scream. Sure, if you guys want to link anything, just put it in inbox. The chat won't allow it.
I don't think so either, but I mean, this is a perfect example. I mean, you're dismissing my example because you don't like it, not because it's about somebody.
Hassan, what are you saying? So because Hassan didn't vote for Kamala, then what? Moderate Republicans probably didn't vote for Kamala either.
No, they didn't, but you understand that they're
Also,
less likely
I think
to
Hassan voted
endorse.
for Kamala too, just heads up. According to him, at least.
I mean, he didn't endorse her.
Yeah.
So why tell your audience that you don't endorse somebody and then vote for them?
I know,
Wouldn't
it's
that indicate
stupid.
to your audience?
It was dumb.
Wouldn't
It
that
was evil. It was bad. What do you want to say?
I want you to. I don't know. I think I want you to say you don't like Hassan Piker.
You're trolling me, right?
Do you like him? Like as a person, I don't mean like.
You're trolling.
think
You're
he
doing
provides-
the thing. You're doing the thing.
What thing?
You're
do you think he
doing the
provides
cliche.
Do you think he provides meaningful commentary or a positive outlook to the Democratic Party?
Usually, no.
What do you mean? Usually, no.
I don't know. You don't understand those words?
No, I'm asking for your specific definition of usually no. So
Most
in what
of the
case
time.
would you? That means yes sometimes.
you
So
Yeah,
when
I've heard
where
it
is the
sometimes
yes?
say the
Hassan?
Democrats are preferable to Republicans. For example, in the conversation with Adam Mockler.
That's such a milquetoast taste, and you won't actually deny that you just wow. So you like him in some aspects.
Wow.
Is what you're saying.
I'm sure that me and Hassan can find at least one thing to agree on. Yeah.
You don't object to him.
No, I didn't say that. I object to Hassan. But there was one moment where they were reviewing. What were they reviewing? It was like, it might have been the Andrew Wilson like sniz thing, maybe he was on with one of the Cumtown guys. I forget who. Where I thought it was like funny. They were bantering and shit. But in general, I don't agree with his takes, and I think that he has a negative outlook on the Democratic Party. But this
you
is
think
like
that he
so
should be-
cringe that we like. Every
It's not
conversation needs to be about
cringe.
this. Yeah.
Well, I find it a little bit concerning that you still are sweeping. That you think that Hassan should have
How
a
am I
place
sweeping?
in this community.
What do you mean by
you
that?
Do you think that he should be in any respects representative of the Democratic Party?
By which you
in
mean
any way
what? By what do you mean by representative Democratic Party?
Okay, you're doing that. You're doing
Yeah,
this
because you want to
now
keep it
where you
vague.
think
Because
representative.
you want to keep it vague. and be
No,
like,
the representative of the. Do you think that he should be telling his audience prescriptive things about the Democratic Party?
telling his audience prescriptive things
Depends
about
on
the
the
Democratic Party?
thing.
Yes, prescriptive things such as vote for this person. I'm going to this event to speak. Do you think he
Depends.
should be going to events to speak?
Depends on what he's saying.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah.
You don't-
Okay.
It doesn't. A prescription can be good even if the person that's giving it is mostly wrong. I don't think she understands that.
This is what
Wait,
I thought.
wait. Do you?
Why aren't you?
would
Okay.
not
Why are you?
agree?
Why are you being so? Why are you being so cagey?
What's
about
cagey?
this?
I'm answering all your questions.
You're not answering the questions in a way that is committal. I want you to make committal
It is
answers.
committal. Yeah, it is a committal answer.
Committal? Committal?
Yeah, I misspoke. You said an MD in dancing.
Okay. Yeah. Straw man.
You said
That's not a straw man. She said that.
I could just get an MD in dancing.
Yeah. Well, you can, but
No, you can't. How is she? She's in 48 fucking hours. How is she? I've never seen this. I've never seen like how are you this confidently fucking wrong? It has been 2 days, and she still hasn't figured it out. She still hasn't figured it out. This person is so fucking stupid.
Oh, really?
You can, well, PhD, a PhD. No, not MD, a PhD.
So you misspoke there too, huh?
Yeah, I misspoke, but right, we're not talking about me misspeaking. I know you're trying to pivot here, but it's astounding to me that you are not answering my question of whether or not he should be representative.
She literally said, you know, she didn't misspeak because she said earlier in the convo she still thinks an MD is a master's degree.
Party in any capacity.
By which you
yes
mean
or no?
giving prescriptions?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
You
Don't ask me any more questions.
You mean giving prescriptions?
Answer.
Only if I know what you mean.
You're pretending like to not know what I mean.
You said giving prescription to his audiences, right? So I asked, what do you mean by representative Democratic Party? You said giving prescriptions to his audience regarding the Democratic Party. And I said, well, it will depend on what the prescription is. Doesn't that make all the sense in the world?
Who to vote for?
Yeah, if he gave the
She made a Reddit post defending her first debate performance on how did they respond? Because not only was Owlish the worst debate performance from a DGG I've ever seen, that was the worst debate performance I've ever seen from anyone. Like, that was fucking horrible. That was the worst debate performance I've ever seen, period. There's if they actually responded positively to that, I don't know if anything can. I honestly, I don't know what could convince them. I don't know how even if you're on her side, I don't know how you walked away from that conversation thinking, yeah, she totally owned his ass. That was the worst debate I've ever seen, hands down.
Vote for Kamala, he should make that declaration, correct?
He didn't.
If he did, but I did have breakfast. What's wrong with you? If he did.
But I understand if he did, but he didn't. Do you think that he should be giving speeches?
Depends on what he says.
Events.
Oh, where? Which events?
DSA events. DSA events. Do you think if he went to a DSA event, he should be giving speeches and he should be representing himself as a member of the Democratic Party?
Representing himself as a member of the Democratic Party? I don't like that, but I can't control it.
Yeah, this is insane, Pisco. Like, I'm actually astounded that you can't carte blanche to just deny that he should be representative of the Democratic Party. This is why people say you sweep.
By what you
by what you mean?
Holy fucking delusion. If I was Destiny, I would personally call Owlish up and I'd say, listen, bless your heart. I know you mean well. Okay? I appreciate your fighting the fight. But I think that you can help us in other ways. Maybe, everybody contributes something, Owlish. Everybody's good at something. And maybe speaking isn't your thing. But I'm sure you're talented in other places too. So, maybe we should invest more of our efforts into those places.
Give prescriptions like who to vote for, but that's going to depend on what the prescription is.
This is why people say you sweep. Bro, if you want people to stop,
that's crazy.
If you want people to stop saying that, you should probably say things like, "No, I don't."
Identify the statement that is sweeping. What's the sweepy statement?
The fact that the fact that you're giving non-committal answers and you're being very cagey and trying to divert.
It's tyranny. It's tyranny. You're not allowed to talk about them in any way they don't want. You can't talk about them too much. They get to determine the quantity you're allowed to talk about them before it becomes unhinged. But Destiny could proudly announce that he's Hassan's #1 A-log. How much he talks about Hassan.
And using straw mans and asking me 1,000 questions that you definitely
what do you
know the
mean
answer
by
to.
that?
He has not used a single straw man.
And you're giving
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
No, I don't know what you mean by that, by represent the Democratic Party. Do you mean be elected to Democratic office? Do you mean be part of the DNC? Do you mean be given a seat at the table for policy discussions? What do you mean?
Yes, all of those things. Do you think
some yes, some no?
Commentary?
I think letting Owlish go this long, it might be in the top, it's going to be added to the long list of ways that Destiny has severely wronged a woman. To me, this is tantamount to some of the allegations. This is cruel and unusual to allow this person to continue to do this.
Some yes, making political commentary at all?
The sum yes is sweeping.
Should he be allowed to buy pizza?
Yeah.
You're fucking sweeping. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's not the same thing at all, but nice try.
Oh, yeah. Well, why would you want him to get pizza? Don't you know that's just going to feed him so he can destroy the party from within?
I like when they establish a line of logic, so you just apply that to another circumstance to demonstrate that it's ridiculous, right? And they just are well, that's not the same thing. It isn't, right? We're applying the logic somewhere else to demonstrate to you why it doesn't work.
There are things he shouldn't be representative of the party.
And you want to let him eat to fuel his conquest?
What? He can make generalized political commentary. I'm saying that he shouldn't make.
You want to let him make things. You want to let him
about the.
So you agree with his commentary? Then you're sweeping. You think he should be allowed to make commentary?
So this is a straw man. This is what we call a straw man.
I just don't know why you're sweeping.
Chat. This is what we call a straw man chat. Because he won't answer the question. He simply will not answer the question.
Wait, she
and
thinks
he won't say that
She thinks Alice thinks a straw man is when you don't answer a question.
Hassan Piker should not have a place in the Democratic Party.
And you won't say that
There we have it,
Piker
ladies and gentlemen.
shouldn't be able to speak out. You think it's okay for him to speak out on issues?
He should not be speaking out on issues as a representative of the Democratic Party.
By which you mean what?
If he wants to represent himself as an independent thinker and not a member of the Democratic Party,
Does he identify
can
as
say
a
whatever he
Democrat?
wants.
Does he identify as a Democrat?
He does, doesn't he? Should he? He's.
Do you know if he
he's
does?
dangerous. Well, I mean, he. Am I wrong? Do you know?
I thought that he didn't identify as a Democrat.
What does he identify as?
Not as a Democrat, I don't think.
What does he identify as? Because
I
he
don't know.
tries to represent. He went to the Young
Man.
Democrats convention.
Yeah, Republicans can show up to
So
Democrat.
that is insane.
Whoa, that's
no
insane.
shot, bro.
What's insane?
No shot, bro.
What's insane? What's insane? Should he be banned?
represents
Should he be banned on
himself as
Twitch?
a man?
Should he be banned on Twitch?
Yes.
Okay. Should he be banned on YouTube?
Well, if he's doxing people and making statements about like killing people, yeah, I think he should be banned.
Should he be allowed?
Those are the two qualifiers for why somebody should be banned. Doxing people, something that Destiny admits to doing. Making statements endorsing killing people, something Destiny has done. I don't even think he'd deny that one either. So let's just carry that over real quick. Let's just carry that over.
Oh, to give political commentary?
Yes, absolutely.
on
But I don't
Kick?
think he should represent.
Where
Kick
should he be allowed?
is more lax. Kick is. Oh well, I don't think he should be banned for political commentary. I think he should be banned for his other weird comments.
Okay.
Like I think it's weird that he calls Destiny a sex pest every other day, without.
Why is that? How is that weird?
Evidence.
I don't want to get into
Without evidence? Without evidence is crazy. Even if you don't believe that that's even an accurate statement, to say that there's no evidence of that is just like fucking nuts.
Well,
I know you don't want to get into drama, okay, but that's just an example of the type of thing that he says daily that I don't think should be allowed on Twitch, in my opinion.
You should not be allowed to, like, do these people not understand? They like want to make Destiny a fucking dictator. You should not be allowed to call Destiny a sex pest for non-consensually disseminating sexually explicit images of women.
Well, but I just think it's insane that you're
watch
like,
it,
why
chat.
are you
Hey,
being so
chat,
patient?
watch it. No drama. I'm serious. Yes, no drama.
Oh God, Doobie's here, isn't he? Yeah.
Doobie?
Can we just say?
Look who's in chat. Fucking Gisticle. Doobie, you got the whole gang. They're probably sitting in call together. I was actually in the call with them while this was going on.
That we can move on to something non-Hassan. Is that possible?
Wow. You want to move on? Well, if I'm moving on to going to sleep. It's 4 a.m.
Okay. Well, Alex, this was a good follow-up conversation. I appreciated it. I thought it was a productive one. I don't know about you.
It was.
And I appreciate you willing to come on and chat it out.
Yeah. That's called having a spine for. Well, never mind. I was gonna make a really bad joke. Oh no! Don't make that joke. I give myself kudos for having a spine and actually confronting.
You know
people
what? She's allowed to give herself kudos for that, okay? As fucking stupid as she is, as wrong as she is, as insane as she is, surprisingly, it is just so refreshing to watch somebody actually willing to participate in a debate. Having to deal with spineless pussies like fucking Beckett, having to deal with people that just fucking literally have ran from me for months from a debate, even if you're a fucking brain dead moron, so long as you show up, I will give you kudos for that at this point, because apparently not everyone's capable of that.
instead of sitting in the chat like a stupid keyboard warrior and not wanting to confront me. So anytime somebody wants to, I can either host you on my platform that I now have.
Based.
So yeah, I
You
do
have a
have a
YouTube account?
platform. I do.
Nice. What is it?
It's here. I'll type it because I have L's and I's. I have two I's instead of an L and I. I just make it look like. I haven't uploaded anything.
Don't validate. Listen, I give props where props are due. Okay. I unfortunately, for whatever reason, it's not the expected norm to show up to a debate anymore, I guess, and you're just allowed to be a pussy and have an audience for some reason. So I mean, you know, if you show up, that's something I can appreciate. It's the bare minimum. It's barely anything, to be honest with you. It's like nothing. But like having to deal with just like total fucking cowardice is like, it's nice to see people that will actually show the fuck up. I'm like, honestly, I at this point, like for me personally, like people that won't debate, it's like one of the fucking worst things you can do in my eyes. Like I don't want to say I stop viewing you as a human being, but it's like a feeling tantamount to that. When I hear that somebody is like run from a debate, I like have a hard time like having like human respect for them at like a fundamental human level, and like I view them as like something lesser. Something lesser. I'd love for a world where you would not be allowed to commentate online without participating in debates. I'd love for that, man. No, I'm kidding, obviously. There's got to be a way to legally require people to step outside their hug boxes. Okay, I'm not talking about chatters. If chatters don't want to hop in, that's fine. You're chatters. You're not consenting to a public, necessarily like a super public online presence or whatever the fuck. I'm talking about other streamers. I have no respect for like other streamers that like to be like fucking Johnny Badass when they're talking about somebody from like a distance, but will never actually fucking put their money where their mouth is and get in a live call and like and actually debate what they've been articulating. But yeah. There's more proof Black Cat is an LLM than a real person. Are we dealing with another like Denal? A Denal scenario? Known pedophile, Denal Torres Burgos? Denal Torres Aspergos? What was they made a joke that they were 15, but like whenever they were asked to seriously clarify their age in like the same server or context, they clarified they were in their 20s. They have logs proving it. So there's like equal evidence to substantiate that they're an adult. Sorry, more. It's not equal. Well, I don't even deserve to correct that because you literally watched as Denal took your clip. You watched as Denal took your clip to make me look pro-rape, and you just sat there and you just watched. You just watched. Why do I even offer any charity anymore? Based. You will? Okay. All right. We're pro correcting misinformation. Anyways. All right, folks. Well, I think that's a stream. We had a good time. It was good seeing everybody again. We'll be back here probably tomorrow. I will not be here on Monday. I might be here Monday, actually. Probably not. I probably will not be here Monday. But then I'll be back Tuesday. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. And take care, everybody. Peace.